MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
Challenger の本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。
Okay, now let me know when it's live, okay? Just,
Yeah.
let me know, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
We're live.
Now?
We're live now.
Now?
Yes, in now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 9. My name is MPL SG Season 9. With me here is Melody Data. It's been a while.
It's been a while, man.
It's been a while, my friend.
It's been a while, MPL SG.
Yes, I mean, yes. Yes, of course. My young Padawan.
Yeah.
My grasshopper.
Yeah, my Jedi Master.
How does it feel to be back in here for
Yeah.
your second season?
I know, it's been a while. And these changes, man.
Uh-huh.
this season, so many changes has happened.
Uh-huh.
Like this one also.
Yeah,
I haven't seen
yep.
your face for a while.
Yep.
Okay, let's put it down first because we have a logo for MPL. I miss you.
Hey!
I miss you. I miss this guy.
Indeed,
So-
it has been a while.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that you have tuned into the broadcast
Yesterday,
yesterday.
yes, I
It has been quite a banger of a match, actually.
Speaking of banger, I didn't expect Team Flash.
This is going to be a
Topple
common
down-
topic all the way through now.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
for 3 seasons almost, they have dominated the game, even in the regular season. But that was just unexpected.
I don't know how it's going to be like for the rest of
Mm-hmm.
the seasons itself during the seeded stage. But we're not here to talk about the seeded stage. We are actually going to be talking about the challenger stage.
Exactly.
Because that is exactly what is going to be happening today. So here's a quick little roundup and a quick little recap for you guys in case you guys didn't really watch the video during the holding screen, that holding period, right? So when it comes down to the next few weeks, there will be 2 stages going on,
Yep.
or rather 3 stages with 2 going on concurrently yesterday. But yesterday's thing is yesterday. We don't care
Yeah.
about that, right? So we have the seeded stage. We have we have the seeded stage.
Correct.
We have the qualifier stage, and we have the challenger
Challenger.
stage. We concluded the qualifier stage yesterday, where we have the 3 community teams that fights out against one another concurrently to the seeded stage that we were watching yesterday. The seeded stage will still be going on for the next 3 weeks, or at least if this week is counted, so the next 2 weeks, and we will see the same thing for the challenger stage as well. We will play in a round robin for both of these seeded and the challenger stage. Seeded stage is where we have all 5 of the MPL teams fight against one another in a best of 3
Correct.
format.
Which we saw the first half yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. So the challenger stage, which is today, is we are going to be looking at a very punishing best of 1 format of the 2 qualified teams from the qualifier stage to fight against, listen to this, all 5 of the MPL teams. So it is going to be, number 1, super punishing because it's the best of 1.
True.
Number 2 is going to be very taxing because the community teams will be playing throughout the entire day as compared to the MPL teams, which only have to play 2 games against 2 of those qualifier teams.
Stomach. Plus pressure because it is the best of 1 only. So challenger stage will now dictate who will rise above, especially for the community teams here that we have just mentioned a while ago. But challenger stage, best of 1 against MPL professional teams here in Singapore. Oh,
Yeah.
man, that's a banger indeed.
Indeed. So this not only tests their skills in the game as to, kind of understanding how they stand against the MPL teams.
True.
It also tests their endurance and stamina.
That's the thing.
Because there's always this saying that if you want to head over to the playoffs, you need to have stamina. In the very event that you lose in one of those brackets, and because it's a double elimination, you kind of have to slog all the way from the bottom all the way to the top. You play up to 7 games in a single day during the grand finals day. And this is the kind of thing that MPL SG is preparing these community teams for. So are they up to the task or are they not?
Actually, it's a great thing that we have this kind of bracket because you have mentioned, right, the preparation of what it is to be in a professional scene. So imagine you have games, best of 7. It's not just play all around. It's mentality also. It's
Exactly.
taxing to that mentality. Usually, yeah, when you have a play, but the decision making can also affect, especially in the Game 7 run. So
Exactly.
let's see how here in the Challenger stage abstract. But I do believe 2 community teams right now will join us. It's going to be Absolute Zero and Sovereign SG.
Sovereign SG. Okay, so at least when it comes down to Absolute Zero, I think that we have a very good idea how they who they are actually, right? So quick little understanding is that for those people that have been tuned in to the previous seasons before, there are 3 names that we have seen, and that is Bougie, Nun, and Vendetta. While on the other hand, this is something that Deadeye told me about.
Exactly. Rapidots. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a former MPL PH Onyx Philippines roam. So now he's here right now on Absolute Zero. But I do believe on his after Onyx PH, It was the time where he was dispatched also in MPL Cambodia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he had one game, one
Yeah.
season in MPL Cambodia, but however not under the Onyx banner.
Yep.
In fact, I think it's what was
Team
it?
Team SV.
Team
yeah,
SV.
yeah, yeah. Team
Okay.
SV. Yes,
Yep.
yes, correct.
So at least when it comes down to that, I think that this is definitely one of the teams that we gotta have to look out for. Absolute
True.
Zero. In fact, that could even be a possibility that.
MPL Singapore teams here had to be very wary of, because again we have seen the lineup. These are former, or no, these players have the experience of the MPL Singapore also scene, MPL PH for Rapidot also. So you cannot say that these are community teams.
Yeah, they're not community.
Yeah, yeah.
or-
I cannot refer to them as community teams, man.
Nah, they're just rising stars.
Oh, okay. Let's yeah. Oh, well, correct. Absolute Zero. It's they come from scratch, from zero.
Yeah.
So maybe to
So
hero.
there will be one then. There will be one.
Absolute king. King again.
Enough of the kings, guys. Enough of the kings. Okay.
Absolute Zero to absolute kings.
Oh, Jesus. But you know what is absolute is the fact that they are absolutely in a tough spot. Never mind.
What?
As they will, their very first game
Okay, yes.
actually is going up against RSG. So Buji and Nan, the both of them were previously from RSG SG as well.
See.
Right? In fact, Buji has been filled in as the main roster as the mage mid lane role for I think one season after they needed to fill in the gaps that's been put up by Roy at a point in time. But now Roy is back in the roster. So at least it's not so bad for RSG anymore. And there's definitely going to be some kind of a rivalry between some of these players as we have Yon, J, Roy, CS, and Closer that is back in here.
Yeah, it's usually that kind of scenario, right? If you are up against your former team, you have something to prove here. So we can say it's going to be the storyline here. But, RSGSG as well. I remember last season, season 8, it was Gear actually who really carried the game on the second half of the regular season, because they were on the bottom. And then suddenly top 4. So now Gear is not here
Gear's
anymore.
not here, yeah.
So, yesterday's performance, I think Jay proved his point as well.
It's okay.
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
I think it's okay, but it could have been better, right?
Could have been better.
I think the team just needed to identify what are their pain points, the stuff that they gotta have to really iron things out.
True.
In order for them to be, better than great.
From Absolute Zero to Absolute Kings.
From RSG to
RSG, SG.
yes.
Okay. Anyway.
I'm trying to think of something like super quirky, but I can't think of anything.
Yesterday. Anyway. Okay.
Yeah, anyways. The first game is definitely going to be great. And it's going to be super fast-paced as well. Let's just remember that. Best of 1. And in fact, I think that we will have a total of 10 games that is going to be streamed back-to-back. And after every game, we'll be swapping one team out. So, for example, we'll be looking at Absolute Zero versus RSG, right? RSG stays, and then we'll bring in the next team, which is Sovereign SG. And then Sovereign will stay for the next game, and we will bring in the next one. I think that is going to be the King's
Vanguard.
King's Vanguard.
Kings.
By the way, remember we have that discussion yesterday? KVG, KBG, KVG,
Yeah. So what's the real score there? What's the actual?
So apparently it is not King's Vanguard. It's King Goose Vanguard.
Yeah, it's KGV. So okay, we'll go that. In their in-game names, it's KGV.
So weird.
Yeah, I know.
That's their problem.
Yeah.
Put up a vote comment section over
The poll.
like,
What's
the
the
poll.
correct
Yeah.
acronym
Can we,
for?
would be great if we have a poll. KGV or KVG. Which one do you guys think is like the better acronym. Okay.
Mhm.
The one that wins, King's Vanguard changed their acronym
Instantly, okay?
instantly. No questions asked.
No questions
Yeah.
asked.
We got to set the record straight, okay?
Yeah.
Because right now it is also our problem.
We got confused, man. We got confused. But
Yeah.
anyway, yeah. King's Vanguard. They performed very well. They're the ones who toppled off
Yeah.
Team Flash yesterday's game. Now let's see how they will be able to perform here against the community teams. Against the pressure. Yep, pressure is against the community teams here in the challenger stage. However, of course, with this kind of flow, like community 1 again, and then the next match will be community 2. They have a time to reset.
Yeah, it's just kind of like
Yeah.
chill.
Unlike, of course, on our MPL teams, succeeding games, they will have to play. But anyway, they get used to it. Yeah, they're used to it in this kind of situation.
Yeah, and one thing to note also, right? Because is the fact that it is going to be round robins.
Yep.
So they are going. The community teams will have to play with every single MPL teams, but not only that, they also have to play against each other. The community teams, that is. So at least when it comes down to being off stream, the teams have already fought one another.
Yep.
And I think that this sets up a pretty good power ranking for us as to how these community teams are going to do. So the result of that is that we do have Absolute Zero
Yep.
that won their game against Sovereign SG.
Yeah, I think Absolute Zero. Again, you have mentioned this a while ago, Abstract, that Absolute Zero has a incredible lineup, and they are, we can say, be at par as well with the MPL SG teams here that we are seeing right now.
On paper.
On paper.
paper.
That's why I am excited, actually, how they will be able to go up against RSGSG.
I mean, on paper, when it comes down to looking at all the MPL teams, right? At least yesterday, we were just thinking, this one's going to win that one. This one's going to win that one. This one's going to win that one. 100%.
But it...
I put my male genitalia on the line.
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of thing, right? Well, I was completely wrong on one of these predictions. Yeah, so it's definitely a very interesting show yesterday. But maybe it would even be the case for today's games. As game number 1, Absolute Zero, going up against RSG. We talk about the bans, right?
Yep.
The bans is pretty much a standard we've seen throughout the entirety of yesterday
True.
that pretty much paved the way for whatever that we should be expecting.
But Kimi has been showing up yesterday. So
Yes.
actually, I looked out if MPL Singapore has this high win rate, actually 100% win rate.
I think
for
for
now,
now, 100%.
Yes.
Yeah.
I look out other regions as well. It has incredible win rate indeed. So it's a phenomenal right now we are seeing here for this current patch that Kimi is really an OP hero. So it's one of the, for me, a desired ban here for both teams. But first pick is going to go for Absolute Zero. So I'm not sure if RSGSG will be able to ban it or decide to ban it. If not, Kimi.
Yeah, I think the ball is on the court of RSG. They would be the one that wants and needs to ban the Kimi. Otherwise, the Kimberlin is going to go over to the side of Absolute Zero.
Yep.
And I don't think that they want a Kim Lee there.
Let's see. But so far, no bans for Kimi. Okay, so if Kimi has been if Kimi is going to be taken here by Absolute Zero, okay, response usually is going to be Suyo or Phobius here. So now, let's just see Coach Amox here on the side of RSGSG. Will go for the ban on the Kimi or not? But so far, this is the pattern we are seeing here when it comes to the draft. But no, not around this time. So okay, Kimi is pretty much open. Kalea is going to be chosen.
Your team is
here.
picking.
Okay, Kalea. Yesterday,
Poor performance.
yeah,
Poor
actually,
performance,
but
yeah.
she has been one of the top bans on yesterday. And when it comes to win rate, yep, it's very low.
So high ban pick rate, right? One of the higher ones. In fact, maybe 100% ban pick, right? But not that great of a showing. I think that the teams are still kind of scrambling around, trying to understand, okay, how do we want to play this? How do we want to do this? What's Kalea best for? This Kalea is not exactly a one hero fits all kind of composition, right? As much as it seems as though, okay, Kalea is great for catch. Maybe we can play around catch. I think that is a very reasonable thing to do. But in the meantime, Kalea also have very good pacing all the way from the start to the mid stages of the game. So I think that is definitely one thing that they can look out into. Is that a Freya that I'm saying?
No way.
Is that a Vendetta thing? I think that's a Vendetta thing.
No,
It's a Vendetta thing.
Freya Vendetta.
Vendetta.
South? Okay.
Ah.
Okay.
Your
Okay, speaking
team
of
is
Salas, I
picking.
think he's Filipino also.
Salas.
I have a...
Is that how you pronounce it? Salas?
Salas.
Salas?
Salas.
Salas.
If it's Pinoy, it's Salas.
Salas. What does that mean?
I don't know.
If it's
Oh, actually, it's
Sal-
living room. Maybe it's his name. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Wait, what was the living room in Tagalog?
Salas. I mean, it's the...
Like the living area.
Yeah.
So here's the living area.
let's, let's see. But I have, just Pinoy and me just saying he's a Filipino. So anyway,
Here's the
I'll
living
confirm.
area.
He's a living area. I'll confirm later on. But Salas, of
Your
course,
team is banned.
Living
seen a-
area.
living area is now used. Pick the Matilda with the Aegis battle spell. So we all know that sustainability will be one of the prio strategy here for the side of Absolute Zero. Kalea, you mentioned, of course, great on laning as well. Not only the pacing, laning is very good because of her sustain and the capability of using that water zone as well. So let's see on the other side. There you go.
Team
Got a
is
Kacha.
banning.
Okay, got the Gacha, we got a Hayabusa as well as a Kimi. So at least whenever you have a Kimi
Your
on your
team is
side, when it
banned.
comes down to the Traction Pulse, you will want to play into the Traction Pulse, right?
Yep.
So having a team fight, oriented team composition will always be great. But of course, once you look at the Hayabusa, you kind of think about it, wait, that is a little bit off the tangent. The problem, I would say problem, the thing about junglers now is that they don't have to conform to the regular style of what the team is trying to go for. What the jungler generally want to do is trying to look for opportunities to win in objectives, which is one of the main point. If you're able to gel that jungler into your main team fight composition, then that's great. But then you are also putting all your eggs into a single basket.
Yep.
Having a Hayabusa on their composition right now enables them to be able to go
Your
for split
team is
pushes and
banning.
having wide control all across the map.
True.
And I think that's it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
That's it,
yeah,
right?
that's true. I
That's it.
agree, which is counterintuitive here for the side of the Alpha. Alpha
Right.
is pretty
All in.
going all in. That's the thing. So, unlike Hayabusa, can go for a split push, can go for a flanking maneuver, but yeah,
Eh?
yeah,
Oh, wait,
What?
yeah, you talked about Matilda.
yeah, Matilda.
And
That's
there's a
why, sustain.
Kalia.
Clea, yeah,
Kalia EXP?
yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
yeah, sure.
The water zone. Okay. Clea. That's
Sure.
I mentioned a while ago. Clea is very strong on the lane.
Yeah.
Water zone. It has the level 2. It's gonna be easy for this hero to roam in
Your
the mid
team
and
is
go back.
picking.
Okay.
Because of the enhanced level skill 2 of that one, she has the
the kind of jump,
the jump
tidal,
one. Yeah,
the
correct.
tidal strike into
Yep.
the rolling wave.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's
So
gonna
I
be
call
easy.
it like tidal
Yeah.
wave. Sounds
Okay.
better.
Yeah.
Right?
The tidal wave.
Tidal wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You learn something new every day, guys.
yep.
Combine them all together is tidal wave. Cause rolling strike doesn't sound right. She doesn't seem like she rolls very well.
She dives.
She
So-
dives.
But then again, I feel a little bit wary for the Alpha. But again, there's a Gatakacha here. There's a Kimi to follow up that
Your
AoE
team
just
is
in
picking.
case. But then again, there's a Matilda to save with the guiding wind. So let's see on how they be able to execute. But again, Alpha is, for now, vulnerable here on the strike spot with this kind of lineup coming in from RGSG.
Well, at least what they have got working for them is that they do have the standard duo of how you want to play an Alpha. Yeah, Alpha's main problem is that he's a very commandable hero.
Yeah, that's true.
As
Yeah.
such, drafting a Matilda for themselves kind of eliminates that
Your
commandable
team is
problem.
picking.
They are no longer going to be overcommitting into battles if he wants to go for a spear of the Alpha.
Yes.
So with that all said, we do have the final 2 picks that's out, the Loi as well as 1-1. So what do you make out of this?
Okay, 1-1. We've seen a 1-1 pick yesterday once, if I'm not
Once,
mistaken.
yes.
Yeah. 1-1 by Team Flash. I think it was Vanix who won the game using 1-1 in the first game. Yeah. So 1-1 is okay, but with this kind of lineup, okay, 1-1 can be given a space because Alpha very strong in the early game. You have a Matilda as well. These 2 heroes can really harass the side hero of RSG, SG, and provide a space here for that 1-1. 1-1 can scale. If 1-1 can scale, then again, this is one of their victory conditions here for the gold lane.
Okay, so in terms of drafting for both of these two teams, do you have any bias as to how it has been drafted
You
so
know,
far?
you guys talk about how the meta really reflects MPL SG, right? It's more of a standardish, like team fight, committal, blah blah blah. But when it comes to other regions, especially PH, it's more of a micro. Somehow they go for a micro now, like assassin
Oh.
junglers. You can, which gives a little, big difference when it comes to a team fights. Before season 8 here at MPL SG, it's more of Tigreal Vexan, just simple
Yeah.
execution. But
Yes.
now with the Hayabusa and everything here, now the single shots, single shot or the player mechanics is a big difference right now. So
Right.
let's see when it comes to their lineup here, because Yon right now is on the Hayabusa. I go much to their favor here. Plus the Kimi as well. We haven't seen a loss on the Kimi in the previous games.
That is true. So I guess the odds are kind of stacked against Absolute Zero, but maybe we just kind of like dive down and take a look at how the laning phase is potentially going to go, right? Because we do have a CC that is down in the bottom lane, so I think the CC is drafted in a pretty nice way because they will want to dominate the EXP lane as much as possible, because one of the main core things that could be drafted Kalia into the EXP is because of mobility, right? Being able to be around the map as often as possible. If you have a CC that generally is able to really just punish the Kalia, I think that that is going to put Kalia's main point about being drafted in the EXP completely taken away.
Plus, of course, the CC right now is kind of had an advantage here when it comes to 1-on-1 against the side of Kalea. But I really thought it's gonna be a par fight. But
Okay.
we've seen, of course, Vendetta trying to back away for now. But when it comes to battle spell, abstract, there's 3 purifiers right now here on the side of RSGSG, which means if ever the committal, again, the strategy committed for the side here of Absolute Zero, they are prepared here to counter that one.
I guess that this is a very... Oh, hold on a second. Take a look at Buji. Hey, he's not looking great, but unfortunately, Yon failed to get that luck of the draw to get a final hit down onto Buji.
Yeah, I think they still need the ultimates here for the side of RCSG, especially we have discussed regarding the combo of AOG plus the Destruction Pulse from the scheme. Now the turtle is up. It is RCSG controlling the spit for now. Ultimates are not yet ready for the side of RCSG. I think the Absolute Zero, however, in the middle lane, in a rational look at the dash.
Oh, yeah, that is kind of crazy. As such, Buji would not be available for this upcoming fight for the turtle, but it's not going to be a problem. Vendetta is just going to be jumping right in, knocking people right up, and that is more or less going to be great for them. As Yon, he was not around the vicinity trying to contest for this turtle. I would say that is most likely because he's going up against a Matilda plus an Alpha. Going in, more or less, is going to be practically called a suicide.
Yeah, plus they are not really ready on that kind of situation right now. But Jay right now has the AOG. Yon also has the ultimate ready. Oh!
There we go. That is going to be the rotation that we're going to be talking about. The diversion just works out perfectly. As now we're going to Absolute Zero. It's just going to be right behind RSGSG. We do have the circling eagle that allows Nan to pick up the second kill onto Roy and Jay.
Wow, that was beautiful. That was a surprise attack indeed for the side of Absolute Zero, and RSGSG will not cannot afford that kind of situation once again. So they have to be very wary of that Louis. Speaking of which, Louis was not picked even once yesterday, and we see now it is still very powerful mid lane.
Still very viable. In fact, there we go. A quick little stun coming in from the tidal wave and into the Tsunami Slam. Picks out Roy out of the turret. Now that is what we want to see.
3-0, less than 4 minutes. Now this is a great momentum building up for Absolute Zero. Now RSGSG haven't seen yet the combo that we are expecting them to execute. But now here in the middle lane, it is now going to be Nan going to force this team fight.
This is definitely going to be a tough one for RSG. But 3 members in mid versus 4 members.
There
But
you go.
somehow Nan still wants to go for the fight. But he did manage to get a clip off over to CS. Now rest on to 3 versus 3. But we do have the guiding win to yoink Nan out of the fight.
Yeah, this is what you want. Again, Absolute Zero here, just taking advantage of their draft. Very strong in the early game. Nan 3-0 on the Alpha. Has a killing spree here. And now the activization. I believe Nan has the damage already. We have seen how he can zone out RSGSG. Now this is the second turtle in the game. They are going to commit.
Ooh, perfect initiation right onto Jay, but unfortunately Jay is not dead just yet. This gotcha is a lot tankier than you expected. Yon actually managed to get himself in the God Shadow to get himself right out of the dodge, but Vendetta at the back, he managed to get the snipe down to the closer and potentially just push Jay further away, allowing Absolute Zero to take absolute control over the Turtle's Pit, and RSG cannot even possibly fight for this.
OMG, Nan was saved, the guiding wind, and this is why Rapidot here on the Matilda is very perfect for this duo, plus the zone from Vendetta on that Kalea. RSG could not penetrate in that moment.
That's scary. Oh, 2 men speed off the Alpha. Deals enough damage, and even when it comes to the guiding wind, it just clipped onto Roy. But Roy, unfortunately, he did manage to get himself a quick jumper and run away. But Nan still managed to find 1 kill, 1 for 1. As a matter of fact, it's a Rover Boy jungler, so not exactly that great. But at least the last came in, or rather, the living area came in and get a kill down on the CS.
Okay, that's the first time we've seen Abstract that Nan falls down, and the positioning of Roy was immaculate there. That is what you wanted there. The Kimi should have the perfect location and how to do her attacks in that situation. In the meantime, Yon just still split pushing in this game. This is the advantage of having a Hayabusa against an Alpha. Alpha wants to go for the team fight. Yon right now, they know RSGSG could not really commit in a major team fight. Go for the split push.
At least when it comes down to Yon and, you know, with all of the things combined, RSGSG has pretty much been losing everything, and when inclusive of team fights, but they managed to at least put out a stalemate when it comes down to turrets for turrets. So that split push from Yon could definitely start to ease a little bit of a burden off of them, and it helps things out just by a tad bit. But remember, RSG's lineup is a lot geared to the mid and the later stages of the game, while Absolute Zero is absolutely dominating and menacing in the early game. But speaking of menacing, it does seem like RSGSG, we do have a single J that got caught, but it's not that big of a deal. Pops the Revitalize, and that is a single battle spell that has been used.
I like it. I mean, RSG right now learns how the mechanics coming in from the side of Fuji. So we have seen that one surprise attack, second one now they are pretty much ready. They just cover themselves under the bush. Now third turtle in the game, RSG pretty confident here. Will they be able to commit though?
I doubt so. I don't think that they have any way to actually just go in for the start. But Vendetta, with the tidal wave, they managed to get himself right into face of Jay. But Jay, with the AOG, he gets himself invulnerable for the tad a little bit, but he still will go down. As Vendetta is going to be the first person to be going down from the side of Absolute Zero, but 3 men down from the side of RSG. Absolute Zero and Spell Alpha connect as down. Double kill picks up from the Salas. RSGSG faces their very first wipeout in 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the game.
Absolute Zero! Oh my goodness, Abstract! This is what somehow we are trying to interpret this kind of player, these players rather, performing very well. They know how to execute, even in that team fight. Oh, but hold that thought.
We do have the Ogi Shadow kill popping off. Fuji still alive. He still have got a couple of shields that's working out for him. And in fact, Absolute Zero, they are finding themselves a very good timing-based fight, and they're constantly going to be going on to the aggressive. And RSG, they have no way! Oh! Vendetta! He went into the pixel brush. He managed to find Jay. Jay doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, as such he's going to be going down to Vendetta himself. This Kalea EXP is actually working out for them perfectly as they worked out this entire composition with an enchanter support. Vendetta is filling the shoes of the one that opens up the map perfectly.
I like it, Vendetta. I mean, you can feel his eagerness to initiate team fights there. But on that skirmish that we have seen right now, Jay falls, but then again, Nan was the counter against the side of Absolute Zero. I've seen the side here of Roy on the Kimi, as well as Granger CS. Their positioning is very good. However, the damage is not yet there. You have mentioned, of course, Abstract, later stage of the game, they will have the itemization and damage will be there.
Now, one of the main problems that I see from the lineup coming from RSGSG is the fact, Pixel! is the fact that they have a Kimi Reflection Pulse, but we'll hold on for that thought for a little bit as Closer almost managed to get himself away. Rapidude immediately flicked himself backwards just so that he don't overstay his welcome.
Wow, that was clutch! That was clutch.
clutch.
Jay! Man, I didn't expect he will survive in that situation, but he did. Plus, of course, Yon managed to escape as well. But still, Absolute Zero controlling the map, controlling the game, go for an aggressive play here. They are not stopping.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Oh, hold on. This is just fight after fight as the traction pulse managed to connect on the Vendetta, but he's still alive though. Jay takes his own life away. Quick little sacrifice. But the Ogi Shadow Kill did not connect on the Vendetta to get that one kill. As such, RSG did not manage to tally out. Oh.
Man, this diversion place gives me
Holding
chills,
breath,
man. Yeah,
dude.
yeah. But I love the communication right now for the side of Absolute Zero. They know how to execute on the perfect timing as well for the chase. I mean, we always see this one abstract. Whenever Vendetta initiates, there's gonna be a follow-up coming from Nan. If the situation gets wary there for the side of Absolute Zero, again, Salas is there for the Rapidot is there for the save, and they know how to chase as well. Buji on his diversion plays cannot escape easily here for RCSG. But then again, we are reaching the 10-minute mark here. Abstract itemization is key here for RCSG. They just need to hold, give the items to Marksman, Kimi, as well as CS. Let's see how they be able to defend.
As now Vendetta looks for opportunity. Let's see anything for now. The whole defense up in the middle lane has already been popped this early into the game. Okay, but not too early per se. 11 minutes in. There is still a T2 up in the northern side that Absolute Zero really want to bring down. They're still on track. The pacing is still okay. The leveling curve is also on track for Absolute Zero. They need to rush this. And in fact, Nana jumps himself onto Roy. Roy manages to just barely scrape away.
Man, as the game goes on here, objectives has been taken away little by little against RSGSG. Yes, we have mentioned.
Oh, Jay is gonna be caught once again, as we do have the Tsunami Slam that's gonna be looking down onto Jay. He escaped himself with a defensive AOG. Vendetta is okay as well, but Salas is all the way right in the opponent's face. He have yet to use his crossbow attack, but he doesn't seem to be able to pop anyone's weaknesses just yet. As such, we do have the middle lane and the bottom lane T3 that's been taken down. Done! Catch it too! When it comes down to Spear of Alpha, Jay just runs straight into the heart of the battle. As such, it's gonna be going down. Salas is dead as well. 3 members left from the side of Absolute Zero. Wait, 4 members left from the side of Absolute Zero. They can still commit to this, as Dunn did not manage to hit anyone with his Spear of Alpha, but Vendetta with the Tsunami Slam, or rather with the Tidal Strike. But the 3-man absolute destruction from the side of Absolute Zero. 2 men down. And now the rest of Absolute Zero, they gotta have to go back help.
Oh yeah, diversion save was committed there. But, you know, Absolute Zero just going ham. They know they can end this game here. But then again, Roy still level 12. He needs to have his levels up as well as immunization. But look at the DPS damage here.
Oh man.
Okay, now we can feel it.
He's a tanky boy, but still taking quite a bit of damage from Kimi, right? This composition from the side of RSG, I think that we gotta have to pave this way, right? They do have the Kimi, they can play around the Traction Pulse, but the Traction Pulse I think is just a bait because they don't have a composition that plays around the Traction Pulse actually. This is a composition that is very single target.
Yep, it is. It is. Now, remember I mentioned that this kind of heroes right now we are seeing more of a micro, or the mechanics is really a factor here. So once the Traction Pulse hits his mark perfectly, I think Jay would have a better way to follow that one up. But then again, there you go, Tsunami Slam.
Perfectly on the J, immediately singled out, and RSGSG unfortunately did not even have any opportunity to follow up to try to help Jay. In fact, at that moment, I feel that it is way better for them to kind of stay back and not do anything.
I agree. And we have seen this kind of scenario time and time again, abstract, that Jay is actually the target. Yeah, we all know he's a tank, but actually it's one of the strategies here we are seeing from Absolute Zero. Without the God Katcha, it's difficult here for RSG to actually have a front line, because remember, Absolute Zero had this dive-heavy lineup without the Vanguard. No, RSG, sorry. Without the forward hero, that is Vanguard,
Without the Vanguard.
Without the Vanguard, they're exposed.
Now the Lord marches in from the middle lane. Top lane is going to be absolutely destroyed as now RSG's base is obliterated. The entirety of Absolute Zero is bad for themselves. The Tsunami Slam is going to be connecting on the Yawn. It's going to be but take a look at the backlines coming from the Absolute Zero. We almost have Salas taken down, but the main thing is Salas is still alive. It's 2v2 now. The Lord goes down. Vendetta lost his immortality as CS and Roy, the two main damage dealer, is still around the battle. Salas is looking for something.
Yeah. Okay. But then again, mission accomplished. No more inhibitor turrets here for the side of RSG. But we have mentioned, of course, the Hayabusa, the split push capability of this one. But it's very difficult here. Only one turret until now is been destroyed for the side of Absolute Zero. So Yawn has been struggling here because Absolute Zero is forcing team fights after team fights for RSG. No breathing space been given for RSG.
Timer is ticking though.
Yeah.
Timer is really ticking. So now Absolute Zero, they need to formulate a game plan. No longer that front to back is going to be working because all that RSG is going to be, or rather whatever that is going to be on RSG's back, they no longer have a wall on their back. Normally you would just kind of like back off. Oh, I'm at a wall. I'm screwed. But this time they have a fountain that is at their backs. So whenever they have received a little bit too much damage, go back to fountain and out again.
Reset, yeah.
Just completely resetting over and over again. And unfortunately, that is not something that Absolute Zero could do. Fortunately though, they do have a bougie. They need to find that perfect game plan. And they need to give RSG that fake sense of security like that. Is one of the main things, right? And this...
Yeah, again, same
the
scenario.
fixed sense of security forces the members from RSG out of their base and look for the opportunity to kill. As closer, he manages to get himself away, or maybe not. It's the last. He finds a kill down onto Jay, and then, onto Closer. That is super important. But unfortunately, they do not have the Tsunami Slam to actually pull Yana in, but it's more than enough for them to be able to win. The main thing and the main point that I wanted to make for Absolute Zero is to get RSG out of the base. They managed to. They found the opportunity, and this is now a lost cause for RSG when it comes down to winning in the Lord. As a matter of fact, if they want to end this game now, this is probably the best time because frontliner is gone, jungler is gone.
Then again, they decide here to take the Lord instead, but we have seen the defense coming in from both marksmen, Kami as well as the Ranger. They can manage to hold, but with this evolved Lord right now in the hands of Absolute Zero, it's going to be a challenge indeed for RSG.
Yeah.
But Abstract, again and again, Jay been picked off, cannot escape using the AOG. Yeah.
Way too much control. We're talking about Vendetta. We're talking about Kalia. You think that the tidal wave, you think the tidal wave and Tsunami Strike is the only, Tsunami Slam is the only CC? No, passive is a CC too.
Exactly.
This crazy amount of CCs, especially now that we're thinking about Vendetta as an EXP laner who have more items now. The tankier she will be, and the longer she will stay in combat.
Oh man, there you go, Jay is the target once again.
And he's just being absolutely melted down. Did you see the amount of damage? The beta is just dishing out over to Jay. The core is now down to 70% HP. The Lord is still hammering down. The rest of the members from the side of RSG, they really want to hold on. But Absolute Zero, they obliterated RSG. They played to their timings, they played to their leveling curve, they played to everything best to their own extent. And in fact, remember I said that now's the time for them to end the game because there's like 3 members out there. Now that I think about it, that was a horrible idea. Whoever that is their shot caller to say that, okay, let's go for the Lord. Definitely have way more experience. Definitely made the right call. Because like I said before, they can always just go back to the base.
Yes.
They can always go back to the fountain, heal back up, wave clear, and now we lost all opportunities. We can't even get the Lord because Yon is back.
Yeah, and again, we've seen Jay's been picked off on his Garret Kacha. I can, as a tank, of course, you need a vision also where the enemy is. But at that kind of scenario right now, that moment in time, I think it's pretty much better to be safe. I mean, you need your AOG. 3, 4 scenarios, AOG has been used just to escape, but he can, then again, he still died.
Defensive AOG all the time. And I think that I've kind of harped onto this yesterday, right? Gatakacha is not necessarily a hero as an initiator or the one that opens up the map. Normally, you want to let it to the EXP laner. In this case, the Kalia did a perfect job on the flip side, right? But unfortunately, we're looking at a CC. Right? CC, technically speaking, can do that. But after looking at the fact that a simple Gatakacha will be just taken down at a whim, I think that even the CC will be a little bit afraid of just opening up the maps like that. They don't have the tools that enables them to open up the map, look at the brushes, so on, so forth. So it's definitely tough for Jay, and it seems as though like Jay's feeding, right? But no, there is this composition that has been drafted. Jay have no choice. He have to be the one that opens up the map. He don't have any escape mechanism, which makes it worse. So the only form of escape mechanism, AOG. So open up the map, oh crap, I'm dying, AOG out. He literally have no other thing that he can do as the roamer, but to do that. I would rather have my roamer do that and give us information, rather than to stay behind, preparing for an AOG to initiate, while the rest of my front lines, or rather my back lines, dies before I do as a roamer.
The problem is without that Gatakacha, that Spear of Alpha can be freely be used there inside. Now Roy, here on the side of RSG SG, we have seen his scaling on that Kimi. And speaking of Kimi, first time Kimi lost in our regular season. But then again, of course, Yon also is there. They're positioning on the team fights. They're on the back lines there. They're trying their best to hold their ground. But again, without Jay is very important. I think Abstract, you mentioned, of course, how important Jay gives this information. But one of his role also is to be the front line here. So without Jay, it's very easy for this lineup. Very dive heavy here for the side of Absolute Zero plus Salas here. She's scaled right now. This hero 1-1 scaled already into the later stage of the game. It's really, really difficult here for the side of RSG. Plus, I've highlighted during the draft that Hayabusa pick. We need the split push capability, but only one turret has been secured.
There's just way too much pressure that Absolute Zero has been dishing out over to RSG. So I would understand why Yon felt the need to constantly be around the team, right?
Somehow, yeah.
I definitely want to explore the options of an EXP laner to take over Jay's role in that game. But specifically because of the fact that this is number one, a CC that's drafted. CC is a skill-reliant hero. So in order for you to be, well, tenacious, you gotta have to get your stuff to hit. Because the items that you build as a CC, such as the War Axe, no more Bloodlust Axe, but War Axe, we've got the Brute Force Breastplate, and I think that even have the Oracle, right? So all of these are all based on how much damage I deal, and that's how much I will sustain. And as a guy that opens up the map, you need raw defense, raw HP in order to be able to do all that, or damage mitigation, which is all of the things that CC doesn't need and CC won't need. So in no cases should CC be the one that swaps with Gatakacha. So this is the kind of game whereby it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. You are just locked in, you're too deep in for you to change anything. You can't adapt even if you wanted to.
Yeah, they picked already the CC on that game. But don't get us wrong. CC made a great laning stage. We have seen Clea somehow struggle there against the CC. But then again, when it comes to the team fight, man, Vendetta's initiation on that Clea, perfection. I mean, his eagerness again to get those pick-offs provided opportunities for the side of Absolute Zero, not only to go for the kills, but also objectives.
Honestly, I feel that Absolute Zero played together as an absolute unit. They can't be Absolute Zero anymore. They are
no pun intended,
unit.
Right?
They are really an absolute unit, right? The way you see that they roam together is literally as five. They leave no man behind, and even if they don't, even if they don't like 5 men, right? It doesn't seem like they have any macro issues. I didn't even pay any attention to the waves because it just doesn't seem like there's any reasonable amount of pressure coming from RSG to push the lanes down. They always seem to get the timing right as to when do I need to push, when do I need to defend my base, when do I need to maintain the pressure on the lanes. It seems like it is all perfectly balanced. And I find that weird because this don't feel like a C-tier team, B-tier team.
Yeah, that's the thing.
In fact, I don't even think that whatever that they have played here, based on their timing, based on their pressure, based on their lane controls, I feel that even the Flash of yesterday can't beat that. This is a bold statement.
Okay.
This is a very bold statement.
So, compared on the first series, I agree with you.
It really feels as though, right? Or maybe there's just a little bit of a small little bias towards Absolute Zero, just because of this is the game that I just watched,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I think it's too early for me to say that.
Yep.
I gotta have to wait until that Flash game and see if whether they are going to be executing something like this again. Right?
True. That's the thing you mentioned. It's early for you to say. Me as well, because in the back of my mind, how these guys communicate. I mean, have they played months before this
Honestly,
MPL?
doesn't even feels like months. Dude.
Exactly
It
my
feels
point.
like
So I'm really
decade.
their chemistry is there.
Yeah.
We have seen that one, guys. So I'm looking forward on the next match against King's Vanguard later on. But of course, here the second series is going to be the second community team against RSG SG, which is going to be Sovereign SG, right? But man, Absolute Zero, this
Absolute
team,
Zero,
we
yeah.
must look at this team here.
Yeah.
This is a different level compared to community teams we have seen so far.
Yeah. Before we wrap up the chapter about Absolute Zero and their series game, in the defense of RSGSG, I think that it's also based on the fact that Absolute Zero's lineup is so much easier to execute. Which really allows them to play like this. The moment that you swap the composition, or if you put any reasonable amount of micro to Absolute Zero's lineup, I think that would change the ball game entirely.
Yeah, I think I agree. The simplest combo, Matilda and Alpha alone, can wreak havoc already. Yeah.
It's just a simple tag team, and I think that they know their shortcomings.
Yes.
Which is why they drafted it this way. But that is also the problem. The moment a team realizes that is their shortcoming, and like they rely a lot onto the Matilda Alpha combo, it's so easily countered. If you feel that Vendetta, which, by the way, is an absolute menace throughout this game, I will personally throw my MVP over to Vendetta.
Yep.
He's very flashy, and he makes the great calls, right? They can just ban a Kalia. They can just stab pick the Kalia, or whatever it is. Denying heroes of Absolute Zero might just be the answer to Absolute Zero, because this is just game number one. This is just the first game we saw from them.
Yeah. And so far, when it comes to Clea, that was the best performance of Clea so far we have seen.
Yeah, and I'm so used to seeing Kalia in the roam. As an EXP laner, I don't even reason with people and just be like, yeah, Kalia should be played in EXP. Probably just because so many people play in a row.
Yep.
I don't think I've seen a lot of EXP Kalia. So having an EXP Kalia, make a debut here at MPL SG, and make such a performance.
Yeah. I think MPL PH is using Clea as an EXP for that one. Just because, again, level 2 skill is available, it's going to be easy for her to rotate in the mid.
It's quite a bit of a power spike, huh?
Yeah, somehow. Like one. So we've seen the potential of Clea. Potential of Absolute Zero in general.
Oh, damn. Okay. But unfortunately, we won't be seeing Absolute Zero again.
Yep.
For now. We are going to be looking at Sovereign while RSGSG stays onto their seats as we prepare the battlefield for Sovereign SG to come in. So let's talk a little bit about Sovereign SG.
Yeah, that's the thing.
We tossed their name every now and then, right? But we never really know who they are, right? We got Pogi Ako, 1, 2, 3.
That's the community teamest IGN you can have.
Okay, at least he looks Filipino, right?
He looks Filipino.
For a second, peripheral vision, I was like, that's Chinese. I am Chinese, I am Pogi Ako.
Pogi Ako. Actually, the first time I've seen it, I thought, Pogi Ako. What's Pogi Ako? It's Pogi Ako. OMG.
At first, I was like, Pogi Ako. Pogi Ako. Pogi Ako.
Okay. It means handsome. Pogi means handsome, guys. So Ako means me. So that's Filipino slang. Pogi, handsome. So Pogi Ako is there. So we have seen that one Sovereign SG lineup abstract. To be honest, I'm not familiar with each of the players there, but reaching this qualifiers this challenger stage, it already gives us the information that they are one of the best community teams here in MPL Singapore.
Right. Okay, so we only talked about Pogiako, right? So let's just go down the list a little bit. We do have Night Shiki, we got Carax, we got Creo, Meow, and Kong. So from our knowledge, this community team is actually formed because they played another game together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They had another name. But we suggested that they change their name so that it is more broadcastable.
Yeah, and it is more to the King Seal sovereign.
Hey, maybe you can look at the entire theme. We got Kingdom and we got Kings. So maybe you look at, I don't know,
Sovereign. See, that's the thing. So Sovereign SG.
So Sovereign it is.
Yeah, I'm looking forward.
Yeah,
for this team and how to be able to go up against MPL PH, RSGSG.
So for the record, their name is a branding name. It's not like vulgarity. It's not something that's like very off-putting or anything. Just to put it out there in case like people of friends of Sovereign SG is like, hey, your name anyhow, huh? Yeah, you know, that kind of, I don't know. I don't know what kind of things you guys would say, right? If we were to come up with a MPL team, and our name is like completely like full out like that as vulgarity or like completely in Tagalog, for example, or if we reverse the thing, what would people say to you? Think about it. Your closest friend from your ML, your closest MLBB friend, the moment that he finds out about you representing this name, what do you think he will say to you?
I don't know, man. You're putting me in the spot. I cannot think of
That's
anything.
the whole point, dude. That's the whole point, dude. Because if you were to ask me that question,
yeah, I will ask you the
if you ask me
same
that question,
yes.
right? If I were to think about what my friend will say to me, I will tell you that he will confidently, I don't know what he will say.
We have the same answers, man. But okay, I don't know. Your IGN, for example, your IGN is Pogiako. You're the MVP of the season, the week 1. Are you okay with that? Pogiako 1, 2, 3. Our MVP or season for the week 1.
Hey, at least my name is not.
That's a community team's IGN, but
I'm not sure whether you guys saw like
Yeah,
this
yeah.
TikTok reel. I think that is in Bahasa Melayu. I think it's either BM or BI. I'm pretty sure it's BM, right? So it's an international tournament. I'm not too sure which tournament it is. There's literally a player called HE.
No way.
Yeah. So
pro?
I think it's like semi-pro, right?
Okay.
So it is casted game. It is a casted
I
game.
see.
So we've got this BM caster just like doing her standard stuff, casting the team fight. It was like, this is the most hilarious thing I've seen in my life.
Wow.
That's the
I've got
most
to,
hilarious thing
I've got
in
to
my
watch
life.
that clip,
Yeah.
man. Oh my goodness.
That's so good. Like to the point that it's not just confined within like the MLBB sphere. It got out of that sphere. Like people
Wow.
that don't play MLBB, they looked at that and they were like, "That's bloody hilarious."
Yeah. Speaking of hilarious, okay. I'm not making fun of the Pogiako 1, 2, 3. Well, it's funny to me. Actually, it's funny to me. But we have seen Absolute Zero Abstract and how they dominated that game against RSGSG. So who am I to judge the second community team, Sovereign SG? The only difference is we know the players of Absolute Zero. We know their history when it comes to professional scene. How about Sovereign SG? You mentioned, of course, they just formed this team on a different game because they have a common hobby here. But now they reached the spot. Sovereign SG, what can we expect from them? So usually when it comes to community, I've tested community games, usually it's the meta picks or the comfort picks.
Or the cheese picks.
Now that's the thing. Jace wanted blue cheese yesterday. You wanted...
I want a Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese.
So are you gonna say Filipino cheese?
Yeah, Filipino cheese.
Filipino cheese.
Filipino cheese. Let's say Pinoy cheese.
Pinoy cheese.
So because Pogiako is there, I'm expecting a Pinoy cheese here, but
Right.
I'm not sure what kind of cheese it is. But I don't know, man.
Whenever I think of cheese, it's just Freya. Freya
Don't
is
get
like
me
the
wrong.
cheesiest.
Don't get me wrong. Freya is very strong in solo rank.
Don't get me wrong. Freya is good against people that don't know how to play against a Freya. Thinking that
Fair enough.
Yeah, thinking that
Fair enough.
you know what? I can ego fight a Freya. Look at the amount of health he has.
Then
And
suddenly,
then suddenly, why does this guy have so much shields? Oh my god, I'm losing. And then 2 minutes later, I think I can win this.
maybe that's kind of
4 minutes later, I think I can win this.
Let's see if that's the kind of cheese we are going to see here in this game. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the second game of our Challenger stage. Now, this time around, second community team, Sovereign SG on the red. So they'll be taking the second pick. First pick here, RSG.
Okay, so right off the bat, we are already looking at Lucas as well as Kimmy that joined into the banning pool. So what's next now, right? Okay, so let's identify some of the key heroes that we gotta have to ban. Number 1,
Chip.
Lucas, Chip, Kimmy,
Suyo.
Suyo, Joy, Fanny,
Yes.
Kalia, Phobius,
Kalia, yeah.
okay? 2 more to make it 10. I mean, it doesn't have to be 10.
Yeah, Garukacha can also be banned here.
I think Gatukacha has been banned a few times,
yeah.
right? But maybe,
Yes.
is it
Your
first
team
phase
is
ban?
banning.
No,
Not really.
I don't think so.
We just put Gatukacha, and for the fun of it, Hayabusa. Because
Okay.
it's been banned a few times before.
Yeah.
So, what's next now? Does RSG want to, kind of take some inspiration coming in from Absolute Zero and pit a Kalia,
Louis.
a Luoyi
Yeah,
even?
yeah.
Because when we think about Roy, he definitely played a lot of Luoyi before. Right, but this will also mean that their playstyle will be completely different because, as you said before, that lineup was a lot more of a micro-intensive lineup. They're not geared for early game, but they got smashed in the early game
Your
because
team
they had
is
no
banning.
choice but play into the hands of Absolute Zero. So it's not a flawless lineup. I think that they put too much eggs in one
Your
basket this time.
team is
Instead of
picking.
everything diving onto the traction pulse and playing into the traction pulse, they dove in and played into single targets.
Yes.
Hayabusa single target, CC single target, Granger single target. There's just so much difficulty for them to deal with
Your team
a
is picking.
clump like that.
Yes.
And it played so perfectly because that's exactly what the opponents want. There is no punish for them to clump up together like that.
Speaking of plan up, we forgot about the Joy.
Yeah.
Actually, Joy is one of the contested heroes as well. So it's been secured here over the side of RSG. We know Joy fast clearing on the jungle, and whenever you clump up, it's gonna be a disaster for the opponents here because the bit is
Your
counter,
team is
which
picking.
now the Phobia is a great counter against Joy. So this is a great counter pick for Sovereign SG. This is good. This is a good sign for this community team because they know how to counter pick as well.
Okay, so at this point in time, it kind of seems as though they are playing into area denial. That's one thing. Area denial.
Right?
I mean, normally, honestly, when I see the name Yon, I kind of see Karina
Karina.
in him.
If I'm not mistaken, he used Karina. If I'm not mistaken, he used Karina.
He used Karina before, and I think that
Season 8.
it was not. Was it actually season 8? I know that when he used it, it was actually not too bad. In fact, I don't think it's that soon, or is that recent. It feels more like season 6, season 7 kind
Your
of thing.
team is picking.
Because at that point in time, there is still like kind of some changes in there. Karina was like great at that point in time. But for now, we do have got the
Your favorite, Badang.
the Diablo.
Eh?
Hmm?
Eh?
Diablo is Badang.
Jump. Oh, okay.
Your team is banning.
He used Badang way back.
He's like known for the Badang.
Oh.
So now whenever I see a Badang, I call it Diablo. Accidentally.
Oh.
And then now I'm
Team
just
is
like
banning.
sinking in and just be like, you know what, manifesting, that's a Diablo.
I see.
Yeah. So they picked up Diablo as well as Granger.
Okay. I've known Diablo when he set the meta for the Benedetta.
Ah, okay.
Around the time. But I didn't expect he's the one also highlighting
He's the one that
Badang.
highlighted the Badang. He
And
went to the
guy.
international series, and at that point in time, he played non-meta heroes such as Khalid
Mm,
and
Khalid
Badang,
also. Yes,
right?
yes, yes,
So
yes,
these
yes, yes.
two are like his best hero, and these two are like not seen in the
Your
scene at
team
all.
is
So the
banning.
moment that they went international, people were laughing at the picks and like, what what the hell, Badang, what the hell, Khalid? Only to realize that, yo, Singapore got 4th place. Was it that one? I think it's that one, right? We got 4th place,
yes.
and people were like, yo, this guy is a god, this guy is legend. And everyone just started to follow him, everyone started to look
Your
at him,
team
and
is
because
banning.
of that competition, it got great.
Which is now we are seeing
Actually,
the
they even
same
nerfed Badang right after
right
that
now.
event. Right
Oh,
after that event.
because of this. Not only the teams respected him using the hero,
developers as well.
Mudon himself. pretty much over.
Right after, by the way. If I
OMG.
remember correctly, right after they are like,
Uh,
nerf that
Your
guy.
team
my
is
goodness.
banning.
So many shields though for the side of SG, Sovereign SG.
Oh,
Can
yeah.
go for Esmeralda. I
Oh.
mean, Badang, Rome. Oh, there you go. Esmeralda indeed. So many
Oh my
shields
god.
here. So this is a great. If Sovereign SG can go for the counter of that Phobius, this lineup. Esmeralda.
Is it-
Esmeralda game.
Is it really
Cyclops.
though? Is it really though?
Yeah, I
It's been-
think so.
Yeah, but it's been a long time since I've seen Esmeralda.
True.
And it's been a long time since I've seen the interaction between Esmeralda and
Your
other
team
heroes. I
is
think that
banning.
if it's super late into the game, then sure, probably. I think that Esmeralda would be will not immediately die to a Harif. In fact, I think that it's more of an Esmeralda that will buy a lot of time.
True, but I think abstract. It's a great synergy with the Badang and the Joy as well. I mean, Falling Star, Moonstun, follow up here with the Fist Crack, and then with the beats here for the Joy. I think it's pretty good here. However, on the other side, they do have the sustain here, but with this Esmeralda, they can have the disadvantage indeed
Oh,
when
man.
it comes to prolonged team fight.
This is a very
Zaz.
dated meta. This is a very, very dated meta. This is
Dominator's
Season 7.
Descent just
This is
to have your own protection here when it comes to
Yeah, I mean,
the execution I just mentioned here.
Yeah.
I mean,
So so the problem that I see coming in from Sovereign SG is that they want to play area denial, right? So I drop out the Zaman Force. I have a Phobius that's ready to, kind of push everyone away from the Zaman Force so that my Harif kind of does that. But it's also is in some sense anti-synergy too, because RNG can run away. If you don't want to, you want to play within your Zaman Force. You want to keep people in your Zaman Force. Phobius hammers down. This is literally an area of artillery strike. So, walk out lah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
You know?
I mean, that's one of the counter strategies that the side here of SG can
And
do.
I think that they have a lot of mobility as well. I don't think that they are actually gonna have a lot of problems trying to get themselves away from the Zaman Force. What kind of Rome do they have again? Matilda, right?
Yep.
So,
I know.
is it Matilda?
Yeah. For the side of SSG.
Yeah, so what's really keeping RSG in the Zaman Force and in all of that, in all of that Asteros' Eye, or in all of that Nightmarish Spawn, this Dominator's Descent, what's keeping them in? Nothing. So the only way that Sovereign SG can keep people in, or keep RSG in, is to make RSG commit first. They have to be the counter engager. They have to only come in second. They cannot be the one that initiates and drop everything on a whim.
True. Okay, I understand. Because they don't have that much of a crowd control here for the side of SSG as well. So the thing is, who will be the bait here for the side of SSG to do that?
Oh, good point. No one.
That's the thing. So their lineup here is more of a counter for that draft coming in from RSG. The damage though, can they rely only for the Harith, for the Suyo, which doesn't scale that as much compared to the CS coming in from Granger CS?
I mean, in an ideal scenario, Kong should be able to be tanky enough to buy time.
True,
to be
yes,
the bait,
yes, yes.
right? In the meantime, Carax also does have quite a bit of pretty good mobility, but I think that Carax playing as a Matilda should be more of the backup plan. You gotta join people out of the battle, like for example for Kong, right? You definitely need someone at the front so that you can run far away with the guiding wind. Carax himself, yes, he can use his circling eagle to run away, but I think that that's a wasted utility.
Yep.
So in fact, putting Kong in the middle of the battle and join him out in the event that something really goes awry, then that would be the better plan.
They just need the proper follow-up here, but without the crowd control, I'm concerned on how they be able to execute here. As you can see, when it comes to harassment here, RSG plenty of arsenal to do so. And Kong, since you have mentioned, he is now in the forward, but let's see, the follow-up is enough.
Oh, he actually flickered himself backwards just so
Yeah.
that he would not be overextending in his battles against RSG.
The damage is really lacking here at Abstract inside of Sovereign SG. They do have so many utilities, so many tanky players here, but level 4 is up now. DD is available for Creo Meow, but let's see.
So at this point in time, I'm just kind of thinking, how would it be like in terms of early game damage output? Because you did mention, the only damage output I can really just expect to see is Suyo plus the Mathilda combo, but even that even that might not be enough.
Yes, I agree, 100%. But so far right now, no deaths whatsoever here in under 3 minutes because RSG just plenty of harassment that they can deal against this Challenger team's SSG. But now, Night Shiki on that Harith. Summon Force available. There you go.
And immediately he's just going to be putting his face right on the CS. Didn't really quite be enough to get a kill down on CS. Hold on a second. That is going to be a pretty one coming in from Jay. Locked right in. And Night Shiki is going to be the first one to be taken down. A single man circling Eagle Flicker as well. Okay, now that is questionable.
This is the thing. Yes, you do have the damage from the Zaman Force, but no, when it comes to the hold or how will you able to chase the enemy. As you mentioned, you just run away. And that's it.
Just run away. And it's a choke point after all as well. So Night Shiki doesn't really have any way to really deal with that, and especially even after Flicker has been expanded. Oh.
That's the thing. So you need that follow-up here. We have seen Karax did the attempt of the circling Eagle, but he's just way too far. Plus Kyo Meow on that DD is way out of position as well. So they need to have this great communication on how they be able to execute those ultimates. Perfect timing on that major team fight. But so far, RSG again goes for the kill.
There's definitely a gap in what Sovereign SG can do with their final composition, right? And I don't really see most of the way that it can play. Jay got a nice lockdown, but unfortunately RSG did not really come in for a good enough of a follow-up. But never mind, because that baited Sovereign SG enough. Oh boy, what a bait! Sovereign SG thought that, okay, this is just Jay all alone trying to jump in all by himself. But make no mistakes, Jay is no fool. He would not go in all alone, and RSG, they held back. I think that is very good trigger discipline. Even I myself looked at it and be like, that looks like a mistake. But no, this is just playing into the experience of Sovereign SG and be like, will you take this bait?
Yeah, I do believe so. Now, again, Karax can pick off. It's really difficult here for SSG to find an opening here. Without someone to really go for the lockdown, it's impossible for them to go for the pickup. Oh, there you go.
Just gonna be a Sovereign SG there, just putting everything down to bring closer down, and that's great. You know. Now we've got two ultimates that has been expanded: the Dominator's Descent, as well as the Zaman Force, just for that one fight.
There you go. That's the lockdown we have seen on the DD. So once that lockdown has been used, it's the perfect opportunity for SSG to follow up and get the kill, and they did so. But Jay is here on the flanks. He has information, and look at the map here. It's totally controlled by RSG, going for more map control, and the rest of SSG cannot do anything about this one.
Yeah, you can definitely... Oh, wow, the good amount of damage on the Karax as well.
Indeed.
So now, Sovereign SG, at least they understand that, yo, we can't contest with this, we can't defend the T1, we're gonna have to stay behind. In fact, even for T2s, there could be a possibility that they can't hold on to this too. They can just wave clear, and speaking of wave clear, they actually don't have a very good wave clear at all.
Yeah, we've seen only, of course, Night Shiki on that Harith, but when it goes... Oh, Yon, solo kill!
Yeah, that's why I say that they don't have a very good wave clear, because it's a very comical wave clear. But in fact, Pogiako wanted to min-max the amount of farm that he can get. He thought that he was safe in his own jungle, but no, not anymore. But speaking of not anymore, Jay said, as he just slammed everyone in with his fist crack and allow them to pick up a kill on the Kong. Yon went in solo Romeo and picked up Creo Meow as well with a great stagger.
7 minutes, 11 kills against 1, plus more than 10k gold lead for our SG, and we are nearing tier 2 tier 4 Star Moon!
Did manage to connect, but Closer doesn't have the damage as the Esmeralda. It can be very annoying though. That's possibly the only thing that he can do.
1 against 5.
This is where we'll see that Sovereign SG, even as 5, might not be able to get a kill down on the Closer. Partially also because they're not throwing everything at him.
Okay, now if you're SSG, think about this one. Yes, the moment they had a kill there, it was a perfect initiation coming in from Creo Meow on the TD. But then again, will they be able to do the same thing here? Because Closer on the other side, Jay on the other side, the space is just congested here for SSG. There's no opening, I can see.
I'm just concerned as to what items Kong actually bought, because I don't see a lot of HP on him as the EXP laner, as he should be the one that opens up the map but not leave it to Mathilda. So I'm concerned that they lost their map because of the lack of control in the river lines, right? Post 5 minutes is where I would want to see the Phobias being a lot more active around the map.
Unfortunately, he's not hopping here on the side of Sovereign SG. Now going into the inhibitor turret. Oh my goodness, all lanes been pressured here. SSG.
Okay, I can't exactly blame Kong too much also because of that massive gold lead. Like, even if you have a brute force breastplate, even if you have this, what?
There you go.
Very weird initiate slash flicker going on. As such, this actually opened up an opportunity for Jay to flicker in with a fist break and fist crack, allowing them to actually catch on to 3, killing 2 during that process. And now Yon finding himself taken down, as we do have a very resilient Knight Shiki bringing him down.
OMG. Sovereign SG right now. Backs against the wall. Now inhibitor turret in the mid is going to be destroyed as well. RG, SG, little by little now they are securing objectives here. Speaking of objectives, not a single turret has been secured by Sovereign SG. They are now being a 5-man here in this moment in time. What can you do? Again, will they go for the last hurrah here? Will they go for the risk to go for a pickoff? But now I can see they're being passive.
They are very passive. I don't think that they have a choice, right? There's 11,000 gold lead on the side of RSG. Sovereign SG doesn't have a very strong non-committal wave clear because their mid lane is they don't have a proper front line that can realistically be able to soak up damage, and the only one that can really do that is Kong. But he doesn't have the items to do that. They are also not a team that should initiate, because if they initiate and drop everything, RSG, I mean with this amount of gold lead, they don't be at runway. They can just fight within this amount of no issues.
Speaking of fight, I think they are now eager to finish this one with the Lord marching through here in the lane. Now Sovereign SG going to defend their base. Last inhibitor turret on the bottom side as well. Look at the damage coming in from the side of CS here. It hurts so much, and now Closer getting in.
Immediately, we do have the Lord is just going to be marching in with a single strike with a trident onto the core. I don't think that RSG is going to be caring too much about the kills, as the main thing is the core will now go down. And we got Sovereign SG, unfortunately, that did not manage to take a win from RSG, while Absolute Zero did.
Yeah, man, that's very one-sided game we have seen from RSG. Different.
It's a different ball game, right?
Yeah.
Between the two challenger teams.
Indeed. This time around, Sovereign SG, their picks okay in the first phase of the draft, but however, they're more.
Phase.
No, the first phase. Sorry, the first phase. Their picks is pretty much okay there. The Phobias is actually very.
Phobias is okay.
Good,
yeah.
good pick. However, as the draft goes on, they concentrated too much on how to counter the RGSG lineup, not their own synergy in that sense.
Yeah, it comes down to the point that there's a little bit of an anti-synergy going on. I think the mixture of Mathilda a mixture of Mathilda plus the Phobias might not work so well if they are looking at a Suyo in the jungle, right?
Okay.
They need probably someone a little bit tankier if they want to play into the jungle role. They need someone that can really go out and help the Mathilda out, because then the name of the game for SSG is to not have Carax go out and be crazy, right? There's, I think, a lot of question marks as to how they should be executing this, which in turn makes this composition a very difficult to execute composition, which is why they are kind of lost. Would it be better for the Phobias to go in, flicker and pull people in? There's a lot of experimentation from SSG themselves to figure out what is the right formula, instead of deciding the right formula at the draft itself.
Yeah, I think this is one of the things that the side of SSG to consider is how they draft among themselves. Yeah, they know how to counter basic counters here and there, but again, when it comes to gameplay, your team synergy also matters. Like, yeah, Phobius here, you mentioned, of course, Flicker, then go for the initiation, but where's the follow-up? We've seen, of course, Krell Meow going for the DD, but it's just easy to evade this kind of situations here. And plus, Carax, of course, on the Matilda, guiding wind. We've seen the circling eagle, right? But it's just too far, no follow-up whatsoever. If Garakacha is there, then okay, then we can see the AOG can be follow-up. Even a Charizla, if they want the Flicker with the penalty zone, at least the follow-up is there. But I don't know.
It's definitely a tough game for Sovereign SG. I think right from the draft there's already some quite a big gap to fill, right? I think execution is definitely a problem. But so at least for Sovereign SG, there are two things that you're gonna have to work on, and that is the entire concept of the team, right? They need to really understand their draft better in order to be able to execute better. So they gotta have to work on the draft first, because if they drafted themselves such a difficult composition, then the execution is even more difficult for them to, well, work out.
Yes, I think now the draft is, let's just say, everyone's saying this, draft is 50% already, half of the battle that we are mentioning here. And with this draft really disadvantage against SG lineup, it's a mess. I can say.
It kind of feels like it is a mess, yeah. Like if we were to take in comparison, right? In fact, not comparison. It's a reference, right? Between Absolute Zero's use of Mathilda versus Sovereign SG's use of Mathilda. Both sides do not have, or sorry, Absolute Zero's Mathilda is not the one that opens up the map, is not the one that really goes out. It is Vendetta. You need your EXP laner to fill up the gaps of what your roamer is unable to do.
Correct.
That's why Vendetta has always been the one that's initiating. It is always the one that is opening up the maps and so on and so forth, while Phobius realistically can't do that because he's Phobius.
Yeah. Can give zone, yes, can give zone. But usually, remember in Season 8 also, the Phobius Garakacha is just OP. That combo is just insane. With that Phobius going forward and waiting for the right moment, AOG, bam, everyone is caught there. But using the Matilda as a circling eagle in that sense,
not exactly enough, I would say. Yeah. So hopefully we'll be able to see Sovereign SG come up with a little bit of a different composition going forward. And I'm super excited to see how the Challenger teams will come up and deal, or rather, how they will fare in the next series, because they will be going up against King's
Vanguard.
King's Vanguard. Okay? So make sure you guys don't go anywhere too far. We'll be going off for a very short break, as once we are back, first game is going to be Sovereign SG versus King's Vanguard. See you guys in a bit.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっじゃあなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for 1 more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, 1 final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get 1 last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only 1 team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 9. We are here today, 11th of May, Mother's Day, by the way. So make sure you guys go out and say thank you to your mother. And of course, say all your appreciative words, because in case you didn't know just yet, an epidural syringe is probably this long and probably like thick. Like, I don't know how thick it is, but I can't really emulate that. This thick.
All I gotta say is Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, deserve all the love.
Yeah, Happy Mother's Day to my beautiful wife as well. Yeah,
mine as well.
And his beautiful wife as well. Happy Mother's Day to everyone. Okay, so the main thing is we have just concluded the very first series, and that is the entirety of RSG SG's games. So we will only see them next week afterwards. So RSG so far in the Challenger stage, 1 win, 1 loss. And I will say the same thing for each of these teams. In fact, for Absolute Zero, they won 2 games because they fought against Sovereign SG as well.
Yeah. prior to that one, and now we are into the next MPL SG team that is King
Goose
Vanguard. Indeed.
Yes.
Now, this is very interesting, in fact, because if Absolute Zero once again be able to take out this lineup against Vanguard, I'm pretty sure. Let's see later on. But this is the lineup. Nandez here on the jungle bow, on the roam. Walker Knuckle in the mid. Liechtenstein on the gold, and Super Ryan on the EXP. The moment I saw this lineup, this roster, again, you mentioned this one, guys, yesterday, the Stain brothers. I kind of miss Nick also, yeah.
man.
But anyway, Liechtenstein did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Don't get me right.
Yeah, definitely. I would say that Nandes has definitely made me think Nande when
Nande.
Yeah. When, of course, he managed to, get all these kills, triple kills, Maniac again, and I'm just looking at Flash and just like, Nande?
Nande?
Eh?
Nanda's business.
He's done this business. But okay, I absolutely love the game that they have managed to show us today, or rather yesterday. So hopefully that we've got King Goose Vanguard. They managed to will give us even a better game coming up against this game for the Sovereign SG. So once again, Sovereign SG is gonna be playing first because you're not gonna like back and forth kind of thing, right? So we saw Nandes go for some crazy Lucas play.
And I
just
expect,
ban them.
Yeah, I expect.
Just
That's true.
just
I
ban
expect
them.
is going to be a respect ban and meta ban also for the side of Sovereign SG. But this moment in time, again, Sovereign SG, we've seen their game previously against RSG SG, and we have a concern on how they just come up with regards to their drafts. So at this moment in time, they could have learned in that situation. Now here against KGV, of course, Lucas, it should be banned there. Kalea this time around also being taken down, but yeah, you have to consider the Lucas, or they will pick the Lucas themselves.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the previous game, at least, they didn't manage to play the Lucas. So at least when it comes down to information, we don't really have too much information on their usability on the Lucas. So perhaps this will be the time that we get to see them play that. So how's that gonna be? We've got Kalia, Kimi, and Fanny that's thrown into the mix. Harif is currently still available to be picked. Okay, so we've got Harif, we've got Suyo, Joy. Fovius. Yeah, I think.
Is there a glue game yesterday?
Yes,
Are
actually.
they okay?
Yeah,
There's
we
one
did
glue game.
actually see one single glue game, but I don't think that it worked out all that well. I think that the glue was. Wait, I think that was actually played by Super Ryan, game number 1 against Team Flash.
Okay.
Yeah, so right now glue has 0% win rate.
Is banning.
And well, Glue's been rising in the EXP. It has a great performance on the other regions. I haven't seen, well, personally, I haven't seen yet. So you mentioned, of course, yesterday, right? The Glue has been used. Has it won? No. No. Okay.
0%
So
win
let's.
rate.
Anyway. Okay.
Toss it right out of the window.
Okay then, because I have the information that Glue has been pretty much OP kinda this pick. But anyway, the opening up here, Zushin is also pretty much open. Shuyo as well. So if SSG you are in the first priority pick, you go for those heroes. If the question is it these heroes their comfort picks? No, Matilda, okay.
Okay, Matilda's out. Okay, so I think the game plan is completely changed as compared to the previous game that we saw, because I think that they were kind of revolving around the Matilda to a certain extent. But now we do have a first pick onto the Badang.
Usual, right?
I wouldn't even call that a usual actually.
Suyo,
It's Suyo Joy that has seen resurgence being first pick material. I would say that Badang is a decent pick. It's a pretty good pick, but not exactly first pick material.
Yeah. Maybe SSG if I mentioned challenger teams go for the comfort pick. Badang is their comfort pick. Then no
I
questions.
Think that there's no problems, right? Because honestly, when it comes down to challenger teams, I would always say that because of their lack of hero pools, potential lack of hero pools, always go for the comfort so that you will be able to put your best foot forward.
So this is it. I think this is a adjustment that we are looking for Sovereign SG. Just go into your comfort picks, go to your draft. Don't overthink on the enemy teams at this moment in time. But now, if Badang is going to be the first pick, you need a follow-up here. So Hylos have been used, so that is sustained. So Badang can go for the pin, but you need a follow-up hero here.
Yep. A few months back, a lot of the international teams picked up the Badang first, only because of the fact that he is a beast in EXP and Rome, apparently on Rome as well. But throughout my time in SPS, I actually think that that's not necessarily the case. There's a lot of games with Badang Rome was played, but to not that great of an extent.
Yeah.
So theoretically speaking, yes, he can go roam, but he's not the best ideal roamer in my honest opinion. So if SSG have that same idea, then they want to first pick onto the Badang because it's flexible, then at this point in time that means they can kind of fixate that Badang into roam position now and pick up a CC for themselves so that they will be able to counter against the Hylos.
Yeah, can actually. Plus, of course, we have No Joy as a full committal as well. So we've seen how Badang can really stop that escape strategy for the opposing team with that barrier. I think it's pretty good. SSG draft right now, again, first half. Their draft's pretty good. Plus, they have the Zushin here. But on the other side, you have now the Hayabusa. It's kind of difficult on how... I think they need to have, on the side of SSG, someone who can take that lockdown. So we have Kalea has been banned, right? We have seen Jawhead.
Kalea has been banned. Sorry?
Jawhead?
Jawhead once by JPL.
Yeah.
Only once by JPL.
Okay. So for me, I think Jawhead is Kalea somehow kind of when it comes to initiation, flicker, ejector, flicker.
I think they are largely similar. Yes. Just that Kalea is actually a little bit better to me, only because of the fact that she
can reposition herself.
She can position herself, yes, with the use of a single ultimate. She doesn't necessarily need the flicker. The flicker, in fact, just extends the range. While for Jawhead, it's necessary for the flicker for the initiation. So one is optional, one is mandatory. While in the meantime, the only thing that Jawhead does have better for is because he can, number one, save people with a toss, and also he does have very strong damage when it comes to smart missiles, which is not something that
Your team is
plus the range of this initiation as well on that unstoppable force. I think you're right, abstract in that sense. But the point is they need to have someone to lock down this Hayabusa for the side of KGV. So far, it's full committal here. As you can see, there's not much of a heavy crowd control except for that barrier coming in from Badang and, of course, the Sushin. But you need a certain range to execute that one.
I think that having a...
Wow.
Okay, this is kind of tough. As much as I really want a Gatokacha from SSG, I still think that they don't have a very solid initiator per se.
Your team is
oh, wait. Badang is the initiator already. Yeah,
Yes.
Badang is the roam initiator, and then the Gatokacha on the EXP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This is great. I think I love SSG's lineup.
I think I'm
be honest.
okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm okay. So they have their toes wet for many for different patterns of playstyle, right? They have a decent amount of crowd control all across the board. They have the AoE damage coming in from the Joy, the Badang, and to a certain extent, even Jusin has pretty decent damage there as well. And let's not forget about the peers when it comes down to the spear of
The spear.
right?
The SOD. Yeah.
Yes.
Spear of Destruction.
SOD is easier.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
a spear of destruction or spear of misery, and then the passive is the spear of blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. That one.
That one. How does one even pronounce it again?
But actually, this is a great adjustment I'm seeing right now, Abstract, for the side of SSG. And they have a great draft. We have mentioned, of course, this is just 50% of the battle. And I think they check on this one. SSG against, this time around, King's Vanguard. But King's Vanguard, though, they have the Valentina pick was so good. So what's the... Spear of...
I don't know if I'm gonna pronounce it right. I'm probably gonna butcher it. Spear of Quiescence. I'm probably wrong. Quiescence.
Quiescence.
Yeah. Is it really?
Yes.
Oh my god! Okay. for the first time. I got
5 seconds till the
pronunciations
enemy
okay.
reaches the map.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The start of our third match. It is going to be now KGB, King's Vanguard versus Sovereign SG. Now again, best of one only, Abstract.
Best of one. That's fun and punishing and scary. But for now, let's take a look and kind of break down the lanes a little bit. Did I walk me through how middle lane is gonna be like?
Middle lane, okay, Walker Knockout, he's pretty good on his role yesterday, and now with this Valentina, mentioned this one, it's really, really good against the trap here for Sovereign SG. There's so many things that you can take, like even the AOG you can take, even Badang's ultimate face crack also you can take, and here we go!
Immediately, Wakanaka and Nandes is just going to be jumping themselves right into the face of Sovereign SG. Good amount of pokes, but not really something that will send any one of them back home just yet. Well, we do have the pickup coming in from the Lantern Flare that did a decent amount of damage on the Wakanaka, but not like he's not gonna Wakanaka himself out of it.
Okay, but those are the 2 battle spells that has been expanded already. Now they have to look out because Jawhead is there. Bao still has the Flicker. Flicker Ejector can easily pick you off in the early stage of game. Now King's Vanguard can take this as an opportunity for actually dictate the tempo here. Look at Nandes.
Oh, Nandes.
Yep.
I'm not too sure whether they're actually going to go for it. Yes, they are with a flicker, but unfortunately, he did not manage to combo the toss right in time because of the big little stun that we saw coming in. What exactly was that, Karax? Wow, good taunt.
Actually, that initiation coming in from Bao is good, but they did not expect that Pokeyako is there in the vicinity. So that was the counterplay coming in from the side of SSG. Great attempt for King's Vanguard, but better counterplay for SSG. Now the turtle is up. Great vision again from Bao. We have seen, of course, that orange buff has been taken easily here with the side of King's Vanguard because of that health of Bao. I like Bao's map awareness at this moment in time.
So we'll see whether he will be able to. There we go. That's what we want to see, right? A quick little toss to get people right out of dodge. Something that Kalia can't do. And this is the unique interaction from a Jawhead, which pretty much makes Jawhead semi-good. It's mostly the smart missiles that makes the Jawhead even better than most other Romans out there. That really denies the capability of opponent Romans from, getting too close. But we're going to be looking at a split fight going on. Wakanako did manage to get himself quickly out there with the beacon. As such, we do have Kong. He doesn't have a lot of HP still, but it is a full-out Sovereign SG jumping himself right into King's Vanguard, claiming kills onto Wakanako, Bao, and very potentially Super Ryan too, but looks like he's a little bit tankier than normal.
Wow, beautiful sustain for the side of Sovereign SG there. Now they have the opportunity to take this turtle, but Nandes in the vicinity. They still need to take this player into consideration, but again, now King's Vanguard rather left it out, go for another opportunity. That is going to be a pick-off.
Okay, so pick up. Doesn't seem like he will be able to do too much as Film Mao has already expended his flicker, but also a kill for King's Vanguard too. So we do have quite a bit of battle spells that's currently on cooldown, and not to forget with a single kill for King's Vanguard, I think that's pretty good value for King's Vanguard.
Look at Bao. He's doing this time and time again. He's actually dictating the tempo here. Now going for the perfect target in the bottom side, but I didn't expect that one. I thought they are going to full commit dive on the against Night Shiki there, but I'm not sure the decision why they retreated on that.
I think it's due to the fact that they don't have any creep waves to kind of tank the initial cost. But hold on a second, Bao, good toss, right onto Krill Mel. Terrifies land for a while, but it's not quite enough to bring Krill Mel down. As such, Bao is going to be the only one that goes down to the side of King's Vanguard that didn't even get a kill on the Sovereign SG, unfortunately.
Wow. Man, sustain again. This is the second skirmish play that we have seen that Sovereign SG never had a casualty there. First in Turtle skirmish, now on the second one. So this time around, I think Karax did a pretty good job here with the Vitalist Battle Spell. But King's Vanguard, they do have many single target skills here, but when it comes to the major team fight, when Karax is pretty much present in the midst of it all, they cannot burst through against SSG.
Yeah, so he's a tanky boy. Revitalize makes things even tougher for King's Vanguard to break that wall. So, at least for Sovereign SG, I think that as much as they want to play in the early game, because of the fact that they do have a joy, King's Vanguard still is very aggressive because of the fact that they do have a Jawhead as well as a Venetina that does pretty decent damage too. But so far, I think King's Vanguard, they have been overly aggressive, and they have been trying to gamble on some of these trades, which in the end of the day didn't work out well for them.
Yeah, twice already. Now this is going to be the third turtle, second turtle in the game. So Bao, so far, it's not the aggressive Bao that we have seen on the first 4 minutes in the game. It's actually now Sovereign SG trying to control the pit. Oh, they are going in actually there on the top side.
So Karak's terrified,
No.
and now Nandes puts himself right into the face, only to be locked down almost immediately with Kong just taking the brunt of damage outwards. So that is amazing shot, and that is just a small little, I would say, slip up from Nandes.
Look how the aggressiveness shifted here in favor for the Sovereign SG.
Oh, with a nice pickup from Lantern Flare, but that's not the end just yet. Terrified once again on the Grill Meow, completely stuck in the proxy of first and second turret in the bottom lane. Such is gonna go down, while Night Shiki quickly tracks down the bottom lane UI.
Creo Meow, of course, death there is okay, but Kong, he's also been picked off there, giving space for Night Shiki though. I don't know if Kong's death is necessary there, but Creo Meow, his death is giving space for the turret on the bot side. I'll take any day. I'll take that any day here. But King's Vanguard right now, they need to be very wary on how this momentum shifts against them.
I think that the momentum will severely shift against them the moment that the middle lane T1 is cracked open. And I think that that is exactly going to be the game plan for Sovereign SG. They want to be a little more mid-heavy at this point, as much as possible if they're able to keep their minions alive or create a diversion somewhere to, you know, kind of pull attention away from middle lane. That would probably be the best case scenario, just so that all the T1's taken down, then they would have very good and better controls of the river the moment that happens.
Oh, Pogiako is just doing his thing there, trying to go for the split push on the bot side, going for his levels, while the SSG trying to go for that mid turret as well. Now, this is the moment they want. You mentioned, of course, this abstract, that how important this turret is. And now they're still controlling here for the side of SSG. All flickers pretty much available here for the King's Vanguard. Usually in the first 4 minutes, they're going to initiate team fights, but now they are very cautious here at this moment, trying to go for a counterplay if they can.
One thing that I also realized from the side of Sovereign SG is that they are not exactly a competition that's very good at sieging, right? They are a very committal team.
Yep.
The only way that they can really realistically take turrets is only because they have won a fight. The opponents have lesser members, or they manage to take attention away from the turret that they want to take down. They can't just brute force their way onto a turret. But in the meantime that we have it, we do have all of the members from Sovereign SG that just clumped up together. King's Vanguard actually don't have any answer to that, and they are not punishing that at all. Karax splits the battle up into two, taking Wakanackle as well as the taunt from Luxion Stain. But unfortunately, in the end of the day, it is a 2-for-2 trade with Creo Mel quickly flickering herself aside, but not enough to run away. Pogiako with a triple and almost very potentially a maniac for themselves. Wiped out the entirety of King's Vanguard and Moskov, by the way. All the way down to the bottom lane, cracked open. The T3. This is double objective, full wipeout.
Are you kidding me? Abstract, that was a 4v5 with Moskov doing his thing there. Night Shiki on the bot side. How did it... Pogiako? Okay, there you go. There's the replay. Yeah, the sustain is there. That was the key that this team fight prolonged here. KGB did its best to go for the counter play, and look at Pogiako just dancing around here while the rest focusing. Karax, the support, Creo Meow as well. Look at the timing coming in from Pogi. He knows when to go in, to go out, and to go in again and clean up the team fight.
I think that they have a very specific role that they are sticking to, which was one of the main problems, right? Nandes, okay, so this entire lineup is very similar and reminiscent to what Sovereign SG had a problem when it comes down to the previous game. But hold on a second, there's going to be Sovereign SG that is going to be banking right in. Oh! King's Vanguard as they are taking the pot shots right underneath of the enemy's turret. Naishiki overly aggressive, but he's punished. Now only then he's punished as Nandes does have the Ogi Shadow Kill that brings him down. Karax is dead as well. 3 men down from the side of Sovereign SG. The Lord is knocking onto the core, and unfortunately, if not for such an aggressive play, I think the Sovereign SG could very potentially be able to take more turrets down.
I agree. That was an overcommitment coming in from Sovereign SG, but at that moment, we see how powerful Pogi Ako 123 is right now on that joy. He's just diving in. He doesn't care. OMG. And now, King's Vanguard. This is now alarming to them. Super Ryan, he has the Revitalize, he has the Glorious Pathway, but the damage still coming in from Sovereign SG overpowers that sustainability coming in from the side of Super Ryan. So they need to find a way on how to be able to negate that kind of damage output, especially coming from Pogi Ako.
This is still kind of the same thing that we saw for Sovereign SG is the problem, right? Which is technically single target. Right now, Nandes has been looking for this one thing and one thing only, to look for where the Moskov is and assassinate that backline. It's either going to be the Drusid or it's going to be that Moskov. So the difference and the problem is that junglers have that one backline. They want to go for the backlines, and it just means that junglers are out of the picture. They're not going to be fighting. They just want to look for the backlines. So, in terms of that 3-man from Sovereign SG and the 3-man from King's Vanguard, it's very easy to say that the combination of Kong, Creo Mel, and Karax, they have way more damage than Super Ryan, Walker Knuckle, as well as Bao combined in an AoE context.
AOG!
It does seem like the AOG did not manage to touch on anyone just yet. As you can see, we do have the Ogi Shadow Kill that dealt a decent amount of damage, but not quite enough to get a kill down onto neither Karax nor Naishiki.
Wow, Walker Knockout is down, opening the Lord takedown here for Sovereign SG. Nandes backing out. Wow, SSG, they are in a good spot here, Abstract. I think this is also very alarming here for King's Vanguard. MPL teams right now are in a hot spot. We've seen Absolute Zero taking down RSGSG. Now Sovereign SG here is actually overpowering King's Vanguard. Nandes, he needs to find a way on how to be able to pick up the backliners, the damage. If you mentioned Naishiki, right? But Naishiki's positioning is very good as well.
It's very apt to say that this is alarming, right? Because we are starting to see a very weird relationship and interaction between the teams, right? What is called a King Slayer has been, you know, taken down by 2 different teams with very separate and different power rankings. The scoreboard is all over the place. The power ranking is all over the place. We can no longer have a very good idea as to who is going to be the one that actually wins in the entirety of MPL SG Season 9, which makes this even more interesting.
Yes.
As now Nandes is just going to be putting himself right into the fountain. The rest of the damage on the Sovereign SG is just going to be pouncing themselves right into the King's Vanguard with the core currently lower than 50% HP, but unfortunately the Lord is not attacking the core at all.
Oh!
Creo all dead! King's Vanguard picked up a maniac right in the head of Luxian Stain.
That defense once again. Luxian Stain, bang, bang, bang his way into the defense against Sovereign SG. I did not expect the damage, man. And look at this replay here. Lord is in disadvantage coming in from Sovereign SG. They did his part here to go for that fight. Sustain is there for the side of King's Vanguard. But look at Sustain going to the fountain, just going to defend, just free hit on the back line. No one is going to target him there.
Oh man, I'm not too sure about that fight, right? It kind of feels as though they're in the heat of the moment. It's very difficult to make the choice. It's kind of a gamble. Do we fight the players, or do we try to end it? And at one point in time, I think that that is one point that it becomes very adaptable. You feel that the Lord has been under the core for an extended period of time. I think for the first 2 seconds or 3 seconds, it's okay for Night Shiki to be attacking players and attacking Bao in that very case. He pinned Bao over to the core and just continue attacking. Only for us to realize, look, number one, the Lord is not attacking the core. Number two, the Lord is surprisingly alive for very, very long. That would mean that King's Vanguard is actually not focusing onto the core, not focusing onto the Lord. They are actually focusing onto the players. So you need to split that damage, and you need to, you know, allocate your resources aptly. In that case, I think Night Shiki, for the first half, aim the players. And then you realize, Lord is alive. Let me just aim the core now. Because at any point, if Night Shiki were to switch the damage over to the core even 1 second earlier, that could have been game.
Yeah, so much likely that is. But now Sovereign SG, this is a sign that they cannot easily just take this game against King's Vanguard. And now, look at this one. They're trying to make opportunities themselves. They want to initiate the team fight. Super Ryan has the vision as well. Oh, the bottom side. Look at this map here. They're targeting someone.
It is by no means that Sovereign SG made a wrong choice. In fact, that will always be a gamble. The final push will always be a gamble. Do I focus on players or do I focus on core? In this case, the gamble went on the other side, and they're gonna have to redo that all over again. Hopefully, it will make things better. But for now, we do have a fist crank coming from Kong. Hopefully, that he will be able to push Super Ryan away. But it doesn't really matter because we do have Pogiako that managed to take the Lord down. All 4 members from the side of Sovereign is just gonna be down onto the main fight, while Night Shiki goes for a split push down in the bottom lane. But unfortunately, the rest of King's Vanguard, they are back as the Vanguard. They garrisoned their own core, and they managed to clear out the wave that is pushing down in the bottom lane. Krill, Meow, and Super Ryan, we got 1 person dead from each side while the Lord marches in the middle.
Wow, that was a great opportunity there for SSG to take the Lord. They know that Bao and Nandez was out of picture, but now that is going to be the defense we are now expecting for King's Vanguard.
Same gamble, you're gonna have to take a look at that. Keep your eyes on the Night Shiki and take a look at his prioritization of who is attacking. Because right now, he's got Nandez at the back. He went for Nandez to go for the kill. And now, it's totally fine for him to just focus onto the core and try to gamble because he's the only one remaining. But yet another maniac has been credited over to Luxionstein within a short span of time.
Same scenario.
Same scenario.
Same scenario, but we've seen Night Shiki.
Same scenario.
Night Shiki going for the core.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think that looking at Night Shiki, he did what he needed to do, right? Clear out the minion wave, and then now because he's targeted by Nandez, he cleared out Nandez. And now because there's a lot of members that is already low HP, it's totally fair to go for the kill first so that there's one less person targeting him. Now that everyone is dead, and now I'm left alone, I gotta have to go for the core. There's no point in trying to go for the kill anymore. I think that he made the right choice this time, but it's just that the odds are stacked against him.
Pogiako just dive into the fountain.
Oh really?
He did. Just to get those kills. But,
so he threw.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Pogiako, that was twice in a row. I mean, the same scenario we're seeing, but again, Night Shiki goes for the core because he has no choice, as you have mentioned. All his teammates already been down. But Pogiako, that dive is really questionable to me. But he did manage to pick off, but it's not the important pick off that I have seen. They can manage to go for that zone, so Night Shiki goes for the core. But this time around, King's Vanguard, twice they defend, twice they recovered. Now this is the moment they can level up against Sovereign SG. Making some plays here in the bottom side, but now without the tart here, Super Minions is spawning. It's still Sovereign SG controlling the game.
It's very much of a stalemate all across the map.
Yeah.
The Sovereign SG and the King's
Vanguard. Look at the swing, man.
Oh. Okay,
Twice.
but fortunately though, right now economy means nothing.
True.
It's all about that team fight. Depending on how Sovereign SG wants to play, they are a very team fight. They are very team fight based composition, right? So they will want to win in those team fights. But at this point in time, there is a cross-map play that they are looking for as well. As you can see, we do have Night Shiki that's been thwarted. The plans is thwarted. King's Vanguard found Night Shiki hiding in the brush. And now King's Vanguard, they're looking for the opportunity to take it all away. As the AOG lands, Cleo Mel rocks away. Pogiako take it down. Kong, track unable to reclaim themselves right in front of the throne. As such, the Lord has been taken by the Vanguards. And King's Vanguard finally have gotten themselves the rally that will eventually push down middle lane.
Wow, that decision to go for the pickup plus stopping that blitz on the Lord, that was great decision making there for King's Vanguard. That's Walker Knuckle. I am you, AOG. Makes it perfect in that skirmish play. Now they do have the advantage here. Lord marching through, pushing here on the bot, pushing here on the top as well. Sovereign SG, one mistake could cost this game.
They have pretty decent wave clear though. So if they were to play in their base and try to clear out everything, it's still technically speaking possible. But they will lose the T3s for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. It's a tough match. And Sovereign SG, they did whatever that they could. But the question is, will this be their lifeline? Will they be able to stay alive? How is this gonna be? Is King's Vanguard gonna even give them any form of opportunity? All 5 members from the side of Sovereign SG is ready to go up for the garrison for this T1 or T3 turret. We do have Nandes coming going all the way from the back. The Ogi Shadow Q actually didn't do a lot of damage at all. It's been completely spread out. And now King's Vanguard with the Evolved Lord just right in front. We do have Sovereign SG with the Kong just gonna go straight out for the Fist Crack. Didn't really do too much, but the main thing is Luxian Stain doesn't have a lot of HP. Oh! Way back with Super Ryan as well. Nandes with the Quad Shadow, go all the way back. We do have fighters completely split up. No way! Go just walk on that, go nuts up there! What? Power as well! The entire team fight with not a single fatality!
Are you kidding me, Abstract? What is this game? No casualties! Inhibitor charge secured! King's Vanguard! You are out of this world! OMG!
Very clean retreats.
Wow!
They got all the T3s with not a single person dead.
Oh, there's gonna be a team fight there.
Oh my goodness. As now we do have the carpet that has been drawn out by Super Ryan.
Pogiako!
Just goes straight in. Pogiako, Naichiki, wait, hold on a second. Sovereign SG. They actually don't have a lot of HP to work with, but they are gonna be on the offensive. Oh! Loses immortality. As now Super Ryan first one down, sweet. Second one down. Luxian Stain somehow was fought and dead as well. Evolved Lord is right back in the map again. But Sovereign SG, they've got the middle lane pushed down. Are they going to force this out?
Oh no, this is gonna catapult. They still have the catapult 4 versus 3 situation.
And now Grave stun onto Bao. Doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Oh! The flag catches him. Oh! Immortality, pop, CC immunity, but he's not gonna go anywhere at all. 5 men from side Sovereign SG. They don't have a lot of HP to work with, but now we do it untargetable when it comes down to Fruit the Trunket. And Walker Knuckle, he does have his, he got his done, but not quite enough to do anything at this point in time. Kong lost immortality, always cleared out. One man defense, only to be thwarted by Night Shiki. Luxian Stain joins back into the fight, and now, as a solo, he kept the wave clear. Sovereign SG, they are back onto the Lord.
What is this game? Abstract, I don't know, man. Are you still there, Abstract? That was a great play, great defense, a Sisu battle. Once in a lifetime, we're seeing here a challenger team against an MPL Singapore team. It is just
I didn't want to go this crazy.
Yeah.
The stakes are low, but this is such a good game.
Such a good game, man. Best of one. This is how a best of one series can really dictate the players, the team's mentality. But now, back into the game. Sovereign SG secured this Evolved Lord. Will King's Vanguard be able to defend once again? This is a clutch game we are now expecting here for King's Vanguard. So much micro plays we have seen. And now, Pogiako, if he is not overcommitting in such situation, he can really turn the battle around. His discipline his trigger discipline, to be specific, must be there.
Oh no, not that! No way! No, not like that! Okay, he's gonna be okay! But in the meantime, he's managed to catch a lot of people at the same time! As I just say that they have a lot of HP left, as Pogiaku went straight into the dance! Oh! He does have the immortality, so he's gonna be okay for now, but all 4 members coming from the is gonna be taken down! Run!
Wow! What a game!
Wow!
What a game, man! MPL SG Season 9 Challenger Stage. This is why you're my Lodi, man.
Oh my god.
That is why you're my Lodi. And speaking of Lodis, man, those teams, Sovereign SG, just taken down MPL SG team Kings Vanguard.
Which took down Team Flash.
Exactly.
What the hell is going on with this season?
OMG, to be honest, I'm happy because we have seen again 3 seasons Team Flash dominating
Top-heavy, right?
everything. But this,
I am not used to uncertainty.
I welcome, especially this kind of gameplay that we're seeing right now. The future is bright, man. The future is bright for the MPL Singapore teams.
I mean, I welcome it, but
Wow.
boy, I need to swap out. Oh man.
Wow. Okay, Sovereign SG.
They're not so much of a quote-unquote underdogs that much, huh?
Compared to their game against RSGSG yesterday, I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know what just happened to this team SSG. What motivation they have taken on that game against RSGSG. This is a different SSG. Okay, remember we talked about during the drafts that the draft has been one of the factors that they lost that game. This game specifically. This is a great draft.
They showed their execution,
Yes.
right? They showed their execution. They looked out for what they wanted to do. And this time, I think the Gato Kacha plus the Badang actually worked out pretty darn well, huh?
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, hold on a second. The Gato Kacha...
Correct.
Who was the Rome, actually? Is it correct, right?
Yeah.
Is it Gato Kacha
No.
Rome?
Yeah.
Or Badang Rome?
No, Gato Kacha.
Is it Gato Kacha Rome?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is what you mentioned, right? That AOG is not meant to really initiate, but to follow up, which Kong with a
has
feast.
constantly just
Yes,
going
that's
in.
the thing. So on the previous match, they have the full views. If only they have the Gato Kacha, then I think it makes us.
probably,
Yeah.
yeah.
But this game, I have to highlight, guys. Sorry for KGV, but I'm going to highlight that SSG here just deserves the recognition here. I mean, they adjusted very well. This draft is really, really good. They have, to be honest, I mean, it doesn't show really pretty much of a counter on the other side. Actually, it's KGV who counters SSG. They have the Valentina here. They have Super Ryan on the high-lows. Whenever the commitment is there, Glorious Pathway as well as the Revitalize can really sustain you. But then again, Pogiaco just stepping up with that insane amount of damage.
Wow.
113k.
Wow.
113k of damage. OMG.
Yeah, this is quite a game, huh?
Quite a game indeed. Don't get me wrong, KGV's lineup is pretty good as well. They have the pick off, but I do love how they stop the aggressiveness coming in from Bao on the Jawhead.
In the first 5 minutes, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think
Give the space.
Honestly, I think that the first 5 minutes of the game definitely pushed King's Vanguard to a certain point whereby they understood their lineup a little bit better, right? And realizes what is their shortfalls and what are the things that they are good at, which probably attributed to their immaculate defense.
Yeah.
Twice, right? Double
True.
Maniacs
Yes.
coming from the side of
Lakshan
Stain.
Stain.
The marching order is great, knowing like, okay, who dies first? Okay, Lakshan Stain has to be the last one so that he is able to clear things out, or just general positioning of the marching order, right? But Sovereign SG, I just did not expect that final push coming, and there is definitely some small little mistakes which eventually snowballed into something, right?
Yep.
Like, for example, that final fight, bottom lane, Nandez, even though he did not die, right? Important thing is that he did not die. But that is valuable time wasted and valuable quad shadow wasted just to escape, heal, and then go back to the battle.
And what's great about the reaction of SSG, they did not manage to get that pick off. They actually execute right there and then to go for the Lord or the objective in that game. So I love this decision making here inside of Vanguard. Here we go, the highlights of the game. So this was actually see? Pogi ako just overcommitted. He died in that play. That's why Lucian Stain managed to defend this core at this moment in time. I think this is the second time Lucian Stain has the Mania.
Yeah, that was the second time. Now this immaculate defense, and of course, a very good retreat motion from King's Vanguard. None of them died. They realized, okay, slowly back. And then look at Stain, no one can touch him. Even though we're looking at like Shiki just front to back all the way through, right? He understood that he understood what he gotta do. Look at them burn. Wow.
We give credit here to KGB. That was a great escape, man.
And this fight, the pick off onto Val, the stagger onto the Roamer, played such a big part in allowing them to get the Evolved Lord and prepare themselves for the big upcoming fight.
This is just insane game you're seeing here. Defense once again, back and forth. But then again, wow, Sovereign SG. I think this game will make their momentum up here for sure. They know how to stride here. Look at this is actually the last defense we're seeing here. Oh, Bokanako doing his best.
Just like a solid 3 seconds from Nandez, just in the base. Not doing anything, on everything on cooldowns. He couldn't even toss shurikens because his quad shadows were ill-placed because it's a defensive quad shadow. You can't do anything with those quad shadows. That means all your damage output is gone. Your shurikens would be your main damage output, right? Sub-damage output, I will kind of call it like the Ogi Shadow Kill. But he used the Ogi Shadow Kill early. The damage is spread out to everyone.
That's the thing.
Did nothing.
So that's why we haven't really felt that ultimate coming in from the Hayabusa in that moment in time. But man, that was a long drag game, man. The Cecil battle, almost KGB wants to secure that game, but then again, another defense with that.
It's a tidal wave. Just kind of like...
I like it. I love it. I want it. I want to see another kind of intense game, but I'm not sure if you'll be...
My heart probably can't take it. I probably need to take like my heart medicine now.
But to be honest, Abstract, you have been here since season 1. That kind of, I mean, the Challenger team's really rising up. I think it's fresh new. For me, I'm happy for MPL SG, like, really growing in this kind of sense.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point, right? Because I completely and wholeheartedly agree. From the start of season 1 of MPL SG, that it has always been very top heavy, and there has always been this very obvious gap between community / challenger team in this case. They just can't hold a candle against MPL teams. Like, we can very clearly team, they are inexperienced. So it's like, don't need to talk, lose, walk over, just let it go, kind of thing, you know? And it has, remember, like, the EVOS days, RSG days,
big names.
All the big names.
Yeah.
Constantly being the same team over and over and over again. And even until season 8, right? Flash.
Yeah.
I don't know how this is gonna be like for season 9. I have never been this uncertain before in week 1. Normally by week 1, you kind of have a decent understanding, okay, how the power rankings is, and then we're just like, okay, for the next few days, we have a prediction, and we are mostly like, what, 60 to 70% correct. But now, I think that we are like 40% correct from this point onwards.
Exactly, with now Absolute Zero stepping up, Sovereign SG stepping up. And speaking of Absolute Zero, they are next, in line here.
To fight against King's Vanguard as well.
If King's Vanguard won against Absolute Zero.
Yo! So basically there's this thing, right?
Yeah.
I've seen before this one team. I can't remember what team it is, right? They are an absolute monster. They are so good. They beat all the big
big teams.
But,
But that one guy at the bottom, they can't win them for nuts.
no way. That basically that's
I think
that's
that's
their
MPL MY actually. I think that was MPL MY.
only specific team. They
Yeah,
can
it's
take
like
them
the
down.
kryptonite. It's
They're
like a
kryptonite. Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Your kryptonite happens to be like the bottom feeders.
Yeah. Really unusual.
Yeah, the
Ah.
planktons.
But this time, oh my goodness, you guys talk about yesterday regarding the snaky
snake
thing.
eat snake thing.
But
yeah.
now this is like a pit of snakes.
Yeah,
Everyone's eating everyone.
Eating everyone.
I
Like,
don't know.
what is going on? Do we have an apex predator here or not?
Yeah. Wow. I like it. To be honest, I really like this kind of pacing we are
Yeah.
seeing right now coming in from MPL SG.
Speaking of apex predator, you know, I had like this marine talk that I had with Churros. Told him, was it Churros or Jays? I think one of them. I was like, do you know that orcas are apex predators?
Yeah, the whale, the killer
like
whale.
The killer whales.
Yeah, killer
like
whale.
literally, they are like a-holes. Like this is the exact same thing I said yesterday. Like they are absolute a-holes. They kill for fun.
For fun.
They kill for fun. Yeah,
I
you know like great white
see.
shark, right? We thought that they
Ah.
are apex predators. They have a
they're
lot of
just-
encounter rates, right?
Ah.
These a-holes quite literally swim at extreme speed just to ram the side of a great white shark for fun. And then they teach the other baby orcas how to hunt, and all they care is like eating the livers of the great white shark, and then leave the shark there. We just want to eat the liver because they are very nutritious. And then bye, your body's there.
Okay.
You know how they hunt for seals? There's on
I
the ice?
imagine.
Yeah, you know how they hunt for seals on the ice?
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw that one, right?
Yeah.
No, they manipulate the waves. They
Then suddenly,
like an absolute unit. No, they don't even come out. I
Really?
don't know how and why they don't even come out. They manipulate the waves. They swim together to create that wave, and like the wave will toss the seal off of the ice. And it's a battle of endurance until the seal got tired and just like, screw it, I'm just gonna go down and die.
Thank you for the
Marine life is very
marine
interesting.
life.
Marine life is very interesting.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah.
Same as
I
I
didn't
didn't
know as
know.
well.
Yeah. Same as I didn't know SSG could bulletproof.
Who is the seal and who's the orca? We
and who
used
are
to
the
have an
snake?
orca in MPL PH.
Echo.
Yeah. They were an orca.
PLPH. Echo Philippines. It's Orca. They're
Yeah, they
always
were an
on.
orca. Yeah.
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 Really? PLSG have?
We don't. We need one.
Pogi ako. 1, 2, 3.
Sana all.
Sana all.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna rename myself. Sana
Yeah.
all.
I think.
People think that I'm a Filipino, and then randomly just sees this guy. He's Chinese.
What's gonna be your name?
A Chinese guy with
Guapo
Filipino.
ako. 1, 2, 3.
What's guapo?
Sana. Guapo. Pogi.
Oh, guapo is equals to pogi.
Yeah.
Ah. You learn new things every day. This is why having a Filipino on the broadcast is always great. Although I would like to say that my extensive knowledge of
Yeah.
Tagalog is
Pretty good.
not to be showcased.
Pretty good. I know, guys. Some of it are censored, so.
Yes, exactly.
I taught him well.
Yes. Is bald like sensitive word?
No.
No. Panot is okay.
Oh, not this way.
Unfortunately, we don't have any podcasters, or else I would just name that person all the time.
Oh man.
My heart skipped a bit for a bit. Because
Yeah.
I don't know if whether I changed the words correctly. What if that panot means
Should be
something
another-
else? Because I remembered
Depends
wrongly.
on.
Yeah, that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
Because depends on different scenario. That word might mean a
The
different
formal
thing, right?
one is okay.
The formal one is okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm good. So all the Filipino fans and watchers, I am very well versed in Tagalog, only to a certain extent, maybe the dark side. So if you were to say anything, I would understand. Okay.
They
Watch out,
know.
Be careful,
They know.
Yeah. Or he would just translate for me.
Ay,
Yeah. I think he will just end up translating for me. He's my resident Tagalog translator.
yeah. I remember last season. they
What was that
they
mean?
need me for a translator, but then
Oh yeah,
again,
you're just like moral support.
I was just standing there, man.
It was fun. It was, fun. It was
it
just
was-
all
it
out
was fun.
moral support.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah,
We talk about
going back.
we talk about marine life. We talked about
Yeah.
a language. You know, yesterday we had like a full on course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We had like we talked about marine life as well. We talked about history.
History.
We talked about math. There's still one more topic. I forgot what we talked about. But basically, yesterday is a course. Today is a course as well. Eventually, we get there. We covered languages.
Yeah.
We covered marine life again. Eventually, we'll cover something else. I don't know what.
Geography.
Geography. Did you know that I didn't take geography? I can't.
Let's go for
Did you know that Singapore was part of Malaysia last time?
Oh, last time.
Last time. Yeah.
Is that geography or history?
That's geography, but it's also history.
Yeah.
But it's also slightly political.
Yeah.
Which is not probably.
Yeah.
No, but now look at the upcoming game. We got the draft of Kings Vanguard going up against Absolute Zero.
Okay. No, there you go. Let's back into the ball game.
Technically speaking, his history, political history is lesson. It's a lesson, so it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah?
Okay. It's the truth.
Yes,
It's
it's
a
the
fact.
truth. It's
Yeah,
a fact.
okay.
Yeah. But there are some
No.
truths and facts that shouldn't be said on live anyways.
Correct. But the fact is.
The fact is, Fanny's banned,
Yeah.
and Kimmy is not yet.
Chip.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Speaking of which, Kimi. We've seen Kimi once this day, and it's a loss. Yes.
Everything else is a ban so far, right?
Okay, now we are back to Absolute Zero. We've been hyping this team and the first series, right? Though this is their second match already. Will they be able to take down KGV this time around? They have been performing very well. That was a one-sided against RGSG. KGV, you mentioned a while ago, they taken down Team Flash. So
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
it's a statement here. If AZ will be able to take down King's Vanguard,
Spicy.
yes. Remember, guys.
Then they will be the Orcas.
Oh yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Absolute Zero.
They beat people for fun.
Really?
I don't know.
Remember, AZ just taken down. Previous to this stream, live stream, they taken down Sovereign SG. So basically, they're still unbeatable. Perfect
Yeah.
score.
Clean slate, right?
Clean slate.
So right
Okay.
now, what can we see? Harif is banned. Kimi is still currently
Yes.
available. It does seem like for the side of King's Vanguard, they're not too particular about that Matilda plus Alpha combination. I still feel that there is still some form of respect that they should be putting out
I
for
agree.
the Matilda.
I agree.
Especially since they drafted a composition previously that doesn't deal with this kind of team fight based orientation, right? And
Yeah.
easy to execute team fight based orientation. KGV did not punish coagulating. So, okay,
team is
perfect.
banned.
Julich, he got it.
I think Rapidot played very good Matilda
Yeah.
on that game. So, well, Rapidot, again, we've mentioned this one that he is a former Onyx PH player. Now he's here right now.
Also in Team SV before.
Yes, Team SV in Cambodia, MPL.
Your
So,
team is
all of this, actually, all of them have the MPL experience. So, easy Challenger
team is
team.
picking.
First pick here, Kimi. There you go. Okay,
Yeah.
Kimi again. So for King's Vanguard. But here on the other side, AZ. Usually Kimi, actually I had doubts. For the first...
Me too, actually.
I had doubts.
Yeah.
Because it's unusual to have a marksman slash
Mage
in the mid
lane.
when it comes to the
But now it's technically been called a mage now, it feels. They're just like mage.
she's a mage, but her skill set
team is
Feels very
marksman's G. Yeah, exactly. So Clea and Hayabusa is there. I think it's pretty good, especially with the Hayabusa pick. They want to take out this Kimi here.
Okay.
Usually, team fights with Kimi in the proper position goes into their favor here. Now they have so plenty with Clea and Hayabusa can really go in their backline. Great. But the focus, man, I love this pick.
Your
I love the
team is
picks coming in
picking.
from KGB.
They're
They know.
actually gonna double down on
Yep.
team fights now. So now a very completely different kind of playstyle. At least this is how it seemed like the direction is going for. They have the traction pulse. They also do have the whatever that Fulvius has, the
Yeah, the-
demonic force.
Yes.
All plays around entire areas. Harif is unfortunately banned, so that is out of the picture. Irithel can still be a very decent pick if they want to go for that.
Okay.
Granger is pretty okay too. Marksman-wise is still, pretty open.
Oscar, yeah.
It's more of the jungler that I'm more interested for KGV.
Let's see here. Easy, absolute
Your
zero.
team is banning.
Sicilian. Have you seen Sicilian alive?
We haven't seen Sicilian yesterday.
Okay, actually Sicilian's pretty good.
Sicilian is pretty okay, especially since the way that King's Vanguard has been drafting so far, it doesn't show that they are very strong in the early stages. So what AZ can potentially do is ban out all those very early game junglers, early game. In fact, the Roma has already been decided here, so
Yep.
it actually makes things a little bit more difficult for KGV to, double down in the early stages.
The only thing I'm concerned for the Sicilian pick, remember they have the Hylos here. Hylos can really reach the Sicilian.
14
Sicilian's
is
advantage
banning.
is his range.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
I think he has an advantage against Kimi as well, to be honest, when it comes to the laning phase here. But Kimi has been performing very well all throughout all the
team is
regions here
banning.
because of the positioning, of the revamp of that traction pose as well. Gives additional crowd control when it comes to a team fight. But they still need
Is
to fend off this kind of pick of possession coming in from AZ.
Mhm.
Will they be able to catch Hayabusa though? There's no one who can really.
realistically catch. Oh,
Yep.
Fredrin
Team
ban.
is banned.
Okay. I'm okay with that. Yeah, Fredrin in the jungle has seen a little bit of resurgence, and especially since Fredrin is actually pretty strong in the early games since a very long time ago.
Okay.
Jungle Fredrin is still pretty okay. Got good catch, and that's also one of the reasons why Valir has been buffed in the most recent patch as well.
I want to
Need
see
an
him.
answer to the Fredrin too.
I want to see the Valir actually.
It's
Yeah.
been a long time.
Yeah, but this game, we will not expect a Valir pick here since
Nah,
Kimi
it's
and
already been
Sicilia
filled
has
up.
been. Yep, correct.
Unless
Your team is
they want to
picking.
play the Kimi in the gold, so that they can have a more, they can have a better choice of mid laner going up against the Sicilian. But I highly doubt so though.
Yeah, Valir can also be a great counterplay to Kalea, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, the flicker in and the tsunami slam. It's
I think
difficult.
it's okay because his ult is basically a free purify.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you cannot. I mean, yeah, if you are the target, but you
If
cannot
you are the
stop.
target,
Yeah.
You cannot. You can't exactly stop here. Yeah. You do have the surging wave that can help, but not that
Yeah.
good enough.
Johead is pretty much open here for KGV.
Your team is picking.
Oh.
Go for the pick off, same as Claire. Okay, Badang.
Actually, a clear room now. Okay.
Claire roam.
It could go either way actually.
Okay, now we can see that Claire will be the full initiator here in the game.
From Rapido.
Yeah. Rapido is gonna be on the Claire. Then okay, Tsunami Slam onto the Fist Crack. There we go. Or Fist Crack first.
Yeah. They're trying to go for early game. They're trying to dominate.
Export. How
Yeah,
can I
you
miss
see,
this
even
guy?
Your
the
team
Bruno.
is
So
picking.
KGV, they understand this. They want to win early. They want to win early. They want to dominate early. They want to get the snowball in. So the final pick coming from Absolute Zero is going to be the Granger in the gold lane to finish up this entire lineup. Rapidot is
Hey. Okay. Yeah. Rapido is gonna be the.
is
no,
the Rome
no,
Batang.
Ven. Oh yeah.
It's the Rome Batang.
Actually, it's Kalea EXP.
It's still Kalia EXP. I like Vendetta's Kalia, Not
Yeah,
don't get
yeah,
me
he
wrong,
did a pretty
Yeah.
good job there.
but I
Actually.
don't like
The badang.
badang.
You mentioned this one actually. But still, the combo is there.
Combo
The combo
still
is there.
because both of them can initiate. Don't get me wrong, both of them can initiate. Just very different styles of initiating. I think that they can crap. They can swap
Whoever-
interchangeably. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like if they
whoever-
want to play catch, then they've got that, and they've got a Sicilian. They
5
can
seconds
extend the
till the
cooldown, or they
enemy
can extend the
reaches the
stuns even more. In fact, the
Smash
Sicilian is
them.
actually a pretty good pick here because the Sanguine Claw is such a
Ah.
AOE as well, right?
Can also be used as an initiation if
mean,
timed
yeah.
timely well.
But in the but King's Vanguard should not be hit by the Sanguine Claws raw. Yeah, if they do, then they okay. Once is fine. Twice maybe okay, questionable. 3 times, yeah, something's wrong.
Something's wrong.
Yeah,
indeed.
something's very wrong.
But now, you have mentioned, of course, Abstract here, the King's Vanguard lineup is pretty much of the early game dominating draft. I agree with that one, especially with the export pick. How could I miss this one? Of course, the export is one of the heroes who can really reach the back lines here because we haven't seen anything here that the King's Vanguard can able to do so, except for the export, Last Insanity, and the combo with the Glorious Pathway, rather.
Yeah, honestly, it's been way too
Oh.
long since we've seen that. But in the meantime, Nan actually going all out
no.
aggressive. He no longer has his quad shadow. Nan,
Yeah.
excuse me.
That's man, that's a big blow there,
Yeah.
especially for the early game. The jungler coming in from Nan, Absolute Zero.
Level
must
3, no
Yeah.
out.
not- no, level
Maybe-
4 Nandez.
Yeah, for Nan. Nan is level 3.
Yeah, but Nandez are now level
Now
4.
level 4, yeah.
They can actually dictate the tempo here, but bottom side, all is cool. But here, Nan on level 4, they need to go for the counter pick here, the top side. Oh, there you go.
Because of the Holy Shadow Field just now. But now we do have got Luxus Kane that manages to barely walk away.
Wow!
Team hero has been slain.
Oh,
I don't know.
I don't know.
That was questionable. In that scenario there, I thought he will escape, but he managed to go back, right? He wants to go for the creep there.
yeah.
Okay then.
Oh,
But that was, for me, a big blow also to Liechtenstein. But here we are now seeing an even game. So Nan was killed, and then Cold Lane on the other side. Now we are here in the Turtle Pit.
Yeah. And now Vendetta hopefully and looking
Okay.
for the Tsunami Slam, but doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. We do have also a pretty good take from King's Vanguard onto the first turtle. So looking good and pretty much on track. Remember that Absolute Zero is actually more geared towards the mid and the late stages of the game. But don't take Bougie out just yet. Even though a Sicilian is a scaling hero that excels in the late stages, even in the early stages, he still can deal pretty good damage if you allow him.
And that utility, of course, Sanguine Claws is really important as well because with these fights. Good too. 1v1. Vendetta usually. Oh! Okay. Now Abstract usually a Kalea could win a match 1v1 there because of the sustain. Well, of course, the Phobius has the shields,
Yeah,
but
I think
Kalea
Phobius a little bit different here. I
Yeah,
guess.
correct.
Yeah. Phobius,
But wow.
in fact, I haven't seen Phobius going up in a battle against Kalia in the EXP. So now it gives us a pretty good understanding post level 5.
Yep.
We have that idea that the Phobius kind of wins hands down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now he is a level ahead here. Now Vendetta should be very careful here on his laning. But speaking of which, this is the counterplay we're seeing on the bot side.
Outside, there we go. Once again, going up again, but Ryan doesn't seem like he's phased at all from this
man.
2v1 thing.
I think that's not a great target there. It's hard for Super Rank to be really picked off. Now this is going to be a perfect opportunity for Team Vanguard now to do their own thing, going for invade on this blue.
Well, that is awkward. Absolute Zero now having a lot of problems, but it's technically understandable. But that is a very good Tsunami Slam coming from Vendetta, pulling Nandez all the way underneath the turret nose. More than enough to bring the X-Box down. Bao now, of course, will bow out of that fight, and Absolute Zero gets himself a kill.
Wow, beautiful Tsunami Slam, beautiful initiation again from Vendetta. Now it is the grand opportunity for the Turtle takedown. No contest whatsoever. Absolute Zero just with
recovered from the losses that we have seen a while ago. Now King Vanguard, they have Liechtenstein on Bruno. First time, I think, in this season. That's true that we have seen Bruno. Bruno's been hit buffed, I'm not mistaken there.
I think there is, yes, there is an adjustment on Bruno. So
Backswing.
I think backswing is one thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there are a couple of adjustments in terms of damage as well. I can't remember if that's real or not, or I can't remember what exactly is it. Let me just...
but I do believe they have been buffed together with Brody. Because it's the backswing animation, something like that. But meanwhile here, Liechtenstein is having a time of his life here, trying to go for the farm, but Rapidots. Having the vision, giving a vision for Absolute Zero. Nandes, I'm really expecting actually here for the side of KGB, but hold on, thought is going to be Vendetta here!
Oh, with the final last insanity, Nandes, he can't do anything at this point in time. Bao, he did manage to put up the curtains, or rather pull out the red carpet, only for him to not stay alive, unfortunately. Absolute Zero still manages to claim a couple of kills, and let's not forget, we also do have Liechtenstein all the way down to the bottom lane that managed to claim a single T1, only to be killed now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I thought that was a good trade for King's Vanguard, but with Liechtenstein also being down, now that is Absolute Zero's advantage indeed. Now, as you can see here in the game, Salas 3-0 on that Hayabusa is feeling it here. And this is what you want here for the Hayabusa. You need an early game scaling, and he did pretty much there. 15 seconds until the next turtle spawn. While we are seeing here both teams trying to control this river, trying to control this turtle pit as well. Look at the positioning here for Rapido. This is a pincer movement we're seeing here, but no commitment whatsoever yet.
Yep, not yet.
Yep.
We do have the turtle that's currently available now. King's Vanguard have got a small little idea as to where the rest of the members from Absolute Zero absolutely is. That is a pretty good sanguine clause, putting Super Ryan already down to half HP. Those pokes are more than enough to ensure that Super Ryan would not be present in the upcoming battle if they choose to rush for this turtle.
Salas on Granger. Okay,
there we
picked.
go. Tidal Wave, and of course Tsunami Slam right onto Bao.
Wow.
That is the Devil Pony that it got melted down in an instant.
No frontliner here for King's Vanguard. Absolute Zero absolutely taking this turtle here. And I think they need to convert as well to go for more kills, and they will.
Nan hops over to the back lines, hoping that he'll be able to get a kill on the Wakanako, but that wasn't going to be the case. And Rapid Dude builds up the wall, cuts Nandes off of the main lines of King's Vanguard, not enough to even bring him down just yet. But all the creep waves in the middle lane is gone. Absolute Zero falls back.
Okay, they need to chill here for the side of King's Vanguard. They have been in a disadvantage on the turtle takedown, but they are now going for more. No way. Are they thinking for a brawl here? They must be very wary because all ultimates are available here for the side of Absolute Zero. And now going to convert her to the top side as well. All creeps here. They've been cutting off from the side of Vendetta. Oh, they are full commitment. Oh, solo kill!
Oh, Wakanako out of there! I love to say that. But in the meantime, up in the top lane, Vendetta going one-on-one against the opponents, but unfortunately, Liechtenstein is going to be the one that gets a kill. Double kill, as a matter of fact. Is he going to stay alive for a little bit long? As now, Salas 1v1.
Wow.
Liechtenstein picks up a triple. Nandes joined into the battle with a quick little ice retribution on the Bougie, just so that he will be able to catch up to Bougie a little bit longer. And that is almost a full wipeout.
Wow, 4 against 2. Great win there for the side of King's Vanguard. To be honest, Liechtenstein stepping up here, Abstract, compared to the Season 8. Usually Liechtenstein is a player who really plays passively. But now, I think he is more of a grown player when it comes to the gold lane. He knows how to go for aggressive plays if had the opportunity to do so.
I mean, after all, he is also playing as a Bruno now. So this is one of the power spike that we can expect from a Bruno, especially right after getting it actually really depends. So looking at the items, right? First item of the Bruno more or less give us the idea as to how he wants to play. If the first item is Heart's Claws, he wants to play it safe. If his first item is the Berserker's Fury, that's aggressive.
I think so. I have a bet. Maybe it's a Berserker's Fury what on his itemization. Okay!
Oh, Luxustain, he's okay, he's okay. Well, in the meantime, the traction pulse did manage to hit, but did not really pull anyone in at all. Lost Insanity, did not clip onto anyone too.
Oh, okay. I was surprised there. Oh!
Vendetta! Tsunami Slam, but it does seem like we do have a Purify. No, wait, it is a Purify from the side of Luxustain, so that Tsunami Slam did not really do anything except to take a cooldown off of the King's Vanguard.
Oh no, that's unfortunate there. Initiation-wise, that was good, but then again, they will go for the team fight!
Oh, Super Ryan continued the fight. He's going to be the first one to go down as he initiates it all. Walker walked himself out of there. Was the last right in this space. But, of course, the Traction Pulse is the one that picks up a double right onto Absolute Zero. The last Insanity is just going to be public. What the? That's a satellite! That's a satellite!
Look, shit. Oh, no, that was Salas, man. Look at Salas.
You know what happened to him?
I don't know.
His Team Rocket blasting off again! We got the explosion guy!
Okay, now they're going to take the Lord. Well, Salas is here right now.
Oh boy, and now Super Ryan has lower than 50% HP to work with, but none is gonna go down. He did use his Ogi Shadow Kill, so it's not too bad though, as the Tsunami Slam is just gonna be connecting. Vendetta is gonna be down to the hands of Luxustain. He did manage to pick up Malefic Gun, so this is gonna be a big power spike for him, as he will be pretty far away from the rest of the members from Absolute Zero.
Wow, this is a great team fight and a great player versus player here. Salas against Luxustain, who is the best gold laner here, and now Luxustain secures the Lord, and this is big for King's Vanguard.
Oh, let's not forget about Bougie though. We are 11 minutes into the game. He's starting to be painful.
Look at this replay here, and the clamp, the positioning. This is great for Absolute, and the position coming in from Bougie. No one's been taking care of this Cecilia in the back line. Salas as well. Oh man, I think this meta, I can say that range is game.
Range is game, high ground.
Yep.
I think that right now it is still very punishable from King's Vanguard, but if you give Absolute Zero another 5 more minutes per se, I think that is definitely a lot more difficult, and the high ground would definitely comes into play, right? We put aside the amount of scaling and the damage that Bougie eventually put out, but it's more of the fact that they eventually would have to play for objectives and play as 5 as normal, and of course with all the stakes up in the sky.
With KGV right now having this Lord pushing through on the top side, perfect opportunity for them to take this mid card as well. Well, Absolute Zero cannot take the risk to actually defend the middle lane for now. But so far, we've seen Vendetta having those initiations, but the follow through wasn't there. It's really unfortunate here for Absolute Zero. Now all their turrets are out. Absolute Zero here been pushed against the wall, and now pushing here to the top side as well.
We do have Bougie that had to recall back home due to the lack of mana. So now is the spammable part if Absolute Zero decides to go for it, which indeed...
Oh!
The sideways!
Wow!
Bougie! What is that? You can't do that! And now the initiation from Bougie!
Oh, Vendetta!
Catches onto 2! Bao is the next one onto the chopping block! Absolute Zero tore apart King's Vanguard!
That was a beautiful play! Absolute Zero, Sanguine Claws! Fist crack plus the diving from Vendetta. No escape here for King's Vanguard. Wow. Wow. Just wow here. Absolute Zero. Where did that come from?
Bougie!
Bougie.
Dude, you're a mage, dude!
Bam!
You are a mage!
What a play. What a play. What a setup. What a combo. And what a chase. Absolute Zero just taking this game to a different level here, just shifting the momentum here into their side.
Oh, goodness gracious. Now this game is down the wire.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at Sicilian, because the Sicilian itemization is actually super important at this point of the game, right? 14 minutes in. We do have the Clock of Destiny, Winter Trunkian. We also have the Glowing Wand. This is the reason why he's not dealing that much damage to Nandes and Bao, for example, because he just don't have got the magic penetration just yet. He will eventually get to that, and the moment that has happened,
Yeah, I think they need that kind of damage output there. But so far, because of the team fight abstract, the goal, the economy is even, the game is even. Now this is very crucial for this Lord takedown. Super Ryan has the vision. No one's flanking anyone here. It's all front lines. It's all going to be a mayhem we're going to expect. But so far, both teams also respecting what the other team can do against them. So we've seen Vendetta initiating the team fight usually for the side of Absolute Zero. On the other side, it is Bao with a glorious pathway, then follow up as Super Ryan on the front line. But the question is, who will initiate first?
The funny thing is, you can no longer look at Vendetta or Rapidude to initiate anymore. Because Buji can come in with that surprise attack as well.
Speaking of which,
as now it's just going to be a quick little initiate. We do have the rest of the members from the King's Vanguard pushing right onto Absolute Zero, with Super Ryan just putting himself right in the face of the last, but he will go down first. The rest of Absolute Zero has been forced backwards. It is a 1-for-none though, so this is something really important. King's Vanguard realizes that Absolute Zero can't afford to lose any more people. So
the
this
stun!
going in, Salas gets a kill down the bound. There's 2 men down from the side of King's Vanguard, but Lakshastain picks up the kill onto the Lord, eventually trying to equalize the trade that they have done so far.
wow, I gotta highlight Walker Knuckle on that Kimi. How did he even pull it that one off? I mean, he dives, he gave the stun rather, then dives forward, then escape, while giving the space for Liechtenstein to take the Lord, and he survived. I'm not sure how this guy managed to do that one, but on the other side, Absolute Zero. The great save of Vendetta, because we've seen Super Ryan chasing Salas in that situation. He did save, but they are very low. The blitz wasn't coming for the side of King's Vanguard, and that is why they managed to take this major objective with the help of Walker Knuckles. Risky play of the Kimi.
King's Vanguard really gotta have to do something right now, man. We are 16 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, and Buji is just about to get himself more and more.
Buji!
What was that traction pulse? Was that a traction pulse? That was Buji out of the question. King's Vanguard cracked open the T3 up in the top lane, and Absolute Zero lost that fight.
Just like that. Great catch. Well, Buji needs to fight. Oh!
Not again! Is immobilized! As Nan walks away, burning a little bit from the glowing wand, but it's still gonna be A-okay. Rapidude tosses the fist cracks just so that he will be able to clear out the waste a little bit, but unfortunately wasn't able to do all of that. Vendetta, next one, onto the chopping block, the mid lane, the core, down to 30%. Bao wants to end it, but he wasn't able to. Luxionstein puts the Winter Trunkian, but he still has Super Ryan as well. Walking Knuckles still around the base and around it. And now they ended it! Once and for all!
What?
Your hand as well.
So many snakes!
Snake!
Not monkey strong together. Snake and snake. What a game, man! I love it. Good Challenger teams stepping up here in this day too. Wow, just absolute cinema. I like it.
Normally
Deadeye approves.
Normally that is used as a meme, but
Yeah.
actually cinema.
Absolute cinema.
You thought.
Deadeye approves, man.
You thought.
Wow.
I think.
Wow. This is great, man. But again, Absolute Zero is taking down KGV. They shown that really it's not a fluke that they have defeated Team Flash. They have the mechanics, man. They have the mechanics. But it wasn't an easy one. It wasn't an easy one. Absolute Zero managed to be in par here against the side of KGV. And look at his lineup. Now this Kimi has another win into her record. Walker Knuckle.
So I think at this point in time it's just that King's Vanguard, they're just good against like top teams now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I think it's a very bold statement to already say that AZ is a top team, right? It's a very bold statement. But just from the challenger stage itself, we already have connected the snakes, right? KGV wins AZ, AZ wins Sovereign SG, SSG, SSG wins KGV. How else do we connect all these joints all together to make into one final MPL SG story?
I don't know, man. For me, MPL SG Season 9 here, everyone's trying to step up. I mean, everyone's trying to prove something here.
Yeah.
That this is a different season for them.
Yeah. I mean, I know that this is best of one. I know that one game doesn't really quite dictate how strong a team is.
Actually, is my experience to cast best of ones because you have no choice. You need to win.
You have to win at that one game.
Exactly. So
right?
your mentality is really to win. Not okay. Let's chill for this game while let's test.
Experiment.
Exactly. Unlike best of one, you really need to win. So it shows the character of the team themselves and how they be able to handle this kind of pressure. And yeah, I can for me I can say AZ is a top team.
Okay. You still believe that they are a top team?
They are a top team because they can be at par with this game against KGV themselves.
Fair. I think fair. I think that's a decent.
It's not a one-sided game.
Who did KGV lose to? Did they lose to anyone? Flash. No, they won Flash.
They won Flash. No, RSG just played one game yesterday.
Okay.
Kingdom.
That means they lost to Kingdom?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
They lost to Kingdom, if I'm not mistaken.
I completely forgotten about it. I need to look at the brackets again.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But
Okay, but
yeah.
yeah.
Regardless, that has been as aptly quoted by Deadeye, absolute cinema of what we have seen thus far. That is a total of 4 BO1s that we have casted thus far. We still have the second half of the day, and I hope that you guys have eaten your lunch. If you haven't yet, don't worry. We will be back after a very quick lunch break, okay? Make sure you guys stay tuned in. Make sure you guys keep the volume on so that we can wake you up with a quick little shout the moment that it comes on, okay? So don't go anywhere too far. MPL SG Season 9 will be coming back with you guys with some more crazy, unpredictable
Snake eat snake
matches. Yeah, whatever that this season would be now. I don't know. See you guys.
See you guys.
湧いてくる 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ
「
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっじゃあなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for 1 more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, 1 final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get 1 last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only 1 team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
Season 9. My name is Abstract, and with me here is Deadeye. The both of us has been casting for the first half of the day.
Yep.
4 matches altogether with a snake it snake kind of situation.
Yeah.
So let's kind of bring it back and kind of talk about what have transpired so far, right?
Yeah.
Community teams versus RSG. RSG won against Sovereign, while they lost against Zero. Right, absolute 0.
Yes, correct.
In the meantime, we also do have King's Vanguard that lost against Sovereign, but won against absolute 0.
Yeah, so yeah, that's where the snake it's snake, everything eating everything, everyone eating everyone. But this time around, it only shows also that these challenger teams here are in a mission. I mean, they want to prove something, and they did.
They did.
That absolute 0 just showing up against the RSG SG, it was very impressive, and it was one-sided. Abstract. It was one-sided.
It was one-sided,
Yeah,
actually.
that's the thing.
It is. So that is a scary thing.
Exactly.
But there is also yet another scary thing, and we talk about stamina.
Ah,
we are now
correct.
going to the second half of the day. And this is where it will start to take a toll onto the challenger teams because they are now going to play their their third game after, there's definitely some gaps in between, right? So a lot of games that they gotta have to clock in, very long hours that they gotta have to stay focused, talk about draft, talk about composition, just constantly no breaks, technically speaking. Even though they have a break from the game, their mind never stop working.
Correct. Still locked in.
Yes.
So they still want to win the game. Plus, again, we mentioned that these games we are witnessing here are best of one. So they want to win. The focus is to win. So not only that, they need to execute properly here. One loss can somehow change or topple the momentum there. But what's surprising me is the team as Sovereign SG. They have lost really overwhelming coming in from their opponent there, but their second game, they just showed up. I mean, wow, this is a different Sovereign SG we have just witnessed there.
I feel like it's more of the fact that they are starting to learn their drafting a little bit. I'm not too sure whether it's a one-off situation whereby, hey, this draft works kind of thing. While in the meantime, for Absolute Zero, it's like, hey, this draft doesn't work because we don't have our Mathilda. I don't know how far of a stretch it would be. That's why we require a bigger sample size coming in for the entirety of the day to make a better judgment for next week.
Yeah, speaking of judgment, I thought we do expect some cheeses strat there.
So far, no, though.
No, exactly.
No.
So it's probably the same meta we're expecting here. So here and there, the priority picks still is going to be Kimi. Like this one, we have seen the Lucas as well being taken out. Wait, we've seen Lucas this game?
Lucas, we haven't seen any played
yet
for today.
Banned.
Straight out banned.
That's the thing. So I'm looking forward for the Lucas pick actually here throughout this game. Or the Valier we mentioned. That's one of the cheese picks we are going to see. If Valier is going to pick.
Valier. I highly doubt so, though. But one thing's for sure is that Fredrin, I do want to see Fredrin back.
Yeah, you mentioned.
He did have a change, a buff. In fact, when it comes down to one of his skill, I think it's skill 1, if I remember correctly, it was actually 50% damage to creeps, while it has been changed to 100%.
Right.
So technically speaking, when it comes down to clear speed, his clear speed should be a lot better now, and it should keep him in a pretty good pacing. But in terms of the draft and the composition wise, I'm not too sure exactly where he stands and how good he's actually gonna be.
Yeah, if ever Fredrin is going to be picked. You have now a frontliner. Yeah, the clear wave is there for the jungle, and you now have a frontliner, which is, for me, it's a great synergy with the Kimi pick, because you lack the damage of the jungler, but you have Kimi there to compensate that loss. So it's actually
fair,
good.
actually.
Yeah.
Energy disruption or rather the traction pulse into the energy disruption. I think that would look and sound pretty darn good.
But then again, Lucas is there.
But then again, he's also a tank
picks.
jungler. Now everyone is going for damage jungler.
Yes.
Except for that one off chance when we saw that alpha. We saw the alpha once. It worked out great though, so I'm not sure whether we're ever gonna see that again. So, well, we'll just kind of put it up in the air, but we talk about Kingdom Esports first. Louisa, FMM, Melon, Malik TZ, and Bear joins into the fray as they will be going up against our challenger teams.
Yeah, speaking of this lineup, this roster, I believe FMM was gold laner previous season 8 on Bleed Esports. So he's now on the roam. He's been on the roam role way back, is it? FMM? I only know him as a gold laner. FMM.
FMM, he has been playing in a lot of different roles. A lot of different roles. Yeah.
Oh, Rapidot for sure. There you go. There's the guy. There's my guy.
Rapidot, Buji, Salas?
Salas or Salas?
Salas.
Okay, whatever.
Living area.
We'll interview him sooner if I have the chance. Yeah, living area.
Living area and Vendetta. Vendetta has been a beast when it comes down to his career. So I think that there should be a certain form of respect given on how they will want to play against the Kalia or if they want to ban out the Kalia.
Yeah, I think he showed 2 games already that he is really capable of the Kalea. Unfortunately, of course, they have lost on that previous one, but still his initiations are there. So it's still a threat for Vendetta to use this hero. Speaking of Kalea, though, we've seen Kalea on the EXP more this second day, which actually is pretty good for me because on the Rome you can use the Badang showing up here in the second day. It was mostly going to be used at Rome. We have also the Matilda on that Rome. So far we are seeing sustained Rome, which can give a proper set. Like Madame, you mentioned, Kalea can do the same, but what's great about Kalea, it can really bully the lane.
Yes, I do believe, especially after looking at the lanes in the EXP. Even though she got bullied by Phobius.
Yeah, Phobius.
Yeah,
that one.
I think that this is just it's just hero interaction, right? Especially since Phobius have been banned every now and then by the players. It's not too out of the question to see Phobius being banned out first phase anyways. So if you do want to pick up Kalea up in the EXP lane, you may actually consider banning out the Phobius without rising any kind of suspicions that, hey, I want the Kalea EXP.
Yeah, but I never thought that the Phobius, Phobius, Kalea. Kalea's weakness is Phobius. I never thought about that one, but we have seen, right?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't call it a weakness per se. I think it's just lane prio.
Okay.
Technically speaking, you can you can beat her out of the lane. Yeah, so technically we can call it that.
Yeah.
Now I do want to pick your brains a little bit, right? You talked about the MPL PH meta whereby they are playing more into the micro style.
Now.
At least for today, we did have a little bit of an inkling as to how that is looking like in the MPL SG fashion.
Yes.
But at least from what I see here, it's very single target based. We have Hayabusa, junglers, so on and so forth. So how exactly in MPLPH is that executed? Do they have like very specific target prioritization? We aim for this one, burst him down, single target the next one, single target the next one?
If you can see, there's a famous clip. MPLPH on King Kong and Kelra on the Lord. I don't know if you see that. Like, it's a 2 versus 4 situation. They managed to turn it around. 2 of them only on that Lord takedown because of mechanics. So that's what I meant. So as you can see, King Kong was, if I'm not mistaken, he was a Suyo around the time.
Suyo? Okay.
Yeah. And then Kelra was Granger, I think so. Yeah. So imagine that one, outnumbered, but she still managed. Yeah, I mean the clutch, man, the clutch on that situation.
I think at that point in time, it's just they have like massive burst to be able to do that, right? They need to find a way to weave themselves over to the back lines or somehow just bypass the front line.
My point is there, if one scenario can turn the battle around, it's actually on the opponent's advantage already. But with that team fight, they turned the battle around and won the game.
Right.
So, I mean, mechanics right now, we're seeing heroes with complex mechanics being used here at MPL SG. I think this is a great thing. But so far, right now, in the mid, we've seen, the Zushin, the Kimi, but we haven't seen yet. I'm not sure. Selena was picked.
Selena was picked, but Selena and the Novaria has been picked before, and I would believe that it will work well in the MPLPH meta.
Exactly.
Right? But because it's such a skill shot hero.
That's the thing. That's my point.
In fact, there's one game. I can't remember which team. I think maybe it's RSG. I'm not too sure. But it's a Novaria plus a Beatrix. So very skill shot based, very poke style. The poke is the prerequisite to entering into a team fight in order to get that kind of advantage. But they never really have gotten that kind of possibility of poke someone to 50 HP. Okay, now's a good time to go in, right? So we never saw that happening. In fact, I've even mentioned that Beatrix is such an adaptable hero. You don't have to be stuck with Renner. You don't have to stuck to be Renner. You don't have to stuck to sniping people. If you happen to see a Kalea, in fact, that was Jay playing, if I correct, FMM or Jay. It was Kalea that was playing. So the Kalea are constantly just pulling people in. Yeah. But no one took advantage of that. In the brightest of situations, I think that the adaptability of a Beatrix going for Nibiru's Passion and Bennett's Rage should be able to wipe that person out. Yeah. Whoever that got caught. But that never happened.
That's the thing. So, I mean, this is a sign. We've seen now somehow semi-complex or complex heroes being prioritized rather by MPL SG TA players themselves. This is a growth I can see here, potential. Again, previous season, it's just the typical as Tigreal said, and Vexana, blah, and the real-world manipulation that you can just click, But with the skill shots, yes, it's very much complex, but executed properly.
Very gratifying.
Yes. That's the thing.
So it kind of comes down to skill ceiling, right? Your team needs to be at the top form at all times in order for you to pilot such a micro-intensive, mechanics-intensive heroes and win condition. Those conditions and those compositions very likely will beat most of the compositions out there. However, a single mistake from them and being triumphed over by a composition that's so easy to execute, just one mistake could just cost you the game, right?
That's
it's kind
somehow
of like a gamble.
That's
right?
somehow the gamble. But I'm not saying, of course, that MPL SG must really force themselves to use these complex heroes, but they are not considering it. I mean, as a pro player, it's one of your job, of course, to widen your hero pool here, to give something, to contribute something when it comes to a team fight. What's most likely to be very viable like this one. But so far, as you can see, I've never seen the Aurora picks, the Vi picks, in the mid. In the mid, it's always Kimi, Zushin. But it's very viable. I can see Garukacha can benefit on those ultimates coming in from those two.
In fact, I think that this is a perfect segue to talk about Hayabusa. We're starting to see Hayabusa back in again. Or I wouldn't call it back in, but he has been pretty steady throughout all these times, even during the times whereby we saw the Aurora, Vexana, Tigreal times, right? Yeah, even Hayabusa was still a pretty good pick.
True.
Now we're starting to see a lot more priority onto Fannies as well as the Hayabusa, and I think that means a lot. Hayabusa has been leaked a couple of times. It has been played by players a couple of times, but I can't help but feel that the Hayabusa play today is just scratching the surface.
I think I think it's not really performing very well.
Right?
Yeah.
There's so many things that a Hayabusa could potentially do. Right?
True.
Cross map plays, that's one thing. Quad shadows with some insane I guess mobility or insane positionings, those kind of outplay situations. We haven't exactly saw that before. It wasn't given them that. We haven't given them the opportunity to show. But it also comes down to the point whereby I think the overall team lineup and composition just doesn't allow the kind of space for Hayabusa to play that way.
As you can see, speaking of which, sustain is one of the game here and range as well. So if Hayabusa couldn't even reach the target with the sustainability coming from the back lines as well as the range itself from the players, how can you pick off? How can you make a difference there? So the flanking maneuvers is somehow not an option right now for the players.
Yeah, it feels like in Singapore meta, because we don't have an answer from the main 4 players, aside from Hayabusa, right? We don't have an answer from these 4 main players to split up a team fight composition just yet. And until a team in Singapore finds the solution and they find a way to split people up, there's no point in picking a Hayabusa because we will just see an only shadow kill spread around everyone.
Actually, when it comes to cross my plays, I only see Team Flash, especially Vanex's game. It's actually Vanex doing
Hades
and Hades as well.
yes.
Yeah, the backdoor play
cheeky
again
boy.
yesterday.
Always. Whenever you're going up against Team Flash, always look for backdoor.
Exactly. And here we go, Abstract. Now we are the second half of our match here in the Challenger stage. Kingdom Esports versus the side here, Absolute Zero. First pick here on the side of Kingdom Esports. Matilda, there you go. Sustain, and they are going to take this one out. Joy on the other side, but Kimi, I think, is still going to be the one viable pick here. Kimi was picked, last game, right?
Yeah. In the previous series, it was picked up for both games.
Yes,
I wouldn't call it series, but in the previous times where King's Vanguard played. King's Vanguard played. Both of their games were leaked Kimi.
They did. So there you go. So Fanny, okay, you mentioned this one. Hayabusa can also be one chip. Okay, how can we miss this one? Speaking of chip, Luye is also pretty good, right? We've seen
Luye seems pretty good.
Yeah, Absolute Zero did a pretty good job there on the side of SG. But let's see if they be able to use the same strategy here. But
I
Kingdom
doubt so,
though.
though.
Yeah,
because I mean they don't have the Matilda. I feel that if they want to play that, it has to be a combo set. Unless they find a way to kind of replace the Matilda, put someone in here. So at the very least, losing a Matilda means that you have to change at least 2 heroes.
Yeah. because of the heavy dive, you have a saving grace.
Mhm.
But without the saving grace,
So Alpha is not possible. So
Mhm.
it's technically speaking a completely different game. Technically, you can still play the Lucas the ban out now already.
Kalea.
Does the Suyo also still work? Because okay,
Yeah.
Suyo is not super comical because at least your
can
your
have
third
dash out.
skill is a dash out, right? It's a very tiny little dash, but it's still something.
And Kalea is pretty much open here, Abstract. So
For now.
you don't want... Oh, there you go. They're going to ban it out.
Okay.
Okay, then.
So what's available?
Speaking
Hayabusa, Phoveus, Badang, Hylos.
Mhm.
They're all still okay, but in terms of first pick material, we saw Badang being first picked
Yeah.
before.
As a roam.
Yeah. But
Uh,
knowing the players of Kingdom,
Yeah.
I don't think that Badang is the thing for them.
First pick here, they can go... Yeah, Phoveus. I think Phoveus is pretty good. We've seen how...
Phoveus for Bear is okay.
Mm.
Yeah. I think he can rock Phoveus pretty decently.
Yeah, Hylos.
Unless you
also,
want
if
to
you
first
want.
pick Granger. Granger is also okay for first pick. Eh?
I thought
Eh?
Kimi was
I
banned.
thought Kimi was banned.
Okay.
We didn't even say anything about the fact that Kimi is banned. But we just
OMG.
both assumed
Yeah,
that Kimi was
because
banned.
because you mentioned the first picks, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, there you
okay,
go.
okay. Oh yeah, Harif!
Esmeralda, go.
Yeah, we completely missed that as well. I don't think that they have to force themselves into Esmeralda
Yeah,
to say.
yeah. Sure.
It's still pretty okay.
Yep.
Phoveus is still available, so at least you can counter against the Zaman Force. You can
Yep.
still play within of the Zaman Force. You don't have to force yourself outside of it.
There you go.
Bear
Suyo.
also plays a pretty mean one of that. The Hylos is still potentially EXP/Roam. So the moment that you bring out the Phoveus right now, actually, you pretty much tell people how to counter against the Phoveus.
But I think Phoveus, yeah, can say that one, but it's pretty good here, especially against a Harith.
Against Harif is good. Okay, Gato Kacha pretty much plays the same thing. It does the same thing as well. I think the only difference between the Phoveus and the Gato Kacha is the Phoveus have got a little bit more damage
Okay,
and a little bit more sustainability in fight, while Gato Kacha has got more raw defenses, being able to help you to open up the maps. So Phoveus is stuck in EXP, while Gato Kacha still has the flexibility to go EXP or roam. So I think that is why Kingdom wants to go for that pick first.
So we are now going to go for the bans here. CC has been taken out. So, okay, make sure Kalea is banned. Yeah, okay.
Kalea's banned,
Ah,
right?
yeah. Kalea's banned already.
Fanny's banned?
Just
Yes, Fanny's banned. Okay.
Yeah, just sure. I need to make sure there. Okay, it is banned already here. But I've seen...
Granger's not
actually,
banned yet.
Granger's not banned.
Yeah.
They have Kimi already. Okay.
That's also Juicin already. So Mage, we don't have to talk about that.
Yeah.
Junglers,
Roam.
technically, yes. Okay.
Roam EXP.
Jungler for absolute 0. So taking out the Hayabusa would make very good sense. With this kind of composition, lockdown is important. So they should actually ban Fredrin. Kingdom should ban Fredrin actually. There is a Juicin. Juicin plus Fredrin is actually a very deadly combination.
Okay.
Having a Hylos that actually creates creates a glorious
Yes,
pathway
yes,
for your
yes.
Fredrin is even worse. So that is actually my call. I think that even though we don't see a Fredrin a lot, this is actually a game where the Fredrin can play well.
Okay.
And Phoveus ban.
So
Okay.
Phoveus ban, and they can potentially pick this one right now for Absolute Zero. But on the other side, I love to see an Eve here for the side of Kingdom Esports. But
Kingdom
again,
Esports, yeah.
unfortunately, Kimi
Kimi.
has been taken in. So, okay then. So EXP and the gold lane. So Ranger, Moskov, open. It's okay. But again, you need the initiator here. It's not gonna be the Garukacha. I do not favor Garukacha to be the
yeah.
initiator here. So Badang,
Badang is okay. Yeah, Badang is okay. Badang is also one of the other heroes that can play very decently into team fights.
okay.
Which is something that they would possibly want to do
Yeah.
to either split up or to contest for against the Harif.
Okay.
But the Hanzo, I think
Okay.
Hanzo is a pretty good pacing hero, right? Pretty good pacing, pretty good creep clear as well. But I feel that it doesn't really play too well into AZ's composition because it's just raw damage.
Yep.
I think right now, looking for some more
Frontliner.
utility
Yep.
frontline would
Yes.
look good.
Because
Yeah, Fredrin.
Yeah.
I somehow
Yeah.
I agree with
Because
you here.
Kingdom don't have a way to shred. There's no CC. You can't pick the alpha. There's a lot of heroes from Kingdom Esports they can't pick to shred the opponents unless you want to pick up a a gold laner
Oh, yeah.
that plays into DHS.
The glue.
Blue. Okay, there's no way that they're gonna threaten here anymore then.
So they're okay. They have the chase. They have the chase here for the side of Absolute Zero, but the damage in the early game, do you think it's enough here for the side of Kingdom? I don't think so. I think Kingdom should here in this 3 picks right now we're seeing here they do have the advantage when it comes to damage in slightly
I think
for the early stage.
at least for gold lane Harith.
Oh, of
Ha-
course, yeah.
At least for gold lane, Harith wins. Mid lane, if we're looking at a high loss as well as a Juicin, is double DOT. Is not super good at wave clear in an instant. So if you're looking at a Kimi and if we're talking about Gato Kacha, that means they're quite equal. That means they are actually equal. Mid lane, there is no priority that goes to anyone here. The only thing is Kimi just gotta have to be careful, or rather it's a little bit tougher for Kingdom. But wave clear wise, similar. Ling.
Ling against. Okay. Against. Okay.
I still prefer the Fredrin and not have the glue, but to have to put the glue against a Badang is, I think that's a skill matchup.
Somehow interesting with regards to these traps we're seeing here, Abstract. I mean, each team has their own synergy, right? But how to finish the other graph here? Because okay, we have Hylos, you have the dash, you have the chase, you have the crowd control there. But on the other side, Badang has the defense mechanism as well with the barrier. If ever they can go back away, they have the mobility as well on the other side here. And again, run and gun.
Shredding will probably be the issue for Kingdom Esports, because there's two very strong front lines. Especially if we are actually looking at very strong crowd control from the Juicin, Glue, plus technically the Hylos. I was saying the Hylos maybe not that strong. It's just a single stun that sets things up. It allows the Lantern Flare to continuously stack up, and if your Glue is able to constantly just keep on running back and forth thanks to the Glorious Pathway, I think that these two combinations can be a very, very dirty thing to happen in the midst of a team fight. But the same thing I could say for Kingdom Esports. It really just depends on who is able to get the better setup.
Speaking of setup here, I think Absolute Zero has, let's just say, straightforward kind of initiation here. Once it's impossible that I mean Nan or a Vendetta is going to initiate the team fight. It's always going to be hold that thought.
Oh, Vendetta doesn't seem like he's going to run away from all of that, but he's going to be changing into a little Glueling, but he's now going to go down as he's stuck within of the pit. He's just doing whatever he can do at the very best. Buji, he was somehow still around the fight, but FMM, oh my goodness, Nan, he joins into the battle and he would want to help his team out a little bit. This is a super extended fight, my oh my. Bear is potentially going to go down, yes, giving Nan a double kill. So that is 3 kills for Absolute Zero already. Nan picks up 2, Buji with 1, while Kingdom Esports is just Melon with 1 kill.
And look at this
one. No, this, okay, Flicker is absolutely necessary.
Okay then. But we're seeing here Absolute Zero. I thought that Kingdom Esports actually has the, early game damage, but Absolute Zero can really dish out a lot as well. With Nan here, with his passive, he can really join the team fight much easier, much quicker as well. So on the top side though, we've seen, of course, Salas has the better damage, but Malik's easy showing us it's not the case.
That's not the case. It is always a skill matchup to a certain extent. The heroes will always tell one side of the story, but flip the coin and that is the other side of the coin already. Heads or tails, your choice. As such, Absolute Zero, there is definitely winning lanes, there's losing lanes, but in the previous fight, I think that previous fight from Kingdom Esports was just a little bit of lack of experience kind of feel. Overstayed their welcome, knowing that the opponent has a Ling, very fast pace and all. That shouldn't even be a thing whereby Kingdom Esports just stayed there with so little HP left.
Oh,
But in the meantime, Buji just jumps right in with the Crimson Beacon. He's going to be picking up quite a lot of people and all. We even have the Fist Crack coming in from Bear, but Bear, he did not die at all. He managed to tank alive throughout this entire time, and we do have Salas that actually went down at the top side, so that's a big surprise.
Okay, this is great for the side of here of Kingdom Esports. They managed actually to win the team fight without a loss, right? They didn't have
Technically no losses for
no
Kingdom.
losses, no casualties whatsoever. But Absolute Zero is somehow would take into consideration how this combo coming in from Kingdom Esports. Great positioning as well here on the by Melon on his Kimi. Speaking of positioning, Vendetta.
Okay. Managed to catch down Vendetta with a quick little taunt, but now of course to the glorious pathway, quick stun. It does seem like FMM is taking the full brunt of the damage with a defensive AOG. Wasted all of the time the Absolute Zero spent on the FMM.
Okay, I think aggressiveness here from Absolute Zero is showing now in this game. And so far, Bear, we haven't seen him really initiating the team fight. Yes, his Crack is there to counter, but when it comes to initiation though, I'm really expecting him with this flicker could do its thing here. But so far, he's out of position now. This is the call right now we are seeing here. Let's see if he's going to initiate. Nope.
Not yet,
nope,
not
nope.
yet.
Nope.
He's definitely looking for the opportunities, but he's constantly just clearing up his lanes and he's just ensuring that his lane is going to be a-okay. But he's always on the edge, ready to jump into action if he really needs to.
Yeah, it's really hard to go 1v1 against a Glue, man. Glue's harassment is just top-notch right now.
Exactly.
They're going to take in
Good survivability too.
to the middle lane, though.
I don't think that it's going to do much, but at least that one thing's for sure, they know that they have managed to pop Buji's Flicker plus the Crimson Beacon.
Okay, that's big. That's big.
Yeah, that's very big. So now coming up for this upcoming Turtle, if Kingdom Esports really wants to aggress for this, they technically can. The moment that they find Buji, that is all good.
Oh, this is going to be a Turtle Pit to showdown once again, but Malik TZ needs to be very careful. Wow, great map awareness coming in from this guy. I love it. I really expected that Malik TZ will be harassed. Right? I mean, he's being harassed because we have the Ling, we have the Harith, and I thought this is going to be a great advantage lane here for Salas, but it's not. Malik TZ holding his ground.
Yeah, so it's pretty okay. There's a Granger going up against the Harith. But
okay, there you go.
Back onto two members. What is that insane amount of damage and how long they stayed in there?
That's what I want.
What was that layering? What was used?
Yeah, Bear, Flicker, Fist Crack, bam.
Was that
the combo
taunt from FMM as well?
Yeah, I think so. That's
Damn.
That's pretty good. This is what the Garukacha needs. A hero can really initiate the team fight. There you go. Let me just see. There you go. AOG.
Oh, it's an AOG.
Yeah, but it's a Fist Crack. Yeah, it's a Fist Crack first.
Fist Crack.
Yeah.
But was there anything else aside from Fist Crack? Or was or did Melon also fart? Did Melon fart?
What's it called? The ultimate?
There's the immobilize and there's the traction pulse. The
traction
immobilize is the fart.
Yeah.
The single wave fart.
But I think that the Fist Crack and AOG alone.
I think it dealt
the
main thing. It just feels as though that Absolute Zero stayed in the wall for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
That feels illegal to be a single combo from a Batang.
that was a great team fight, and I want that to happen every time here for the side of Kingdom Esports. I think it's one of their aces with this draft right now.
I'll say in the early stages of the game, that is the ace. But once it comes down to the late stages, I'm not too sure what kind of damage realistically this Batang can potentially bring out.
True, but it's going to be Melon and Malik TZ is going to step up when it comes to damage output later on. But they need utility. That combo, they need one. So here we see Absolute Zero right now trying to even this game here. But Buji cannot easily, of course, burst through as well into the middle lane. They need a target. Loisa?
And the target might be Loisa.
Okay.
But Absolute Zero, they're not really looking at anything just yet. Just zoning out is probably the name of the game. As now they immobilize down onto Bear. Fist Crack is just going to be connecting down on Vendetta, only for him to latch on over to Bear. Allows them to get a single kill. Even the Zaman Force being expended, basically telling Kingdom Esports don't get close. But for now, two taunts, immobilize, a quick little fart from Melon. Did manage to connect down on the Bougie as well as Rapidote, but just gonna let them go and be fine for now.
Wow, look at the zone coming in from Melon there, and the rest of Absolute Zero just walking back. And not only that, on the skirmish play, Malik Teasy just secured the turret on the top as well as in the mid, and this is gonna be a team fight now.
Oh, Vendetta, unfortunately, cannot stay alive long enough to be playing a little bit of running around for that team fight. AOG did not manage to clip anyone, but that is good enough for Kingdom Esports as they managed to claim yet another turtle for themselves.
Wow, Kingdom Esports just playing this clinically against the side of
Wait, hold on a
Zero.
second. Who got the turtle?
Yeah, I think it's Absolute Zero.
Rapidot has that. Is that that's the turtle's shield from Rapidot,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Was that the one?
Yes,
Oh.
yes. It's
So
Absolute
Zero
Zero
took the
just
turtle.
taken. Yeah,
Okay.
they have. But I think the big win is still going to be Kingdom Esports because of the turret takedown on the top as well as on the mid. I mean, it's a great trade there, but it's a beautiful trade if you ask me. Plus auto turret here on the bottom as well.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Sometimes it gets a little bit confusing, but there's that full ring around none. That is the indication that the turtle went down to them. So at least now we know Kingdom Esports, they didn't lose too much, but a turtle. I think that this game is still fairly even Stevens, except for the fact that Kingdom Esports, yes, they do have about 3,000 gold lead, but how far is that gold lead gonna extend? That is probably the main question, because we are looking at a little bit of difference when it comes down to gold positions, as Nan as the Ling is cost 1, while Salas is more of position 2. So it will definitely take time for Nan to eventually get all the item that he needs, because this is a very greedy composition actually.
That is true. But Nan right now, what's great about this guy right now, he has no deaths. So at least he's still on track here. But I did expect him to actually respond on those split pushes coming in from the side of Malik Teasy, but did not yet happen. It's one of the advantage of having a Ling is, of course, your mobility here. And as you can see, they're now going to conspire. Go for this priority split push on the top side. 4v5 situation on the Lord though. Okay.
Oh, Vendetta caught, fist crack, and he immediately busted down before he can even realistically do anything.
I don't think they can contest this one, Abstract, but they are trying to do so.
As we do have the red carpet, which is going to be dropped down by the high loss, but it's not going to do anything when it comes down to slowing or even slowing down them taking the Lord.
And I thought it's going to be Nan going to go for the split push on the top side, giving away that Lord, but he did respond. And look at this one, defense coming in from Bear. So they cannot manage to take this outer turret on the top side. Still a good defense here for Kingdom Esports. Oh, man.
The game 1 of Absolute Zero just seems so much better that this game pales in comparison, right?
Actually, yes.
So, it's really unfortunate that in this case, Macro Place is a little bit more lacking now. They do have the Ling, but yet so many of these turrets are still alive. I don't feel the pressure coming from Absolute Zero, despite the fact that it's 11 minutes.
Yeah, speaking of which, I think they spotted already Ling on the top side here. They still do have the Lord. Soyo is going to be recalling back here to defend. But outer turrets is slowly going to be in the hands here of Kingdom Esports. Now, Malik
that's the
Teasy.
pleasure.
Yep, indeed. Okay, 2 turrets in a row. I think.
Turrets is okay. Yep. But unfortunately, the main important turret is actually in the middle lane, which happens to be one of the toughest one. So at least you got yourself some side turrets. You give your team some gold, just so that you can prepare yourself for the upcoming team fight, which does seem like it might be now. As not just on the Bear, that was hands down FMM just walking in and out, or rather walking out and in of the brush. A perfect bait onto Rapidote as well as Vendetta.
Again, that is disgusting. Oh, I mean, the combo once again shows how devastating that play, the combo is. And now they're going to push through here in the mid lane.
Yep, but it does seem like FMM
oh, the damage!
Okay, I don't know how they bursted down Vendetta like that.
Exactly.
But it is what it is. Now the top lane is going to be under siege by Kingdom Esports. With the red carpet, in this case it's actually more of a golden carpet, that's been laid down. Kingdom Esports, they desperately want the middle lane. They want the middle lane so bad.
Oh, Summon Force been committed also. Oh man, they still managed to defend, but that is just insane here. The combo from Kingdom Esports. Bear with a fist crack, and the rest is history there in that situation. Oh my goodness. Time and time again. I think Absolute Zero here. Yes, they do have this Purify. They do have the Revitalize coming in from Rapidot as well as the Glorious Pathway, but it wasn't enough damage output. The burst is insane here from Kingdom Esports.
10 seconds left until the Lord eventually spawns. Now that is where the game truly starts. Because Nan is already at level 15 with the cross-map possible plays that he can be pushing up to the top lane and then joining into the mix in the Lord's Pit. This is where the fun begins.
Yeah, Vendetta, great positioning here. I love this push. And Bear, notice this one. Oh!
Break Fist Crack lands down on Vendetta once again. Another time when Vendetta dies without being able to do anything. FMM takes the front shot. The AOG did not land on anyone. Nan joins over the backlines, hoping that he will be able to get a pretty decent hit. But unfortunately, Tempest of Blades is effectively, and Melon gets himself one. Rapidot is the next one, but unfortunately the quick little part did not manage to do anything. Salas is still holding on when it comes down to secret stage, and it clips right down onto Melon. Picks himself a triple. This is possibly going to be the mechanics play we're looking up for, but Louisa came him from the back. Brings down and chopped Salas down for good.
That was the beauty, Abstract. That flicker and as well as the beam stun. Oh, that was insane. That was a great pick-off as well. And everything was just a surprise here against the side of Absolute Zero. But now the Lord is up. Louisa is here. Bear as well. Great positioning here. But again, during team fights, always Vendetta is going to be the first casualty in the game, not even giving so much contribution during the team fight. Will he be? I mean, will he be a great factor if he survives longer in the team fight? I think he needs to do so.
He needs to, yeah. This is, I feel that Glue doesn't really work so much on his playstyle. He's very much of an engager and he's always the first one in kind of guy. But Glue doesn't feel like he's supposed to do that.
Yeah. Oh, Glorious Pathway here on the other side.
Oh, that's a wasted Glorious Pathway. But there's already Kingdom Esports gonna blow into the sky. The Summon Force has dropped down. What's the last? Just continuously going up for all the damage, but somehow the creep, the Ricky is the one that died.
And now, oh, there's gonna be a stun. Buji backs away as well.
He had to burn the Crimson Beacon.
Yeah. Oh, poor Ricky.
Oh, poor Ricky.
Ricky the Red.
Was that actually Ricky or is that the Golem Ricky? Oh yeah, that's the Golem Ricky.
That's a go.
That's the Golem.
Okay.
That's the petrified Ricky.
Okay. And the Blue Wolf is the Bob the Blue.
He's Blicky.
Okay. Balloon is getting back.
Man, they all flew up the sky. They all were in that choke point, but there was no form of damage. Even Salas, he's doing whatever they could, but that's just not the best place for the Zaman Force, and he can't go really ham. I think he's very cautious in how he dashes as well, because he can't go overly aggressive and back as well. Bear, unfortunately, his break did not land onto anyone. All five members from inside the Kingdom Esports, they are all just right in the middle. Louisa down to the bottom, he did manage to take down the turret. Nan doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Most, if not all of the members from inside of Absolute Zero, they gotta have to go back, especially for Vendetta. You wouldn't want to lose your HP at this point in time. You wouldn't want to lose your life. As his break lands on the Buji once again. He wants to go for the flag, and hopefully they will be able to get a kill on the Bear, who will be able to. 3 men down onto the side of Kingdom Esports forces Louisa and Melon to go home.
Wow, that was a prolonged team fight there, Abstract. I mean, Kingdom Esports wanted to finish the game already there, but they cannot able to do so. Vendetta, that time around, made a great target. That is Bear. Bear was actually being down there, with the ultimate coming in from Vendetta. Now Rapidot giving some space, going for a second target as well. Would they be able to do so with the Zaman Force, I guess? Not without the creeps.
Not without. There's a completely barren wasteland over to the side of Absolute Zero. As much as they have won fights and they would want to push in, it is not that easy. Namely because of the lack of wave clear.
Yeah.
Now is a time where they start to feel the pain of their composition as they are unable to wave clear fast enough to be just sieging through the mid. If they do find that opportunity, it's not gonna get them far.
Speaking of opportunity, I mean, Vendetta, again on the glue. He needs to find some opening here. He needs to find some target, not just being the first casualty during the team fight here. And so far, Kingdom Esports managed to take down inhibitor turrets, and now for sure controlling the map here. But 15 seconds until the next Lord spawn. This is major here, Abstract. I think whoever takes the Lord here can really turn the tide of the battle. Or if Kingdom Esports will take this one, it can be ending this game here. But Absolute Zero, they have the combo. Rapidon is here. We have a Nan as well with technical plays. We've seen how the damage it can dish out at this moment in time. And look at the critical damage here coming in from Nan. It only shows here that he is pretty much online.
Slowly look for angles of attack. Bear is being a very good guy when it comes down to battle.
I think they spotted the link here on the top side. This is now an opportunity for Bear. Bear right now initiated one.
Bear, he's right in the face of Vendetta, but for the first time, not the first time, but the first time in a long time, the latch on happened.
Yeah.
Bear is the first person to go down, and Kingdom Esports realizes, yeah, we can't take this fight anymore. Quick little retreat, and let's not forget about the pushing and marching wave up top.
Actually, that was the second time, Abstract. Second time that Vendetta targeted Bear on the ultimate. So it's effective now. I think that's a proper target here for Vendetta. And now they're trying to control or contest this Lord.
How about FMM though? He's right in the middle. He's tanky, but not tanky enough. Immortality has been popped. We also even have the Glorious Pathway that's popped right in. None can go for attribution very soon. But Malik Tizi, he gets a kill down on Salah. And None is down as well. Malik Tizi finds it. 3 men down from Absolute Zero. But the Lord is going to be fighting in turn for Absolute Zero. How well is this going to work out? There's a bottom lane push, middle lane push as well. Absolute Zero only have Bougie and Vendetta to defend the lane. Only Vendetta and Bougie. How is that going to work out? Spell fight. And now Vendetta! He still have immortality, but he don't have the wave clear. Kingdom Esports take the game.
Oh my! Okay, okay. And I thought that the side here of Absolute Zero find their specialty already when it comes to the team fight. Just speaking of Bear with Vendetta's ultimate here, but that wasn't the case. Maltese out of nowhere, dishing out incredible damage. Oh man, that was
back and
insane.
forth,
back and forth,
back and forth. Today's games are long. We haven't seen what 11 minutes game? Do we have 11 minutes game? Nah.
I feel we don't. I feel these games are best of 3.
See you guys at 10 p.m.
See you. Which is, I'm telling you, best of 1s are insane, Abstract. I mean, because teams wanted to win, they have no option but to win, and this never give up mentality is just showing we have incredible defense time, CISO battles, how the execution. It's just not okay. Let's we lost this fight. Let's focus on the next game. No, not that one. Let's focus on how to defend the core. Wow.
Wow. Wow, indeed.
Oh man, Absolute Zero defeated this time around by
Again.
Kingdom Esports.
Yeah. Again. So,
okay, somehow we see a pattern
so
here.
where the hell is the power rankings? Wait, what's the
Yeah.
pattern?
I mean, the pattern, we see how incredible we hyped Absolute Zero on their game on the RSGSG. Now,
And then afterwards,
2
just
games
like,
in a row,
yeah.
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 But
I thought I kind of shook off the jinx already. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's you.
Maybe it's me.
Next game, KE versus SSG. Tell me.
Oh,
Who looks good? Sounds good.
Yeah.
Who? KE or SSG? Come on, tell me.
KE or SSG?
Yeah.
Okay,
sounds better.
based on the pattern? Based on the pattern?
Sure, pattern, whatever it is.
If SSG wins.
No, it's not F. It's not if.
Okay, no if.
no
Okay,
if,
no
just-
if. Okay.
Yeah, just from power
Kingdom.
rankings. Kingdom. Okay.
Kingdom.
I'm sorry, Kingdom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kingdom. But
You go for SSG, yeah.
no, they got jinxed by you already.
We shall see. Okay, SSG versus K. We'll see how that goes.
Okay.
If whether it's my jinx
So
or is
basically,
it your jinx.
I can predict the game, but it's the opposite of the result.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So we shall
Yeah.
see. Let's take a look at the entire lineup. All right,
Yes.
we'll take a look at the entire statistics. Right, damage to tower. None definitely did do his absolute best when it comes down to knocking down all of the turrets in the top. At one point in time, there has been a very heavy wave up top, while they also got a kill down on the bear. We thought that could be the turning factor to
Yeah.
allow Absolute Zero to win. But within just a single snap of a finger, when they recongregated again and tried to go for the fight, it just didn't work out.
Yep.
One thing's dropped after another as they dropped like grapes.
Like grapes.
Like
Okay.
grapes, yeah.
What?
Singaporeans, those people that's around, wow, how long, how many years ago is that?
What's the context about the grape thingy?
So were you here when Singapore had their had its first hail?
Like the snow.
Hail.
Did it happen?
It happened.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
very localized hail.
Okay.
And then there was a news interview of this Indian lady, and then she's just saying, "Wow, the hill, scary. Got eyes, drop like grapes." And it became a meme for a long time. It became a meme. So
Drop like grapes.
yeah, drop like grapes.
Oh,
So something along those lines.
okay.
Maybe I'll show you the video.
Yeah,
after
yeah, yeah,
broadcast.
yeah. I'm
It's
curious
very-
about that one
It's
now.
very funny. It is very, very funny.
Somehow we see that Absolute Zero like drop grapes
Drop
right
like
now.
grapes, yeah.
Like grapes right now. I think
We honestly thought that Absolute Zero could defy the odds and show us what a top-heavy challenger team would look like.
yeah.
But no! It was just game one.
Yeah. I mean, best of one.
I mean, on paper, they do sound good. On paper, they looked good even for game number one. They worked in tandem. Their composition is easy to execute. And it was against RSG, so it's no amateur. It's a veteran team, experienced team. Yet they walked over them like they were ants.
Okay. I will not follow through that. But you mentioned, of course, these games are pretty much very long, right? It's not
Yes.
one-sided game. I mean, Absolute Zero is still showing their capability on these fights against MPL SG teams. So they're pretty much strong. And speaking of Sovereign SG, another challenger team here. This is now Bukit Panjang 1, 2,
Panjang.
3. Yeah, Carax is here as well. And Rome, Creo Meow on the mid, Night Shiki on the gold, and Kong on the EXP. Is Night Shiki familiar to you, Abstract?
Not really.
Is he a KOL streamer or
I'm not too sure, actually. I don't remember seeing his face before.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Some kind of KOL-ish IGN. But anyway,
KOL IGN. So tell me, of all the names here, which one is the most non-KOL? There must be one. There must be one.
yeah, Abstract. The Lodi name. The Lodi name.
Type abstract on Google, and that's the worst thing that you can happen because
Why?
it would never be me.
It's
It's
a painting
it's such bad SEO.
for now.
Such bad SEO. I could have changed. I should have changed.
Such Abstract.
You know what? I'm gonna change.
No way.
I'm gonna change.
From season 1 to season 9, you're gonna change it.
From now on, I am now called Live Eyes.
Lame. Lame.
To be called lame by
Wapo
him.
ako, 1, 2, 3.
Pogi ako 3 to 1.
3 to 1. Pogi ako, 3 to 1. There you go.
Okay.
Okay,
Lower
Kingdom,
third.
Kingdom
Pogi ako
Esports.
3 to 1.
Ah, that's the thing. Oh,
Po-
okay. No, I can say that's the Pinoyest,
Noise.
Challengerest, teamest IGM you could have.
Oh my goodness.
Pogi ako 1, 2, 3. Just
I'm
like
Chinese. I should make it Chinese.
Ah.
I think that sounds bad. Wait,
What?
how to say it in Chinese?
Ni hao ma 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god, I actually don't. It sounds so weird. It sounds so weird in Chinese. I'm not gonna try that. No. Some things just shouldn't be replicated. Yeah.
Abstract is weird.
Pogi sounds easy to say.
Abstract Pogi. Abstract Pogi 1, 2, 3.
What was it yesterday?
We haven't seen a situation where we need to
Yeah.
yet.
Yet.
So far,
No,
the
yesterday you just pulled it.
I mean, yesterday, yes,
Yeah.
but today.
But today, yeah. Okay, okay,
Do
okay,
we see
okay.
a Badang room yet? No, right?
We did. Okay. He won. It won the game.
He won?
Yeah.
Ah,
But it got a gotcha.
lucky only lah. Lucky
But,
only lah. Lucky only.
I know it's not.
No, lucky.
Oh, okay.
Lucky.
Okay,
Lucky.
okay,
It's
lucky.
not Badang. Lucky. It's lucky. How to say
Okay
lucky?
then.
How to say lucky in Tagalog?
Suerte. It's actually a Spanish word.
Oh yeah, that sounds very Spanish.
Suerte.
Suerte.
Lucky.
It sounds like you're trying to, what's the word? It sounds like you're trying to, be flirtatious. It's
Yeah.
Suerte.
Suerte. With a wink.
Oh goodness.
And now, Sovereign SG. Okay, there's a pattern. Sovereign, not an incredible performance in the game 1, game 2. They
Game
stepped
2 is
up.
okay. Yep.
It's
Maybe
pretty
they're
good.
rising.
Yes.
Maybe
So
they're
let's
rising.
see. Let's see against KGV if they'll be able to topple this MPL SG team this time around. But you know what? KGV, they're in pretty good standing.
Let's see. They won. They won 2 No, wait.
No, Kingdom. Sorry,
Oh,
Kingdom.
Kingdom.
Not KGV. Kingdom is a pretty good standing. Okay,
Kingdom.
they defeated KGB yesterday. Plus, of course, they won. They still did not have any loss. That was a game 3.
They have
game
one
3
loss.
yesterday.
I'm
Game
pretty
3.
sure that KE have 1 loss. I think 1 loss, 1 win, right?
By RSGSG.
They lost to RSGSG. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay then. Yeah.
Let me just double
Okay then. Yeah.
Sorry, mom. I have very weak memory nowadays.
Yeah. Yesterday.
Yeah. So KE lost 2-0
Yep,
to
RSGSG.
RSG.
Yeah, that
And
is
then-
correct.
Yeah, and then they randomly just pick up a 2-1 against KGV. KVG.
Okay.
King Goose. KGV.
Kings,
Yeah, King Goose.
Vanguard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
KGV. Yeah.
Now they won against Absolute Zero. This time around, it's gonna be Sovereign SG. Now we are going to talk about Sovereign SG. That was incredible, just glow up on that second game. And these players, again, on the roster itself, I do not know any history individually with this. They mentioned that this is really came from
This is
scratch
really
here.
from scratch, right?
Yeah.
They built it. They built this team, and they put it on the tracks.
Yeah.
And they just send it.
Okay.
I just
Yeah,
realized
yeah.
that it's an inside joke only for the both of us because only we
yeah.
know the meaning behind their team.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the thing.
yeah.
Senate.
Send it.
Yeah. And now they're here, actually winning.
Oh yeah.
Again, yeah.
Yeah. So they are trying to be the stars.
Wow.
Yeah, they're trying to be the
Imagine
stars.
now on the
Not
playoffs.
not only the both of us would know, but I think the 5 players would know what I'm trying to say to a certain extent if they know what their
Stars, yeah.
old name was.
Correct.
Yeah.
Trying to be the stars.
Trying to be the stars.
Yeah, correct.
As much as possible, I think that they have a chance. And this is we're coming to the 3-game part. So, you know how to say first one's a fluke, second one's
You and Jace yesterday did this one. Okay, first one's a fluke. Second one's a pattern. What?
pattern. Is it pattern? Third one's a confirmation.
Fourth one is.
Double confirmation.
Fifth one is.
Triple confirmation.
So it's so
he didn't complete it until the triple confirmation part. I'm so disappointed.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we are now going into the confirmation.
Yes, they're going to
Stage.
the confirmation stage.
If they're
Yep.
gonna be able. Okay.
Technically, it's not exactly because in order for this to work, they have to be all wins. They have to win everything.
So pattern.
Yeah. So now it's pattern.
Yeah.
So we're trying to catch the pattern. If whether their pattern is losing or the pattern is
First.
winning.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then the third one, then we'll find out if whether it's still another
Confirm.
form of pattern or if whether we are confirmed it's still
They're-
what
they're-
they are.
Yeah. This is a great team.
Yeah.
Like this one. Wow. I mean.
Holy crap, that is actually a pretty good rubric. Okay, I'm going to This is a little bit like an epiphany. Like, okay,
Yeah.
okay, how?
But still, man, coming out from a Challenger qualifier
How
to
to
go-
rank MPL teams?
how to rank MPL teams.
First is fluke.
Okay.
Second is pattern.
There should be habit as
is
well.
confirmation.
Okay. Then fourth is
Fourth is
double
confirmation.
and so and so forth.
Yeah,
there.
so on and so forth.
Okay.
Okay, so I got it. Confirm. Okay,
Okay.
we'll find out if whether this is a pattern coming in from SSG.
Yeah, correct.
And then in the meantime, oh crap! This is also a confirmation game for KE.
Ah, yes.
Ah, you
so
see
we
storyline.
Confirmed already.
Yeah, we are using this game to find out the confirmation slash the pattern.
So, okay, Absolute Zero lost already that game. So, it was a pattern first because they lost twice in a row. They won the first game. Okay, we hyped them up. Then they lost.
Yes.
So,
So-
it's a fluke.
Yeah. So
Then
in
they
the end,
lost
that,
again.
that was a fluke, right?
They lost again.
Yes.
Now, it's a pattern.
Crap, I'm not following.
There's 3 games, right? Absolute Zero has 3 games.
Have they played 3 games already?
Yeah.
Oh, for Absolute Zero. Oh, yeah, they played 3
Yeah.
games already. So
Win,
it's
lost, lost.
Win, lost, lost. So win is a fluke. The second one is a second
Your
one is
team
like
is
okay.
winning.
Also.
So that one's a fluke,
Ah.
right? So it's a fluke that they lost.
Ah.
Then the second one is a pattern. We're
Pattern.
starting to find a pattern.
Okay.
We're getting the pattern of their losing games.
But this one, it's Sovereign SG having the first priority pick against the side of Kingdom Esports. If Sovereign SG wins this game against Kingdom Esports, now we're seeing a pattern.
Well, now we have a pattern.
Okay.
KE though.
Mhm.
I think KE also 1-1.
Okay, Kimi.
KE is 1-1-2. Okay, so this is a pattern
Yeah,
for them
this is a
too.
pattern. This is a
Okay,
pattern
it's a
game.
pattern.
Let's see.
It's a game of patterns. It's a chessboard because it's a
Your
pattern on the
team
chessboard.
is banning.
Uh-huh.
Black and white.
Uh-huh.
Checkmate. We've got the Kimi as well as the Fanny that has been thrown into the banning pool at this point in time. Still, Harif. All of this is still up for grabs. I will say that for both of these two teams, there hasn't exactly been anyone that is too, I guess, it's not exactly like
team is
star
banning.
player.
Yeah,
so-
now that you mentioned it, unlike previous season, like, I mean, okay, many imports was there, but we can see the difference of this clutch or game-changing plays. We saw rising stars there on the first judgment of how we cast.
Yep.
But now you mentioned it, yeah. Teams themselves together,
They're
yes.
playing as a team, as a
As a
unit.
team.
Yeah. No
But
one really
individual-
showed up as, you know, the
yes.
yeah, kind of like the sticking up like a sore thumb in a good way per se, you know. So I think that right now the only one that pokes out a sore thumb for us is probably Pogiako because of his name.
And his joy
Your team is
game,
banning.
which is not being
When,
banned
when
here.
you mean the one that when he's committed suicide in the fountain? Yeah, fair.
Okay, then. Okay.
So Lucas as well as Chip and Matilda thrown out
Team
of
is
the
banning.
pool already. Harif is still available.
Joy.
Kalia, Joy.
Kalea, yeah.
What
Zushin.
else? Jushin, Granger.
Uh-huh. First pick.
Okay, we gotta make sure that Kimi's banned. Yeah, Kimi's banned.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Almost forgot that one. So,
First pick
yeah.
materials.
Kimi.
Badang and okay, I'm still not really a
Kimi
Badang
is
first
banned.
pick.
Okay,
Yeah,
Kimi is
Kimi
banned
is banned,
already.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So, Joy? You're not going to ban the Joy or Zushin or Hayabusa?
Harif as
We've seen
well.
as Naichiki. Pogiako, okay. Pogiako did the Joy previously. Suyo.
Suyo doesn't feel very ban-worthy nowadays.
Your
Okay,
team is
they
picking.
banned out the Moskov, so there's quite a bit of heroes that's actually leaked out. So whatever that SSG picks, then KE will just pick the next few, right?
Yeah. If they go for Joy here, I think Phobius will be the pick for Kingdom.
That's true. Phobius.
Yeah. So Harith is pretty much open as well.
Or SSG can just first pick the Phobius and
Yeah,
kind of tell
I think
Kingdom,
so.
yeah, you shouldn't pick the Joy.
Kalea pretty much. Oh, okay.
Your
Actually,
team
okay.
is picking.
Got a
Wa-
gotcha.
was it SSG that first picked the?
Yeah, Rome.
Okay.
They did. So yeah, we see a pattern.
Pattern.
Yeah, here. So, okay, Kingdom Esports. Now, okay, you have open Phobius, Kalea. Can pick this one. Bear.
We still have. Okay, so if we're looking at big outs, Badang being big outs, one of the I will say that.
Yes,
Okay.
get the, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they should get the gotcha in.
Okay.
Okay.
Your
Phobius
team
then.
is picking.
But Phobius is still a pretty okay pick. But
Yeah.
is it really an okay pick for SSG though? That will
With the
mean
Joy.
that they don't have any with the Joy, against the Joy. I was
Against the Joy, sorry.
Yeah, I'm only afraid of synergy, team synergy, because they don't have anyone like super tanky enough to kind of like open up the maps per se. Technically speaking, if they do want the Badang in the roam, they can just slap and throw him a bunch of
Your team is
tanky
picking.
items and half builds for all of them. But perhaps not exactly super necessary. I don't think because Joy dashes around really fast anyways.
True.
So even if you were to keep on getting a cooldown off of your stuff because of the dashes, I guess you can't really catch up to Joy anyways.
True is the thing. And
Good to have, but not necessary.
plus they
Your
have secured
team
here
is banning.
the Harris on the other side for the side of Sovereign SG. They have the damage. Actually, they do have the damage here. They just need the follow up from Badang's Fist Crack. Because if ever, let's just say abstract, initiation here coming in from the Badang, the AOG is there to cancel it out. I mean the combo against the Sovereign SG.
I think the crowd control is the main problem from SSG for now.
I-
Yeve is actually a really good pick for KE.
Ah,
SSG gotta have to ban that out, considering the fact that and SSG themselves cannot even pick the Yeve because of the presence of Gatokacha on the
True.
opposite side.
but it's a great synergy
Your
with
team
the
is
Zaman
banning.
Force and the Fist Crack there. Yeah.
So pick a poison, I suppose. It's either you. In fact, I don't think that you should even leave it out because first pick on the second phase is actually towards the side of KE. If you want to gamble on taking a Yi for yourself, that means that you are essentially gambling for a KE to not first pick that Yi on R4.
Okay.
Your team is
Can
banning.
go for the Phobius here. KE actually.
There's still potential for that.
For the EXP gold lane, they have already.
A lot of heroes that are still currently up for grabs.
They want to go for the save. Okay, Matilda is banned. Okay. My ship is banned. Okay.
Chips man too. Yeah.
But gotta catch you again. You need the follow up here if you are the side of Kingdom.
Yeah, you need someone to go in first for you. And I don't think that the Phobius is a perfect one. So maybe we just kind of chuck away the Phobius. Perhaps for KE, maybe just ban the Phobius. Don't give the opponents a possibility or the opportunity to pick up a Phobius, especially if they want to double down onto the Zaman Force.
There you go.
Yeah.
Your team is
Okay,
banning.
Phobius is out.
Now the Yeve gotta go. SSG gotta have to go for the Yeve ban. The last thing that I would want is for me as Night Shiki to drop my Zaman Force, and then afterwards the RWM is right above and right on top of my my Zaman Force. And then shortly afterwards, AOG comes in. That is probably the last thing that I want happening.
Actually, real world manipulation is a great combo with AOG.
Yes, it is.
No?
You keep them
So-
inside.
Ah,
Oh,
Valentina.
Valentina.
Actually, yeah.
It's
a great
okay, but I still feel the threat is on Yeve if KE really wants to play
Eve.
it.
I think I agree with you. I'm trying. Eve is pretty good here.
Yeah. That means, okay, so if KE picks, don't pick up the Yeve, SSG can potentially pick up the
I will
Yeve for
find a
themselves.
way.
Okay.
Even when
Okay,
time is worn.
Vexana.
But we're talking about the
Okay.
who initiates first, right?
that
A
means
hero who can initiate first, though.
Usually when we, okay, so here's the pattern. Usually when I see a Vexana, a Tigreal comes.
Yes. That's the staple combo we have seen previous seasons, and
Exactly.
it's very effective.
Yes.
Simple as that, but very effective.
Okay, so knowing that impossible information, are they gonna leak it through, or do they want to look for possible answers to that? Like I said before,
Huh? Sustain is the game.
Your team is picking.
Heals from Minotaur and Faramis. Now the realm.
They're actually obeying this?
Ube. Oh, there you go. That's your counter there. Famous. They're going to counter with the famous. Okay.
Okay.
Isolation for the Faramis.
The reason for Thamus being meta is a completely different reason though. Like, that was the Claude era. Claude was such a good pick. So the reason why you pick, that was why Thamus Vengeance as well as the Hylos Vengeance even came into play. Because you gotta have to balance out who has the damage, your jungle or your EXP. If your jungle is tank, then you need some damage on your EXP. That's why instead of Hylos Vengeance, you go for the Thamus Vengeance. But okay, Hilda. I'm okay with a Hilda, but it's more like a
But why though? I mean,
okay, Hilda is just strong in EXP. That's just the main gist of it. It
Okay.
really depends which one they want to go for. But personally, a Gatokacha onto the roam is possibly a better choice. They still have the question as to how they want to initiate.
yes.
Because they
that's the
don't
thing.
have the crowd control initiate. So their secondary initiate is actually just full send the Hilda, harass the crap out of the opponents, have the opponents congregate and deal with the Hilda, then the AOG pops on top of them.
Just like what a Phobius will do, just
Technically
like
speaking, yes.
a Hylos will do, like okay, okay.
Except that a Hilda has got one mission only: go in and burst. I don't care if whether you die, if you die afterwards, and I don't care how long you stay alive in the fight. You let out your full combo, your job is done.
Okay.
Phobius, the longer you stay, the better it is, which is why they have very different roles. Hilda, you can full send suicide, die, and then people come in afterwards. Phobius, you can't afford to do that because you want to extend the fight longer so that your demonic force deals more damage.
Plus
over
the
time.
shields comes
Yes.
and goes. Okay, okay then. Wow, interesting picks. Actually, these are the chiz picks now, I can say, for Sovereign SG. It's been a while we've seen a Faramis, especially on this patch.
Yeah, in fact, it's very, very long time since we've seen the combination of a Harif plus a Minotaur. In fact, I missed this. But there was one more hero, and that is the Jusin. Unfortunately, it wasn't used up. But here we have Carax, first one down by the hands of Malin. I think if they... Was Jusin banned? No, right?
Zushin.
Because if they actually have Jusin...
Yeah, no.
If they actually have Jusin, the Jusin Minotaur plus the Harif, that would have been so much better.
Now Carax. Well, okay, Minotaur in the early game, especially without the ultimate, is not that tanky enough. So we've seen the burst damage coming in from the side of Kingdom, and now they're going through here.
Oh, FMM, he's got caught, but he does have Revitalize, so he's A-okay. Louisa didn't really kind of pick off anyone throughout all of that, but it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, 2 flickers has been committed here, has been exhausted for the side of Sovereign SG. It could be a potential pick-off we are going to see later on for Kingdom Esports. As you can see, they're harassing here in the mid lane. Bear is just waiting patiently as well. AOG is available? No, not yet for the side of FMM, but look at the positioning here. Without the flickers right now, Sovereign SG is pretty much vulnerable.
So how is this gonna work out? Oh, Pogiako go back in again, only to go for the Ogi Shadow kill to hopefully take his... Okay, he did manage to take his orange buff. That's good.
Okay, without the Minuan Fury yet available here for Carax, it's pretty much difficult for them to really initiate the team fights here. But again, with this draft abstract, they have Netherrealm, they have the heals, motivational roar here for Carax as well. Sustain is again one of their advantage against Kingdom Esports. But with the sustain, you can have this full potential if you go 5v5 here against Kingdom Esports.
So at least you can see Kingdom Esports, they do have better constantly. Oh, hold on. That is going to be Carax almost going down, but saved right by the hair. Thanks to thanks to Creole Meow. But in the meantime, down in the bottom lane as well, Bear literally right in the face of Kong. He just went full ham over to the opponent's jungle.
Okay, nice Shiki. He's been solo killed there, but is it me or the Minotaur is just very squishy? Steve.
Yes, yes. That is also one of the reasons why he has fallen off. People are
Yeah.
realizing that he's great as an enchanter. He has got very good crowd control, but he doesn't fulfill the role as the roamer all that well because he can't just face check bushes.
Yeah.
He can technically, but it's too common. Like if you know someone is in there, then okay, go ahead.
Plus, you need to spam that heal skill, the motivational roar every time he has a low health there. But with the burst damage, you cannot really spam that skill. And
Yeah.
now Carax and the rest, yeah.
Yeah, I think it also comes down to the point that it's kind of like a hybrid hero, right? Tank plus support. You got to heal. Do you want the photo or do you want to build tank?
I think Carax will prioritize really being the tank here. Well, we can use the Minoan's Fury, but his sustainability is also the key here, trying to get the attention here with the side of Kingdom Esports. Oh, at FMM, I love the positioning here. They have the ultimates pretty much ready, and no one's initiating here.
Yeah.
Okay, surprisingly, both the teams here
I'm-
playing it safe.
I mean, I'm okay with this. Sovereign SG knows that at least when it comes down to the Minotaur, you are more of a counter-engage. You're not an engager. You want people to come onto you, and then you just go a full send onto your Minoan's Fury. But you don't want to jump onto 1% and Minoan's Fury, that one guy, or else you'll be wasting a big ultimate just for one. Might as well just pick out like a Cho or a Jawhead for that very purpose itself.
Okay.
It's
So
like using a Atlas to Fatal Link's one guy.
Yeah, the cooldown is insane as well. I mean, if that's pick up as a gold laner, say why not?
True, why not? Value. But as for now, we do have Bear that's being annoying.
Yeah.
It's just constantly just in the face of Sovereign SG. And Sovereign SG just don't even want to do that.
Yeah.
So Kingdom Esports, they are playing the same way. They are waiting for the opponent to engage onto them, and then everyone else collapses shortly after. So Bear is just in the face, waiting for someone to jump on him.
Oh, Zeman Force. Oh, nice Shiki again. That's twice in a row.
Twice in a row.
That's gonna hurt here, Sovereign SG. And now, look at the stun coming in from the side of Bear. And I've seen that they give up the turtle there just to go for that split push coming in from Pogiako. Yes, but the turret and the kill from Nightshiki on the top side, oh man, that's a different one. That's Kingdom Esports there having the value of the team fight.
So now it does seem as though Bear is constantly on our screens, right? He's opening up the map so well. He's constantly giving the team information as to where the Minotaur is, or where potentially the Paramis is as well, and most importantly, jungle rotation. Where is going to be the next spot that Pogiako is potentially going to go? I think that will decide how Kingdom Esports eventually plays their macro game and where they send their players.
Speaking of players or the teams here, Sovereign SG doesn't really have that scaling capability here against Kingdom Esports. Yes, they do have the sustain, but will they be able to do the damage though? But as you can see here, Kong trying to spot Bear in that sequence. No follow-up whatsoever. They are going to go for 5v5. I think we have mentioned this one. Sovereign SG are very strong when they are together here, but I'm still having a doubt when it comes to damage output. Sustain, yes. Damage output, let's see if they can be able to dish out or pick up anyone here. Oh, there you go. Bear is the target.
Okay, he's still gonna be okay though. Doesn't seem
Yeah.
like he's faulted by any single one of these players at all. We haven't really seen an aggressive AOG as of yet from FMM.
Oh.
Don't have a reason to. This is not what I want to see from Carax as he went in for one-man Minoan's Fury, and that sparked into a big battle, only to turn the tides, or rather only for Kingdom Esports to get themselves the advantage.
This is what I meant here. The damage is lacking. Yes, you do have the crowd control. Yes, you do have the initiations, but with the follow-up damage, you have none. Kingdom Esports here just going to go for the counter play. Pick off here Kong as well. Plus, that objective takedown gives Kingdom Esports major advantage here. Carax backs away.
Oh my goodness, goodbye Carax. I think this draft just doesn't really quite work.
Yep.
Yep, unfortunately. They have a lot of defensive maneuvers, very defensive ways to play. They have one good ultimate that keeps people inside of the Zaman Force, but technically speaking, having Badang is also great, but They just can't seem to gel together well enough to get that one big play. I think that this is also very important for Kong to make that one big flicker fist break ultimate in order to allow the rest to come in with the big ultimates too.
As you can see here, with that stun coming in from Kong against Bear, Bear is just taking it everything. It doesn't care. And yeah, I think the draft coming in from Sovereign SG, we have seen the Fire Mist plus the Minotaur. Do you think it's just overkill here when it comes to the heals?
A little bit, yeah. I think
just
that
too much.
it's a little bit too much, yeah. Personally, if we're looking at such a utility tank, and you have a utility tank that have a very good ultimate, you need to supplement that with damage, right?
Yes, exactly.
Right now, Kong and Nightshiki, sure, they can deal very good damage. Pogiako, I don't expect him to come in during these big battles. It's more of he comes in to kill the stragglers and to assassinate people. I need a mage that can have high ground and attack well.
Oh,
that's the one thing that I want to see.
As you can see here, everyone's backing out just like that. They do have the sustain, yes, they survive, but they don't have the counter punch there. So it seems here Kingdom Esports, when it comes to a team fight, they can themselves take the damage as well because there's none.
But at what cost?
That's the thing. Oh man.
But at what cost?
Bear alone just taking this attention from Sovereign SG.
Right.
All the targets, he alone, while the rest of the team gets the objective. Speaking of which, Lord.
By so much time. All by himself.
Oh no. Lucaris as well. He's been harassed time and time again.
I think that in a bid of desperation, Carax might just go in for that big ultimate suit just because he really wanted to make a play for his team to turn the battles, because it's either now or lose your turrets, right?
That's the moment I'm waiting actually here for Sovereign SG. And so far we've seen, yes, Carax had Immuno Fury with the follow-up coming in from Kong, but still the damage is none. But they are now here in the defense. They need something to work out in their favor.
Watch out, there we go. That's going to be the lowest Fury, but unfortunately he does not have the flicker to continue onwards to get anyone flying up to the sky. Pogiako gets himself right out of the dodge, while the rest of Kingdom Esports, they have managed to push the rest of Sovereign SG back home, with Carax being the only person down. The middle lane, and there we go! Finally! The face break and face crack did manage to land. That is Malik TZ going down. FMM stayed alive for very long, and we have a Nightshiki that has flicker? I didn't realize that he has flicker.
And now going to chase there. They want to finish this one, but no. But yeah, that was the team fight that we have been waiting for. But
yeah, but Nightshiki has flicker.
Yeah.
Why?
For me, I think it's for Louisa's chase.
But
yeah.
But that's Vexana and Gatukacha. But still is heavier than Fierce.
Well, the unfortunate is he died twice on the lane with a flicker.
Yes, so maybe if he has Purify, it would have been a different case. But there we go. Oh, wait, what did it? Okay. Then that's not a wasted out, but Pogi!
That's not a Pogi play there.
That's not Pogi.
That's not Pogi there.
That's not Pogi, that is...
Pangit.
Pangit, yes.
It's a dive into a 5-man team fight.
Oh man, he wanted to harass the opponents a little bit, but in the meantime, AOG is just going to be popped coming in from Sun FMM, only for him to be taken down right under the ton of snows, while Louisa goes in, Creole Meow taken down, mid lane, inhibitor turret, taken down, 2-man plus, and perhaps even Carax, but no, never mind, Carax is not going to be taken down just here, Creole Meow, he does have the passive, so he's going to be right back in the action, but Kingdom Esports, all 4 of them knocking onto the car and say bye-bye to Sovereign SG.
Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, Pangit play. Just end that game. End that game. Oh. But that's the thing, Abstract. We've seen the draft. I mean, too much sustained, too much...
Kingdom Esports is the only one that won the
both
games against the Challenger teams.
Yes, against Challenger teams. They're the... Challenger Slayers.
Challenger Slayers.
Yeah, but this is just the first half of our Challenger day. We have community teams 3 and 4 later on, but let's see.
Hey,
But-
look, I
Mm.
I think that okay, I have a theory, right? I have a theory. The challenger teams, they're gassing out already.
You mentioned this one.
Yeah.
Stamina is one of the factors,
Yeah,
right?
I think that they might potentially be gassing out already, right? So you said that KE was doing well. You said that KE will win. Shit, I'm jinxed.
Okay, my jinx is.
So is me.
It's you.
So is
It's
me.
not me.
I'm the problem.
It's not me, abstract.
I'm the problem.
But now that you mentioned, actually, it makes sense.
Mhm.
The marathon that you and Jace have talked about
Indeed.
yesterday, and somehow it taking its toll, maybe because we have
Probably,
seen
yeah.
the changes in the mechanics, especially for the side of Absolute Zero. I'm not sure if they have been because Absolute Zero are pro players, man. I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Oh man. In fact, I think that this is not the best draft. I think
Yeah,
I think with a
draft-wise.
single change of the mage would have made the game completely different.
I agree.
Like really completely different.
Damage mage.
Damage mage.
Yep.
Or if you okay, so at least when it comes down to damage mage, you gotta have to further supplement more from that. Okay, so yes, I would say that when it comes down to the standard core, what can I say? The standard core back then, right? We have the standard 3 heroes. At that point in time when Jusin just came out, right?
Mhm.
It was Jusin, it was
Cle. What?
Minotaur and
What's it-
Harif. Yeah. next time Muntan come out with a hero, the hero name is called. So these
Okay,
three were
Zushin,
kind of like
Harif.
a staple, right?
Sorry,
Minotaur,
Zushin,
Zushin, and
yeah, yeah,
Harif, right?
okay.
The three of them were a staple because they were so strong at controlling an area in a battle. Sometimes you even put in a Phobius and you're like triple down, double down in that. That was kind of like the opening to the meta where people are still trying to figure out, okay, what's the best way to play, and we are just gonna make things easy. One person go in, everyone goes in. We don't think so much about micro. We just unleash all of our ultimates. It worked well for a while, and then it started to go down in
The
popularity.
rotations, yeah.
Yeah, because people are starting to realize, okay, mechanics wins over this, and certain palm position goes better than this. So I think that maybe they were trying to go for something like that because Zusin is technically the utility in that lineup, right? It helps you to continuously just bring people backwards and
Okay,
backwards
yeah.
and backwards inside of the Zaman Force. They want to do the same thing with the Faramis because of the Shadow Stampede to pull them right inside of the battle. And in fact, it might even be a very good setup into a missed Minoan's Fury. People running away, pull them back in, fly up.
Well, I do believe we've seen that instances in that game that the pull was there from the Fire Mist, but again the follow up was the finish.
Non-existent,
Yeah,
right? I think,
somehow.
I think maybe the draft is not like entirely the issue. I would say that there is definitely gaps in the in the
Okay.
draft which we start to see. Okay, they're lacking in damage, they're lacking in this, but they do have a lot of utility. Don't get me wrong. So it's more about the execution of layering all of these utility and putting out sufficient damage to kill the right people instead of spreading out the damage altogether. So once again, it comes down to Bogi Akko as well as Knight something.
Night Shiki.
Night Shiki.
Yep.
It comes down to the two of them.
Yeah.
They need to prioritize that one player, or they need to prioritize the right people and not spread that damage out so far, whereas no one dies.
Yeah. Speaking of dies, Night Shiki on that Harith
Harith.
as well. It's
Twice
been
in lane.
with a flicker.
Yeah. I would like to believe with the Purify he could have survived, but of course I don't even remember how he went down, so bold of me to say that, but normally Hariths always go for Purify because they want to stay within of the Zaman Force.
You want to stay, yes,
it's
correct.
counterintuitive to flicker out
Uh-huh.
of the Zaman Force.
True.
Unless you're trying to escape, then sure. That's the good thing about the flicker because you can be aggressive and you can be defensive at the same time.
And with the fact that he hasn't recovered on that loss, on his deaths actually.
Yeah,
It's-
that's true.
it's a big blow also to the side of Sovereign SG because you need the damage to be from that Harith. But with Harith without the proper scaling,
He didn't even have Holy Crystal yet.
yeah, that's the thing. So far you cannot rely also to your core there in that situation as well.
Well, it is unfortunate, but
Yep.
it's okay. This is pretty much the run for Kingdom Esports now.
Yes.
We are going to be looking at the next team, and that is Evil.
Yes.
Evil,
Evil Magic.
the Evil Magic.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
looking
looking
forward for
forward.
that one.
I'm,
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward.
Really.
Yeah.
Because previous seasons they are the runner-ups, and we actually expected that the grand finals would be
Yeah, shaking.
or whatever. But unfortunately, one-sided. But during the regular season and previous season, right, season 8, it was great. Their run is pretty impressive.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah.
They even have
Boyet.
Yeah, they have
and
Boyet.
Marquee.
Marquee.
Yeah.
And we just saw the post. Boyet is now
Yeah.
in Falcons Mina.
Yes, he
So
is.
congratulations to Boyet. It's been great to have you in MPL SG for
Yeah,
that one season.
Yeah, one
Hopefully,
season.
you know, you'll do well in MPL Mina.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So okay, with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go off for a short little break, and once we are back, we will reintroduce the teams again. And of course, this time it is Evil SG that will take up the pedestal and show us and the challenges what is they are exactly made of. See you guys in a short bit.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 9, and we've got quite a crazy series. It's a lot of games. 6 games that we have casted so far. 6 best of ones, all of which are their own series. We have pretty much seen how the power rankings is so far. So let me just confidently tell you that I have already have a very good idea of how the power rankings is like. So hear me out, guys. Okay, so based on the information that we have from yesterday and today, I'll say that first place is going to be all the teams. Second place is all the teams. Third place is all the teams. Fourth place is all the teams. Fifth place is all the teams. Sixth place is all the teams. 100%. 100% will mark me down for this, because here we have number 1 team, Evil, Vincent, Powerful, Sailor, Van, and Gear. And on the opposite side, we also do have the Challenger team, which synonymously is also the number 1 team. Okay, we got Sovereign SG with Pogi Ako, 1, 2, 3, Carax, Creole Meow, Night Shiki, and Kong. It's the fight of the first place team versus the first place team.
Wow, great breakdown, Abstract, and absolutely that's the power ranking we are expecting this day.
Yeah.
And that results later on.
Yeah.
All of the teams.
No, it doesn't matter. They're number 1.
MLSG number 1.
All of them, they go internationals.
But man. Feels like, I mean, these games, I mean, all of this games feels like they're really aiming for the #1 spot.
Indeed.
I mean, they're not easily giving up. We've seen so many incredible defense, turnaround games, clutch plays, intense game plays, and I'm expecting more, especially Team Evil is now going up against Sovereign SG. Now, Team Evil, as much as my memory recalls, it's powerful and Sayla remains the same in this lineup compared to the Season 8 one, because Gear was RSG SG before.
Second half of
Second
RSG.
half, correct.
It feels as though, it feels as though Gear have been in Evil before, but I think it's not. Maybe my brain's just like playing tricks with me, because Gear and Sayla were originally in the same team before. RSG Slate SG, remember that? RSG Slate. It was like,
If it's the early seasons, then
I cannot remember how long ago was that. Really, I cannot remember. It was like a short little combination, but then there was also Slate, which is under Avium and so on and so forth.
but with that history, I think chemistry will be there.
Chemistry-wise, yeah, it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, correct.
Especially since Gear has reclaimed his EXP lane.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
Okay. I do believe before he was wrong.
He was
no. Powerful was wrong. Sorry.
Powerful was wrong, yeah. So at one point in time, if
No, in RSGSG, sorry.
yeah, okay, RSG wise, he was always roam.
Roam,
Yeah,
yeah.
he just
That's the
came
thing.
in to take over the roam
So
position.
you're saying he's actually an EXP
He's
player?
actually an EXP player.
Okay.
But for some reasons, a small part of me actually remembered, and I'm not too sure whether I'm right or not, Gear is not actually originally EXP, but a jungler.
That flexibility.
If I am not wrong. Okay, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
I am like maybe like about 30%
Yeah,
sure. Like a part of me just have like this inkling that Gear like jungled before, or played jungle for something before, or like trialed for a team for jungle before. But yeah, don't mark my words.
But in my side, this is the first time I'm going to see him in that role. So I'm interested to see how he will be able to show up in his, let's say, comfort role right now, because he's coming back to his original EXP lane. So here we go. On the other side, Kimi opens up again. Okay, so we have seen one loss on Kimi so far in this game.
This has been a win.
Yep.
It has
Now, previous is win. Now, this is the second time in the second half we have seen a Kimi first pick. So, Sovereign SG going to secure this one now. Badang, they actually banned the Badang this time around. Now, Evil on the other side. Phobius again is open. Oh, Kalea is banned. Okay, Zushin is open.
Phobius is open. Harif is open.
Yes.
There could be a very good chance. Yeah. Okay. There's a very good chance that Harif will be
still
picked.
Hayabusa, right? I mean, the picks of the Hayabusa has been the priority still.
I mean, it's Vincent.
Oh,
We
yeah,
have seen
okay.
Vincent before.
Sure.
So Hayabusa on him kind of makes sense. We have no doubts about that. So we still don't. It's still the picks are still all over the place. It doesn't really quite show us a pattern just yet. Hasn't really shown like, okay, we gotta go for this. We must go for that. It's still relatively flexible. Not exactly when it comes down to picks flexible, but it's more of win con flexible. So for SSG, they have already locked down who they want for the EXP, the mid, and the jungle. There's not much of a change that we should be expecting. So it's just the roam as well as the marksman that we are lacking coming in from SSG. We'll kind of dive down and talk about that in a short bit. While as for the side of for Evil, they have the jungler as well as the gold lane. If they want to kind of look on the opposite side, okay. Flexibility. So it's either you look for the roam or you look for the EXP. You gotta fill that up, fill that one slot, so that it makes it a little bit more difficult for SSG to go out for the ban. Because Evil now, they have a very simple banning phase. It's either we want to ban the marksman or we want to ban for more EXP/roam. In this case, I think that marksman will be very good. Having a Moskov out of the picture, or and even the Granger out of the picture will kind of force SSG in a very tough spot.
Plus, of course, they want Harith has an advantage already in the gold, and
Yep.
they want to really double it down with this marksman bands coming in from Team Evil.
Yep.
Now, speaking of the rest of the roles here, Team Evil still doesn't have the mid lane as well as the EXP here. CC can be one. At least CC can also
For
dive
SSG?
into the
Or
for Evil.
Okay, I think it can definitely be a good pick because you're going up against the Phobias. You want
Yes.
to win the lanes. There's another thing that you can do though is that you purposely stack up the lineups so that you force SSG to pick up a carry. So in this case, you already have the high loss. Pick up yet another tanky hero such as a glue. You kind of make the opponents want to go for a carry because there's such a tanky front lines. So you put the carry in such a difficult spot against the Harith even more, like just going all ham. However though, not necessarily glue must be picked because right now we still have got the mage that is unpicked from SSG.
Speaking, mage is.
Oh wait,
Kimi.
Kimi!
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, but yes, Garakacha, yes, for sure. This is the combo we have seen very effective previous season, the Phobius and the Garakacha, and you explained it very well a while ago that Phobius just getting the attention of the enemy team there and follow up with the AOG. It's pretty simple, very effective here. With this combo coming from SSG, now that Kimi has been revamped as well, double down with that, traction pulse.
Very flexible lineup that they have got. They are very area denial style. Bennett's Rage and the Nibiru's Passion will completely shred anyone that gets caught in the AOG plus the traction pulse. I think this is pretty okay. My only problem is initiation. Same thing is more of a counter engage, leaving the AOG for later on. So because of that, actually having a revitalize onto the Phobias might actually be a pretty good idea so that you can double revitalize tech in and kind of play around it. But looks like Evil
glue.
actually want to go for the glue, so very tanky front lines.
And can hold the Phobius in the lane. So
That's
we've
right.
seen how glue can really harass the lane there as well. So okay. So I think both teams pretty much have a great draft here.
I don't have anything.
Yeah.
I don't have anything
True.
against the draft. It's just a little bit of a change of a battle spell, perhaps that makes things a little bit easier and a little bit better. Phobius item builds maybe might want to go for a little bit of a change in order to be extra tankier when it opens out the brush, just so that he has some more raw defense and raw HP. That's probably the only thing.
You mentioned double revitalize. Somehow I can agree because with Vincent on the Hayabusa, it's the backline is here of the side of SSG is very vulnerable with that battle spell being locked in. So I think
Not
they
a problem
can.
anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So here we go. Team Evil. First time I'm going to see gear on the EXP as well. Now they are going up against Sovereign SG. Now this is again a best of one series here. So far we've seen the challenger teams frequent loss. Loss after loss in this situation. So this is the time wherein they must need to have a win. But this is time around Team Evil, top 2 on previous season.
Oh, okay. So at this point in time, it seems like Kong has decided to still stick onto the Flicker. So it seems they want... okay, so the problem about Flicker here is that, yes, you have a very good defensive capability of just running away, but it also do allow you to be aggressive. However, the aggressive tool of the Flicker for a Phobius feels like a bait, because you don't want, technically, to be initiating unless you find a really good opportunity to do that. But in most cases, like 80% or 90% of the chances, you won't use it aggressively. So if you want to go for defensive cases, a Vengeance or in this case a Revitalize would have probably been better as you're playing for your team.
Or they're very confident that they are going to win team fight and go for the chase. Let's see. I mean, you have a Joy. Joy, again...
Pick up the chase, yeah.
Yeah, so in order to be aligned in that aggressive play, then Flicker is going to be used. But let's see on how they be able to execute that one. But so far, usually with having a Kimi in your lineup, you do the aggressive plays around this time, but we haven't seen that one yet for the side of Sovereign SG.
Unfortunately, I think that the more I think about it, I think that the use of a flicker for the Phobius is actually more or less became a deal breaker for me. It changes the entire way that Sovereign SG will now have to play, because now Carax will be forced in the latest situations to be the one that kind of opens up the map. Well,
So,
maybe we'll see how, right? Maybe we'll see how they decide to play around this.
So far, Evil is now into the pit. Great zone here for Gear as well. Chromia and the rest is going to take it, but there's too late.
Yep, easy turtle for them, but in the meantime, a big skirmish. Powerful quickly puts up the pathway and gets himself running away. Gear is the only one that actually went down surprisingly, and Sovereign SG didn't even do much from that point in time. Kong actually aggressively takes up the aggro, and I don't think that Team Evil was expecting this.
Yeah.
And wait, Kong gets a kill! Oh, the powerful Vincent returns a kill down on the Kong. Beautiful return and fight back.
Wow, the counterplay here for Vincent. Do you think you can outplay me? I'll outplay you also here. Team Evil and Sovereign SG, both teams showing aggressiveness here in the early stage of the game. Remember, that is going to be the turtle being secured by Team Evil. Sovereign SG trying to take their own aggressive way with that kill, but Vincent just did the outplay on that Hayabusa.
That's the mechanics that we're talking about. The micro play. In fact, this is a team when it comes to Team Evil, it's a lot more micro than we expected. But in the meantime, down in the bottom lane, completely hammered this pony of hell.
Well, I like that one. So you have gold lane having a kill. So you need that advantage as early as possible, especially against an Harith here on the bot side. So far, Gear, we've seen him on the glue. I think he is pretty much doing okay. The aggressiveness coming in from the glue gives information for the side of Team Evil when it comes to a team fight. But speaking of information, I think Sovereign SG lacking down here on the bot side.
And just like that, it does seem like we do have a CC immunity coming from the side of
Oh
Van
my!
with the Purify. He's gonna be A-okay for now, but he's still definitely under the turret, so he's pretty safe. But dealing damage on the Carax is definitely difficult because of the revitalized Trio Meow. He's safe for now. We do have the latch on coming in from Gear as he managed to help bring down Night Shiki, while Trio Meow finds himself taken down by Sayla. As now Team Evil hovers around Sovereign SG and collapses upon them, and is not gonna stop even underneath the turret's nose, claiming that triple for Sayla.
Wow, what a dive from Team Evil. Very confident on that aggressive play here at the bot side. But so far now, Pogi Ako was picked off early in that situation. That made Team Evil decide to go full force to go for the pickoff.
Boy, oh boy. This is the second turtle that is upcoming.
Yep.
Team Evil do have a small little advantage of 1,000 gold. It can definitely swing the other side, but we do have a Hayabusa about to come in very soon. The Traction Pulse is just going to be pulling everyone else into the center, while no death has been incurred just yet, with a quick little latch on right down onto Kong. It does seem that Phobius is not going to be bothered by this by a single bit. The turtle is going to go down, and it does seem like we have one person that managed to get it, and that is Pogi Ako. They gotta have to move back because they have already won this initiation, or rather they have won this fight already.
Yeah, great retreat there, almost. Carax been, yeah. I think they managed to kill Vincent though. So Team Evil, despite of course they have they have taken turtle, right? No, it's actually Sovereign SG.
Sovereign got the turtle.
So for sure, Sovereign SG has the upper hand in that game. So Vincent has been taken down in that situation. I think he needs his flanking maneuver also to be very effective here, especially flanking on the back side. But it's very difficult, you know. I mean, the defense coming in from Carax as well on his Garakacha. We've seen him with the Revitalize, as you mentioned. He is a saving grace, especially for those prolonged team fights. So Team Evil, on the other side, Gear will be able to pick off here anyone, especially Creole Meow here in the Kimi. It's hard to reach him on the backside.
I think that there's quite a bit of bit of difficulty to actually jump over to the back line for most of these players, right? I mean, Vincent is the only one that can realistically be able to do that. But I'm really just concerned about how revitalized tech is gonna come in. In the meantime, Gear as the glue melted down because of the Kimi plus the Beatrix combination. Definitely a lot of firepower. The artillery going in onto these tanky front lines is not a problem at all.
Oh. Speaking of artillery, on the other side, Team Evil though, look at Sayla. 401 already on that Novaria, just silently having this backup on the damage!
Oh, it bounced to the creep waves.
Unfortunately. But look at this focus fire here by SSG on the top side. Great defense. I mean, Vanna still has the Zaman Force. I'm not sure if they're going to force this one for the side of SSG.
I mean, there is a turtle after all, so I think that just waiting for the perfect time for the fight would ultimately be the best case scenario. They have information that SSG have at least 3 people around the turtle's pit until now. As now we do have Krumel to join into the fray. It does definitely deal a decent amount of damage, especially when it comes down to the traction pulse. Did not really pull anyone though, but on the backside we do have Gear that did manage to get a latch on onto Night Shiki. Brings him down immediately, as even under the turret, that's not going to be a problem. Kong stayed alive for an extended period of time, buying enough time as Team Evil were preoccupied with him. With the AOG from Karax just jumping right in front of the turret, not exactly within of the turret, would have been better if it's just right underneath it.
And no one died here for the side of Team Evil. Look at the shadow kill once again. Creo Meow, there you go. I think this is one of Vincent's favorable target here. That's going to be Kermao on that Kimi, but he did have the flicker though. He could avoided that ultimate coming in from Vincent. But anyway, he has been taken down. That team fight was really in favor for the side of Team Evil. They had a turtle buff as well. Tower on the top side has been taken down as well. So Team Evil, they are on the right track here. They had the advantage of gold economy again. The team fight here, Karax.
Oh, he's not down yet, but Pogiaco, he's going for the backlines, looking initially for Sayla. But a quick maneuver from Sayla as well as the flicker got him right out of dodge. But Kong now overly committed now. He has no choice but to go all the way in. None of the members from Sovereign can do anything here.
Yeah, he's dead for sure. Kong's out.
No, that's not necessary, unfortunately.
I think that committal coming in from Sovereign SG, because Pogiaco already used the things. So it's not you mentioned not necessary. Yes, I agree. Not necessary to really prolong the team fight there. And unfortunately, Gear has latched onto him. So Pogiaco and the rest here of SSG trying to defend on the bottom side this time around. Powerful. Okay, easily gets out.
Yep, even though he got hit with the traction pulse, not a problem. I think that this is one of those games where we see a Novaria that is doing very well. Right? All these snipes are working greatly. Kong, unfortunately, down on the bottom side, was not able to defend the T2 turret, but that's just a small little problem.
This is one of the best Hayabusa gameplays we have seen so far, Abstract. The split push, the split push, flanking maneuvers, the pick-off, solo kills. It's there for the side of Vincent.
Probably best Novaria too, actually. For now. I can't even remember who was the one that played Novaria the previous time. But maybe it was Sayla. Maybe he just outdid himself.
I think it was Sayla.
It was Sayla?
I think so. I think so.
No, it was Melon.
Melon?
Yeah, it was Melon.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember it's Melon now.
He did, I think Sayla did Vexana. Is one of his comfort fixes.
Sayla had Kagura as one of his signatures.
Wow,
but unfortunately that was a long time ago.
Okay.
Yeah, long time ago is unrelated now. But Sayla has also played Loi to a pretty good extent. I will say that these 3 heroes, inclusive of Novaria, is one of the few heroes that we've seen him play a lot. At one point in time, Lydia too.
Now they're going to force their way into the middle lane. Clear waves with that rage. But while the Lord is on the bot side, all ultimates are up here except for Cleo Meow. Will they be able to hold though with the Lord pushing through?
As now we do have Carax. He's hoping that he'll be able to put himself in front of the enemies as much as possible to revitalize his pop, but it's all for himself, unfortunately. He even have to pop the AOG to get himself out. Although I gotta have to say it's a lot invested from Carax, but it's more than enough to make sure that the T3 at the bottom lane stays alive. But what's all that's worth for if the bottom lane is still gonna crash in again, now with no AOG and now with no revitalize?
Oh, this is a big win for Team Evil, and they are not retreating as of the moment. They want some kills here, and Vincent almost, but stopped his combo for a moment. So here, and the rest of the team, they have going to win.
What was that? Flicker gear as he went in, overly aggressive, but somehow not punished, completely unpunished. As now he do have a latch on. He pulls Trio Meow out of the fountain as he got killed by the fountain itself. So that is that one sacrifice, 1 for 2 actually. So now Powerful is taking the front lines. He's trying to do whatever he can, but Vincent!
Wow! Just like that, Abstract.
It's the Hayabusa! It's the Vincent! It's the Hayabusa! No, wait, it's a Vincent. No, it's a Hayabusa. No, it is a Vincent.
What's up with this guy?
It's not an aeroplane for sure.
What? Yeah.
Vincent!
Vincent! But man, I think, yeah, we mentioned, right, one of the best Hayabusa gameplays we've seen so far in the match. And I think it can pull by the high tier teams. Flash can do it.
Fair.
Team Evil can do it.
It's all micro then.
Yes.
Exactly as you said, right?
Yes.
Micro, it's all mechanic based. As long as we're able to see, like, you know, being able to fully use the resources that Hayabusa can cater to the team, you can pull off something great. And we can't even say that Evil was dominating throughout the entire game.
Okay.
In fact, there has been glimpses of where Evil were having a bit of difficulties dealing with the map, but eventually, slowly but surely, they gotten some of their controls back. They got the top lane, they got the bottom lane. Hayabusa split pushes here and there. Eventually got themselves the game with great plays, great kills as well. Despite this composition, this opponent composition is so packed. It's a game where they want to be together as long as possible.
Yes.
And of course, be together. And theoretically speaking, Evil's lineup don't have anyone that severely punishes them in a whole, right? Like, let's say everyone stands in the exact same pixel from SSG. What possibly can Evil do? Okay, Sailor, Astrosphere. That's one. Ven's Synchrovision. That's 2. Gears very slow, but steady damage coming in from the split. No, not split. The pull. Not pull.
Slam.
Slam. Yes.
Yeah.
The slam. Powerful's very slow DOT damage from the Ring of Punishment. Vincent's shurikens. Are they all big ultimates?
No.
So they don't have very high base damage. So even if all of these SSG members were to stand together, it's very unlikely for all of them to die together. And this is a very, very rare case, right? So SSG, they can move together as an absolute unit, as a tank, whatever that they want. Right, but of course, then they lose out some of the lanes here and there. So this is all up to Evil how they want to play around the maps, and that is possibly how they manage to release themselves off of the pressure because of the Hayabusa that splits off lanes.
True, but I'm going to highlight as well the positioning of these players as well. Sayla, man, nobody can reach him on that Novaria. It's just
high ground, man, high ground. As you said, now it's about mechanics and range.
Yeah, I think so. This on the other side though, Sovereign SG, their lineup is chasey, to be honest. Yeah, they do have the range on the other side, but the chase is not somehow can compensate into a kill.
So,
I mean,
so at least for their lineup, what I can see, okay, so whenever you look at a Beatrix is capable of many things, right? If you want to play catch, you have a Beatrix Nibiru to melt people down. In fact, even Wesker, even though kind of
short range.
If you want to play, if you want to defend your lane or you want to push the lane fast, you have Bennett.
Yeah,
no,
the range.
So good, right? And let's not forget when it comes down to Renner, you've got the poke. there's so much things that Beatrix can do that plays her into many situations. And this is the kind of game where I want to see more adaptability from SSG. They want to play Siege, they can, because they have Nibiru that can whittle down the damage of the health, or whittle down the health of the turrets so quickly. But technically speaking, the lineup doesn't allow them to do that. Why? Phoveus plus, who is that? Gato Kacha, is it? Phoveus Gato. Should be a Phoveus Gato, yeah. So Phoveus, once again, I still like to say that a Revitalize is still a way better way to go about it.
Not the Flicker one, yeah, for sure.
Flicker was definitely very big and flashy, right? We managed to see him just going in, get the kill down, but at what cost, right?
All of the rest,
It's a big battle spell to use, long cooldown, and minimal impact. Well, for Revitalize, I think it is like, what, 90 seconds? Maximum impact all around your team. Plus from the Gato Kacha as well, double the impact. Saves your team from the Ogi Shadow kill. Saves you when you walk into the brush and open up the maps.
Yeah, but that's a single player alone. How about the rest, right? So I mean, they need also to step up in that situation. But you've mentioned, of course, the Beatrix has been picked, the flexibility of this hero.
I'm a big fan of Beatrix.
However, it needs the scaling. I do believe it needs the scaling. The Team Evil knows about this one. They ended the game less than 15 minutes. I mean, it was around
Probably
11,
one of the
12.
fastest game, actually.
Yeah, so far. I think taking advantage of that situation with a split push coming in from Hayabusa as well. They know how to finish the game. They know their victory conditions. Now, Sovereign SG on the other hand, right? So I think draft was not pretty bad. I think we mentioned it's not pretty bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's
just
not
need
bad.
that one change of the battle spell to glue everything together. Right now, it just feels like the bricks are on top of one another without the cement.
Oh man! So Sovereign SG. Two losses straight right now. First game loss, second game they won that series now.
3 losses, I think.
Yes, now
Yeah,
they
3
are
losses.
1-3. So
1-3.
Next series it's gonna be now the Absolute Zero. So for this one, Absolute Zero actually, I'm looking forward for this team to really step up because I can see the potential. They're pro players, man.
Yeah, and I think that they can do something against Evil because it feels as though they are also a team that plays very well into strong teams. You know how there's this saying, right? When like even for first-person shooters, right? When you play in high-level matchmaking, you do well or you are decent. You belong there.
Yeah.
But the moment that you go down to the bronze levels and you start to play with people of their level, you can't play that game at all. Why?
Yes.
They are, number one, unpredictable. Number two, they have no idea about their timings. Number three, they have no idea what they're doing. So whatever that you have learned and whatever that you know about the game, throw it out of the window.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't help you at all.
Exactly. And the results on that game, it's a loss.
So I think I'm pretty sure that in some situations, the pro players might feel this way. Like what is expected, an expected timing that you should be hitting. The opponents should be hitting if they want to min-max their gameplay. Okay, by this point in time, he should be done with the purple buff. As such, I will be ready for him at the purple buff.
That's the thing.
But they're not. So that kind of stuff, you know, small little things.
Those small little things actually add up and makes a great effect on how to win the game here. And this is it. Team Evil once again going to face another challenger team. That is going to be Absolute Zero, but it is going to line up for Team Evil. Vincent here on the jungle, and the rest is there. But here, Absolute Zero, Nan on the jungle, Rapidot again on Rome Buji here in the mid, Salas on the gold, and was the EXP on
Vendetta.
Vendetta, yes, Vendetta is there. So Vendetta, Kalia.
Give him the Kalia.
So we have seen now somehow signature hero for Vendetta. That is gonna be the Kalia. So speaking of which, what other players that we have, Lucas Fernandez, that was...
Well, that was yesterday.
Yesterday.
I think at that point in time, once we saw that the double maniac, people are just like, yeah, maybe don't don't play against that.
Yes, yes, yes,
Just
yes, yes.
maybe.
And speaking of Lucas, we haven't seen yet Lucas' game
For today, yeah.
for today.
Almost 100% ban rate today. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy, that kind of statistic. Especially since it's a far cry from yesterday. There has been a couple of times that it has been leaked, and then today it's just like, no, 9. None of that.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. None.
None does pick this hero. None does pick this hero anymore. So that's the thing. So yeah, I mean, okay, Vincent, we have to look out for this on the side of Sovereign SG. And again, I'm highlighting this one. I want them to step up. I can see the potential of this team. And those 2 losses in a row really somehow their momentum shifts into a loss. Those previous games though, Abstract, it's not a one-sided game. It's
close game.
It's
a very close game.
Yeah, somehow.
And then just gasses out at the end.
Which is very exhausting, to be honest.
So technically, it's fair to say, in many Gen Alpha's tongue, they're cooked.
They're cooked. Gen Alpha. Okay, I know that one.
Yeah. That's probably
the Gen Z. The Gen Z ones.
I don't know. I can't Gen Z.
Skibidi.
Is that Gen Z or is that? No, I think that's Gen Alpha. Skibidi is like Gen Alpha.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, cooked is not Gen Z.
Cooked is Alpha.
Cooked is Alpha, is it?
Cooked is Alpha.
But we've been using it since high school.
Really? I've never used that before in my entire life.
Cooked. Okay.
No, we're more crude than that at a point in time. We are a lot more crude than that.
I know. I know.
Yep.
Especially in the esports scene. Filipinos, basically. We're known for that one, man.
Exactly. You Filipinos.
You've seen the meme?
Which one?
That esports community gaming is better than they saw the map. Philippines is erased.
No.
Yeah.
I know that you guys live in your own bubble. Like you Filipinos live in your own bubble. You guys have like very exclusive memes that you guys would not share with people of English speakers. Like you guys are so exclusive.
Exclusive that another gamer tongue.
Yeah,
exclusive for me.
Like yeah, you guys are so exclusive. I would dedicate a planet for the Filipinos. Like, and there wouldn't be any difference. There would be no difference.
That's why Pinas lang malakas.
Pinas lang malakas.
But man, speaking of Filipinos though, previous season, I think there was more than 10 imports.
That were
Filipino imports.
I'm not
Season 8.
surprised.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised.
Now we are cut down to maybe 5. Yeah, let's say 2. Hades, Hertizi. Yeah, Flash. And then we've seen.
I can just kind of like pull out the information
Yeah,
real
I think-
quickly.
Who else? Malik Tizi.
Let me see.
Malik Tizi is 1. So 3. So we have few this season, which is actually great.
Yeah,
for me.
Normally I just look at their names, whichever that looks Spanish.
Spanish.
is the one.
Whatever Spanishy name.
We got Hades, we got Curtizi, we got.
Yeah, Malik Tizi. Yeah, with Malik Tizi is.
Let's see.
Yeah.
D.
What?
What do you think
DJ.
about DJ?
DJ.
I don't think that's a very Filipino name.
Yeah.
Nah, that's not a Filipino name, right?
Where there's a different game. There's an esports player named DJ.
Okay, what else? Let's see. Luisa. Luisa is a Filipino.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. There you
definitely,
go.
right?
There you
Definitely
go.
Filipino, right? You
Okay.
see? Spanish
Okay,
names.
So 4.
Yeah. Vincent is not.
No.
Yeah,
no,
Vincent's not.
the
Wow, I can
Korean.
tell.
Yeah. See?
Van is.
Van.
I think Van is. What do you think?
Demon. Yes.
Yes.
Somehow. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
I'm getting
yeah.
good. I can identify you Filipinos already. Be careful, okay?
Actually, yeah. Correct.
And finally,
I see. So 5.
King's Vanguard. How about
No.
Nandes?
Nandes is Indonesian.
Damn it! One wrong.
Walker Knuckle
Walker Knuckle
is
definitely.
Indonesian. No,
How? What? Really?
Indonesian.
Damn it.
So
Okay.
that just the thing. I mean, Indonesians now is having stepping up here in this current season. Like
Oh, you mean their gameplay?
their gameplay.
Oh, okay. I thought you.
No, here in MPL SG as well.
MPL SG,
Oh, yeah. The
I thought
imports.
I thought you meant like they're stepping up their names.
You know the rivalry between.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of interesting, right? It's like how
Yes.
Singapore and Malaysia have like this mini small
Uh,
little rivalry. You guys have your own rivalry, like
Yes.
upscaled by like 5 times.
And they created that meme. Esports community will be peaceful.
Oh. Hey, look at us. Wait, technically Singapore and the Philippines is like the Singapore counterpart in some sense, and then Indonesia is like the Malaysia counterpart because you know the play style is like is like
See?
very similar. Kind
So
of
where
right?
bros at?
Yeah, we're bros, we're bros. And this is kind of why also, right?
Yeah.
When it comes down to Singapore, MPL SG, we have a lot more Filipino imports. Well, in the meantime, for MPL MY, they have a lot more Indonesian imports.
That's
because
true.
their playstyle are a lot more similar for
Correct.
them and a lot more similar for us.
Yes.
So there is definitely a difference in that, or rather, there is a lot more of that combination per se. BM and BI technically work together. Filipinos, most of them learns English, so you guys come in here, it helps us a lot as well.
I do believe you discussed this one yesterday when it comes to language barriers and stuff
Yeah,
like this one.
potential language barriers.
Okay.
So
I
having
understand.
Indonesians into Singapore for a Singapore team to play, I think that generally that might be an issue and might be a little bit tougher. But it would potentially and theoretically work for Evil, specifically Evil, because that's just the way they play. They
Okay.
have a lot more of that micro-intensive gameplays, whereby they just go into a fight and brawl and somehow win. And back then we were just like, how the heck do they even win all those?
Yes.
Right? Most of the other team is just like, okay, I'm gonna macro this. Okay, so you are now at a disadvantage. Mathematically, I win, so we take a fight now. But no, Evil, like Malaysians and Indonesians, we're just like, gas,
What's gas?
like go.
Go.
Yeah.
Gas.
Like gas.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
I don't care. Just fight. Whatever happens, not my problem.
But if you think about this one, yeah, I think so. Especially previous season is like powerful and Tigreal, same thing. Sayla with the follow up on the Vixana, always like that one. Brawl.
Brawl all the way.
It works.
Evil magic. It works. But would it work in this season though? Because the last time, yesterday, we have only saw them play once in a single series, and that's a 0-2 in favor of Flash.
Yes. And now with this up against Challenger teams, they now won against Sovereign SG. This time around against Absolute Zero. So if they win this one, then okay, I think the momentum will be there, and we'll see the gameplay so far. So Vincent on that Hayabusa, he did it pretty good. So there you go. The split push is there. The assassin meta can be executed very well for the side of Evil. And we have to take note that that was Flash yesterday.
Yeah.
So that was the top tier team.
Which will be coming up next as well.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Let's see. This would be a prior ban for AZ for that Hayabusa.
Everyone's banning first pick Matilda against AZ.
Rapidot's good.
Everyone is just... They just do not want to mess with their Matilda. They don't want that kind of gameplay, that kind of composition to come back out. Like the easy to pull off compositions.
Yeah.
So maybe we can look at some other ways of easy to pull off composition that does not involve Matilda in this case.
Okay, I can see that the ban on Matilda, because as you can see, the lineups we are seeing so far, Abstract is more on combo.
It's
So,
very
like,
combo style.
Yeah, combo with that guiding wind is just shutting off that strategy.
mechanism,
Yes. So yeah, Matilda. I think any team, not only AZ, Matilda is a ban-worthy hero, especially in this current patch.
Exactly.
Chip also has been taken out, but I want to see the Louis though again.
Louis
It
again.
was the gameplay that AZ
pulled off.
yes, correct. But why not pick it again, though? I mean, they put it through. It was great.
I think there are two caveats. In order for you to really pull off a Loi, you need to have your it really also is to look at your opponents, because we are looking at the Roamer and the Mage. For me, I feel that if you want to pick up a Loi, it's either one of their Mage or their Roamer has to have weak clear. The moment that either one, if the both of them have strong clears, then Loi probably would not be a very good idea, because you will be lagging behind, and there's really not much that you can do in terms of the early game influence to the other lanes.
Okay, you do have a surprise attack pickups here, but your lane is going to be vulnerable. Indeed. So, okay, fair enough. So,
Is it worth it?
is it worth it? That's the thing
Yeah,
as well.
to lose lane presence for that pocket pick.
Okay.
In fact, I wouldn't even call it a pocket pick now. I think it's just
Situational?
Situational, yeah, situational pick that works in very cheesy ways per se.
Okay then. So, Phobius has been banned. Well, we haven't seen a Phobius banned in our previous matches for a while. Oh yes. I want to see Lucas, man. I want to see the potential of Lucas. Is he really that overpowered?
He just have a lot of base damage. Yes.
Okay, Lucas.
Lucas. Lucas. Lucas. Lucas.
It's gonna be Lucas.
Lucas. Lucas. If it's not Lucas, I'm
Vincent
going
is-
to go down to Bukit Panjang Plaza and just strangle one of them. Lucas. Lucas. Very likely it's gonna be Carrot that I'm gonna be strangling anyways. Lucas. Lucas.
Hey! No, I don't think so.
No, it shouldn't be.
I tremble. Tremble.
Clip LaFell's voice. in.
Yeah.
Tremble.
Tremble.
I have no idea
I
how he
don't
does it.
think so.
No lah, but
No lah. No lah. Yeah, Lucas, man. Lucas.
Tariff?
Oh,
Lucas.
Lucas. Why not Lucas?
I mean, I like Lucas.
Why not Lucas?
Why not Lucas? Indeed, why not Lucas? So
Okay,
now
huh?
AZ can pick up the Lucas.
Oh, is it not the comfort pick?
There you
Go! Go pick it! Okay, they already picked it. So, AZ with the Lucas. I think this is the comeback that they are want to have here in this Challenger stage. They have 2 losses in a row. They want to have a comeback on their own. With this Lucas being picked, they had now meta advantage against Team Evil. But maybe this is a bait from Team Evil. I don't know. Do they know how to counter a Lucas?
Your team is picking.
Well, there's Valentina.
Okay.
More or less, back then if you're looking at like Lucas EXP, CC would be a very good answer. But now that Lucas is mostly seen in the jungle,
Yes.
so might as well just go for the Valentina. And if you actually pick it up, the opponents actually go for the Valentina, technically going for a Loi onto the side of AZ would make sense now. Because it's a very committal hero, in order for you to just kind of go in the wave clear. Loi can actually make it so much more difficult for the Valentina to clear, just because of the way those two skills interact. There are small little cones after, at least for Loi, is small little cone afterwards, right?
Okay.
They actually go for CC. Huh. Okay. Because there's high loss as well. Okay, so I'm fine with that. I'm actually fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually fine with that. But
Great
that makes
chase.
things even more technically difficult for AZ to kind of think, because they would have thought that the Valentina would be the guaranteed pick coming in from Evil. So now now the ball is on the court of AZ. Do we want to give the Valentina or nah? With the fact that they picked up the Gatokacha, I will say no.
No, yep.
They are just gonna ban out the Valentina. Since this is the last pick, might as well. You're not gonna pick up Valentina? Fine. I'll take the I'll take my Gatokacha. Goodbye to your Valentina.
Yeah.
So now you have no counter for my both my heroes.
Plus, I think Team Evil here really lacks the crowd control as well. Yeah, you do have the chase, you do have the damage, but to hold enemy teams in place, we need someone. I mean, I miss powerful stick rail. I miss powerful stick rail.
Speaking of Tigreal, they actually banned Tigreal.
There. Okay, they banned the
Valentina's
Tigreal.
open.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta catch
Hey,
AOG.
I actually think that Evil... Yeah,
They
but I
need
think Valentina is still okay because now one of the other thing that I'm afraid of is picking up a mage that is damage mage because now they already have like what 3 players that deals magical damage, so they're lacking in utility. They have right now 0 form of crowd control, 0 form of stuns, and I think that AZ is just looking into what Evil really wanted to do because even right now I kind of scratch my head. I personally would not go for the CC. I just go straight for the Valentina. It's a very solid answer to dealing with the Lucas because I can have my own Lucas.
Yep. Okay. Plus, you can have great ultimates as well. Situational ultimates if you want, like Glorious Pathway.
Yeah,
but
you kind of dictate the
sure.
opponent's next few picks, right? You kind of make them on the edge.
Okay, but can you with this lineup though, Amstrad? Can you stop the Lucas heavy engagement there? Yeah. Okay, sustainability wise, you have an Harith, you have CC, but the burst coming in from Lucas, we've seen the potential of the Lucas, man.
Lucas' problem would be mobility, actually. If the opponents have way too much mobility, which in this case is the Harith and the Joy, I think it makes sense for them to not be taken down by the Lucas that easily. But Evil, they actually have another plan in mind. They picked up the Loi for themselves. And they don't care about the Valentina. Valentina is completely just forgotten. They don't see the need. Evil just don't see the need.
Okay.
Because I did mention, I mean, it's mentioned before. Valentina is very comical as a mage. So I guess the Evil is just not very confident or wanting to, you know, put so much egg in the basket just to deal with a Lucas and lose the middle lane. They rather win the middle lane, it seems.
Okay, but their lineup is heavy committal themselves. Joy, I mean Harith.
Very magic sided, right? Very magic sided. So
that's okay. That's one of the caveat. If you are going to double down with that Valentina, fair enough. Yeah. Correct.
So Loi also okay. So if you ask me, Loi.
Joy.
Okay, in your opinion, right? Do you see Loi more of her main role is more of utility or damage dealer?
I usually pick Louis because of her diversion.
Just because of diversion. Okay.
Yeah. Laning wise, yeah, you can poke,
right.
but
Okay.
really not that to have a kills, man.
Right.
I want to use Louis because of that diversion.
Okay, because at least for me, I'm kind of half-half. It feels as though whenever I'm watching the game, and even sometimes even playing the game, diversion is one thing that I always look out for. But there's another thing that I need to open my eyes and not forget about. Is about the yin and yang stacks.
The stun.
The moment, because you played so much, sometimes you completely forgot about the fact that there are those stacks and even those indicators in the game telling you, okay, there's a stack on this person, don't walk close to him. I still walk close to them anyways. And then we just like
okay.
You know? And that is actually some pretty damage. The damage is actually very pretty. So it comes to the point that I feel that, you know, even for Loi, she's got some amazing damage. Even though most people kind of look at Loi as more of a utility mage.
Okay.
But yeah.
Speaking of damage, though, I think the side of Team Evil here has enough. I mean, Joy
a lot of magic.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah,
I mean, plus the Louis and magic as well. So, speaking of which, right, it's a one-dimensional kind of lineup we are seeing here. Utility-wise, it's gonna be the Chill.
Yeah, so,
or the Team Evil.
I'm kind of thinking about the itemizations for the Lucas. I think that in the early stages he shouldn't have a problem, just kind of fast building into a Hunter Strike if he really wants to.
Okay.
Because most of the time we just go for the physical penetration one first, then you go for the it's the physical penetration, the half build item. I forgot what it's called already, but half build that. And then go to the War Axe so that you have a little bit more survivability and it's basically good damage all the way through, right? But now I feel that there is a need to bring up your defenses more. So an Oracle. Oh wait, Oracle's changed. So.
Okay then. I mean, Team Evil, they are heavy magic based draft. But this magic potential is really strong in the early game.
game.
Yeah, so with this Louis diversion, they can take advantage of that one. maybe get a pick-offs, but their wave clear and sieging capability, is it enough though? Yeah, they have the Harith. Harith is one of a
Harith is
faster.
pretty okay.
Yeah.
Synchro Vision.
Yep.
The dashes from
Yep.
the Joy. Loi has got the little balls. I think it's pretty okay. I think if we want to talk about wave clear, technically speaking, they have better wave clear than Absolute Zero. The only one that have like the best wave clear aside from Novaria, Lucas.
Yeah.
Lucas actually wave clears pretty darn fast and pretty darn good, especially if you have built up your items.
Okay. So I'm just happy that we can see Lucas right now in action here in the second
not
day.
at all.
Yeah, none on the jungle, which we specifically highlighted that it's great to have Lucas in this role compared to the EXP. So damage is insane. That is why until now it was been almost 100% being banned.
Yeah, so I guess we can get an idea why everyone is just banning him out.
Ben?
Right? It does seem like Van, surprisingly, he's the one that is having a little bit of an issue. He shouldn't. Or maybe technically he could have an issue because Synchro Vision can't exactly always hit. Like the tail end of the Synchro Vision can't always hit the 1-1, which would make pretty good sense actually.
Okay, I think Vincent right now still trying to go for the level 4. So heavy committal here on the bot side. Salas must be very careful here. He's the target. You've seen the Inspire Battle spell being used already here on the side of Salas.
Yeah.
And Van on that Harith. Usually having a Harith on the gold lane, you expect like under 6 minutes, 7 minutes, the tower is gone already there. Okay.
Okay, not the taunt didn't really quite do much, but here we go. It does seem like he's on None, pushing himself all the way up to the top lane. Here finds himself taken down by the hands of None, and goodbye to that. With None picking up the first kill, he still has got his Unleash the Beast if he really wanted to. So Team Evil, they gotta have to keep their eyes open.
Oh, look at Salas. Salas actually is doing pretty good against Van here, so did not care. But Vendetta, free gold flowing through. He's level 4 already. I think this is absolute zero turtle here in the game. No commitment, but they're trying to find some ways here.
Oh, Salas!
Yes, they did.
Goodbye to Salas after Van has been suffering down to the bottom lane for a long time. That is a 4-man commitment down to the bottom lane. While in the meantime, Gear taken down again. It does seem like Absolute Zero's, their priority is actually just shutting down Gear so that Vendetta will have a better time in lane perhaps. I think this is just all about just giving None the farm. This is more about looking for the farms and knowing that Team Evil will be putting a lot of their resources down the bottom lane. So why bother wasting time in the bottom lane to try to go for kills when you have a more or less guaranteed one up top?
Yeah. And now Vincent managed to steal the blue buff as well against Absolute Zero. And then this, okay, small wins we are seeing here for the side of Team Evil. Now, so far, the combos that we are expecting for the side of Sailor on that Louis did its magic there while sacrificing, of course, the turtle here for the side of Absolute Zero. I think they need this more. Again, this we mentioned this one abstracted. The damage, magic damage lineup coming from Team Evil must be used as early as possible here. So they have the timer against them in this game.
It will fall off real quickly, right? And unfortunately, this kind of forces the opponents to pick up magic defense items. So that would mean that in the mid stages, Ven is a lot weaker than any form of Harith in any other games. Because you kind of force the opponents to pick up defensive items, right?
Yeah.
In other situations, you probably won't, you sometimes won't even pick up the magic defense items, and sometimes you would just, or maybe you sometimes just go for physical defense items first. But in this case, you're kind of forced to must use magical defense first.
Indeed. Oh, great isolation play here. Rapidots is the target. Oh, no damage.
No damage at all.
Is it? If I can only see the itemizations here, I think Rapid.
No,
he has committed the Revitalize.
Oh, Revitalize.
Yeah.
Okay, that would make sense.
Okay.
Completely neutralize the amount of damage that he can deal.
I see. Now they are surrounding the turtle pit here.
Yeah.
Zero. Oh, the taunt.
I'm not too sure if whether Gear actually saw that or not, but it seems like he got
Oh
caught
my.
as Garukacha was right in front of him. Went into the pixel brush right in front of the turtle, and Gear just got caught with his pants down.
3 times in a row, Gear falls down. EXP is having a difficult time here for Team Evil, but okay, Sailor.
Unleash the QB. That is what Nun has been doing, and now Absolute Zero 1:4 with a 2,000 gold lead already.
Oh, AOG.
Oh no! Okay. Powerful with a quick little kick. It's not gonna do too much, but in fact, Absolute Zero now did manage to get a kill and of course push Powerful away.
Wow. Why give the Lucas? And now you can feel the Lucas power here. 3-0-2 for Nan. That is why it is 100% being banned. So Absolute Zero is happily taking this here into their side. Oh, look at this one. Oh, Rapidot. It has the vision. They are going to go for harassment here. It's actually Salas winning this lane time and time again, even though Harith has been picked here for the side of Team Evil.
It's a first pick Harith, right?
Yes, yes.
I would say it would technically still make sense. It's either a Harith or a Lucas kind of situation. So I don't I don't blame Evil for missing out on the Lucas. But in the meantime, that is going to be a pretty nice yin and yang reaction. While Nan with the Bijudama get the kill down onto Gear pretty darn nicely. But unfortunately, Nan finds himself taken down in the end of the day, as now with quickly AOG, the Garukacha gets himself right out of the dodge.
Yeah, I think that was overcommitment here. But again, we've seen Nan having incredible damage in that situation. But still, 4 players are still up for Absolute Zero. That aggressive play coming in from the side of Absolute Zero actually makes Team Evil react more of the skirmishes here. Team Evil must now take advantage of this Louis' diversion play. It was only one time we have seen Abstract. Now they have become reactive here to Absolute Zero's engagements.
Actually, speaking of which, I don't see a lot of very aggressive diversions from Sayla at all, right? I think that they are just kind of taking their time. They don't have the snowball, which is probably the reason why they don't want to overcommit into a team fight by being behind the enemies. But in the meantime, there we go. We are Dragon connecting down to Nun. CC Immune gets himself right into Tail Beast form, and he is just ranting. But unfortunately, he's gonna find himself taken down. Jungle's gone, but Salas, he's just gonna be up in the sky with crossbow of tank. No damage, no kill, but it's okay.
Alright, so in the end, it's still gonna be Team Evil securing the turtle buff here. Oh, going to die with the Zaman Force as well. But Absolute Zero, again, that was Nan being picked off as early in the skirmish play. So I think Nan should be wary of his timing on his beast form there. But Vincent is going to be the target.
Yep, he does have beast form. Went straight in and
that chase,
right
man.
down.
Lucas beast form chase is just very much OP. I mean,
Fast, right?
So fast. Bursty as well. And now the rest here of Team Evil going to go back, but AOG
not gonna do anything.
All right.
Open up the small little pixel brush though, so it does give a little bit of information from that point on. It's still pretty okay.
Yeah. Absolute Zero. I think they're still doing pretty okay as well. So the middle chart of both teams still standing here, but Nan again. His ultimate is almost up. Oh, there you go. Heavy commitment. Oh, the stun.
Two-man knock-up. But it is Nun and Rapidot. They got caught, but they are still very healthy. The rest of the members from inside Team Evil, despite losing Powerful, they are still gonna be going in, and in fact, they hammered in onto Nun. 2 men down from Absolute Zero, and now that's going back to stalemate for both sides as they withdrew the troops. Oh.
Okay. Oh, no way. No way.
That is a very interesting choice.
Oh, Vincent! Why?
That is a very interesting choice.
Yeah, why? They're going to go for the beats here. Going for the chase. Oh, man. Same thing as Nan there. I'm not sure if Absolute Zero decides really to invade this blue buff a while ago without Nan's ultimate yet available. Plus, again, the decision of Salas there staying on the lane. And they have the vision.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see a little bit of I suppose gassing out coming in from both teams maybe. Team Evil, that previous play was definitely not necessarily losing Vincent, and because of that, they lose the Lord.
Oh man, this is really grave for Team Evil there, giving up the Lord plus. But then again,
This
Absolute
chain
Zero.
reaction.
Yeah,
This is chain reaction.
I thought that was the recovery from Team Evil we have seen. They have picked up Nan, they have picked up Salas on the top side, but Absolute Zero still managed to get the Lord. That's the thing. I thought they could secure that major objective, but
Technically, they could have. They really could have. But that unnecessary diversion that Vincent took, and also clearing up that wave, that means that he lacked some movements already. So kind of put him in a really tough spot from that point on.
now here we go. 5-man here in the middle lane. Was the Lord pushing through on the top side? AOJ. Oh.
Doesn't seem like it will be. Oh wait, Vincent coming out of the back! The rhythm of joy and all of that! Electrifying beats, not quite enough to do anything. Gear and Ven, the two of them destroyed. So will be the top T2. Absolute Zero, shredded Team Evil.
And the flanking maneuver coming in from Vincent is not yet. Oh, the Yin Yang!
That is a chain reaction that we want to see, but unfortunately Vincent a little bit too far forward and been staggered again. Gear and Ven can come back, but they wouldn't have Vincent.
What just happened here? Team Evil right now being picked off time and time again, trying to defend top side, the middle lane as well. But man, the Nine Tails is just super strong there. Even though Vincent, we've seen so far diversion play.
Hey! Now Salas got caught in the diversion play, but never mind. Salas actually did manage to pop off with the crossbow of Tang, and she's up in the sky. They really went it, and they completely flipped the script. Boji flickers on forward, and with that all said, it is 4-man wipeout. We've got the mid lane crashed right down, and with a single ballista, they want to end this game, and they will.
Oh man, Team Evil. Ding 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 ding.
That is a very good diversion.
Yes.
However, one thing that I think none of the players expected was just how fast that weakness has been popped. Immediately, this chunk of HP went up into the sky and turned the tides.
Yeah, but the counterplay, the power of Lucas. Now, the power of Lucas. They initiated first, right?
Yes.
Always Team Evil initiates the team fight there with the.
Lucas played nothing in a final fight.
Exactly.
Nothing at all.
Oh, there's nothing there, but
Yeah.
how they managed to. Oh man, Salas
I,
with the 1-1 as well.
honestly, I think we might be able to get a replay on that in a bit, but I think that it is a lot of things just combined as one. I think Salas played a big part unlocking the crossbow of Tank to really turn the tides, especially since the front lines of Evil actually don't have a lot of things to work with.
Yeah.
Powerful is more of a setup tool. Gear would more or less be the one that tanks. But same thing as always, we talked about it before, in order for CC to be great, you
There you
really
go.
need to deal enough damage. So you see, up into the sky, slowly, one after another. This is nothing. This is absolutely nothing for Salas. He just caught it. So, yes, Absolute Zero, the rest of the members came in on time and really helped them out.
Yep.
And or rather really helped Salas out by bruising the opponents down even more and more, just so that Salas can get that final hit. Because it's so important to get the final hit to refresh it and go to the next person.
Yes, correct. Yeah, I thought that was Team Evil's team fight to win. They managed. Supposed to be. They managed to pick
Micro.
off
Mechanics. I mean, okay, to be fair, some of the people will say like, just press ulti only one.
No,
Technically,
man. Yeah.
you know, yes but no, right? Yes but no, but
you need to time the Yin Yang overturn, to be honest.
I think not only that, you know, during the heat of that moment, when you got caught, you need to use the second skill to purify. dash away, or rather hop away, throw your first skill in the exact same spot, so that you are able to break those weaknesses in order to unlock. Any small little mistakes or any small little wrong thing,
Yeah,
such as
can cut.
accidentally tapping it.
Can cut that combo. Yeah, I understand.
That's game.
Wow, Absolute Zero.
Absolute
They come
Zero.
back.
So
they came
they
back.
didn't gas out.
They didn't gas out. They came back, and that's Team Evil. That's
Team
the
Evil.
runner-up of MPL SG Season 8. And they managed to take that game away from them
I
here at the
guess-
Challenger stage.
Yeah, the term challenger is very apt. They
Yeah.
are really, these two teams are really challengers.
Yes.
We came in here to challenge MPL SG Season 9 against seeded teams. Some wins, some loss.
Yeah.
It's like as though they have been here all the time.
Yes.
Technically speaking.
Yes, technically
Absolute
speaking,
zero.
yes. They have Absolute Zero. They have experience,
Technically
MPL
speaking,
experience.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But-
not too far.
Yeah, but then again, Team Evil, I did not expect that Team Evil will be taken down in that kind of fashion, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the initiations coming from Sela was good. I mean, that was okay. Again, they've initiated first, but the counter plays and how they managed to do so, on the side of Absolute Zero, is pretty much better when it comes to that execution.
Yeah.
So, wow.
The only thing that they can blame in that team fight is possibly just not enough damage. Someone maybe didn't hit the skill. Someone didn't probably throw the skills. Someone probably didn't land one extra auto attack. There's so many things that could be attributed to someone. However, this is still a team effort. They did whatever that they needed to turn the tides of the battle. That was basically a pure 50-50 gamble. They needed to make it work. It didn't work. Oh well, sucks to be them.
I think, well, I think the damage was there, but you mentioned, right, one-dimensional damage, so magic damage. So we've seen Radiant Armors has been picked up there by the side of Absolute Zero. So that's the thing. And giving away that Lucas did have some incredible plays, especially
Yes.
with that
The pacing,
Lord.
actually.
Yes.
I think the pacing really dictated the match for Absolute Zero.
Yeah.
With the fact that he's just anywhere and everywhere. Gear didn't have a good time at all. The CC is just choked
Oh,
out.
yeah.
Absolutely choked out.
Yeah, correct. 3 deaths in a row in the early stage of the game. Yeah.
Two lane death, if I remember correctly, and then 1 death right before the turtle.
Yeah, he was been picked off. Yeah, that is correct.
And
Wow.
yes, I think that Evil need to probably go back to the drawing board again. The Evil
think so.
magic is kind of like, you know, kind of disappearing. Small little mistakes, which eventually led to a big one, such as that diversion.
Yes.
The diversion upwards, clear wave, joy nowhere to go, completely staggered, and because of that, they lost a lot, thus losing the game. It can always be rooted from starts. It can always be started off from somewhere. So they gotta have to learn, come back again, and try it again. This is a challenger stage after
I
all.
think this is also a sign or an opening to the seeded teams that we have for MPL SG this season, because these are challenger teams. So I mean, we really right we judge right on it from the beginning, maybe one-sided games, cheesy picks, but nah. I mean, we haven't seen the exotic picks. It's pretty standard.
Pretty standard.
The meta is there, counterplays are there, execution is also there.
I'm thoroughly entertained. Let's just put it
Yeah,
that way.
I
I'm
think
very,
yes.
very entertained.
Even though best of ones, right?
But
Best
it's
of
still,
ones.
it's still
Wow.
great. Yeah.
So many highlights is seen here in this game. Now the question is, next seeded team will be the reigning champions, Team Flash.
Team Flash versus
So what
Absolute
if?
Zero.
What if? So yesterday that was seeded team who defeated them. Okay. Let's say
What
surprising.
if challenger team? What if? Then
Yes.
then the both of us just put the headphones down. So if you guys want to watch that upcoming fight where the stakes is relatively high when it comes down to the identity of Flash SG, the next game is the game that you gotta have to come and watch it. Flash versus Absolute Zero. It's a series that will be coming up next after this very short break. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you.
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じて。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second final series. Well, it feels like it's the final series because we are seeing the same team, same seeded team coming in. So, for the sake of convenience, it's the last series.
It's the last series.
It's the last series BO2.
And actually, it's the most awaited series.
Yes, actually. It is Flash that is going up against Absolute Zero, the one that we have been raving about, hyping about. Even come to the point where we boldly exclaim that they are one of the tops.
True.
And even say that at least after game number 1, we're like, this is the kind of coordination that even Flash would have problem with.
True. And now Team Evil had a problem with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are the team with the evil magic.
Yeah, exactly. And now Absolute Zero. Now this is going to be a statement if they be able to topple down the reigning champions from MPL Singapore Team Flash. But this is the ceiling right now. This is the biggest challenge that any challenger team or aspiring team there is to face. Oh man, Team Flash. Still, their roster is the same. Pretty solid ones. Hades on the jungle, JPL here on the roam, Curtisi on the mid, Vanix on the gold, and Diablo on the EXP.
There is no change.
Yep.
This is still the superstar team.
Yes.
But yet they are having difficulties here in MPL SG. The rising state of competition is dawning upon us.
Yes.
Because, okay, number 1, I don't want to say that, hey, look, Team Flash, they are not that good anymore. That's why they lose. I cannot say that, right? Because
me as well.
We don't have a right metric to say that, okay, this player is not doing that well, this player not doing that well, this player not doing that well. Because in a losing game, everyone's not doing well.
Exactly.
So it's only come down to the point whereby we need to look at their highs and we need to look at their lows, and then we'll look at how they kind of change the game or how they play the game. On the other hand, though, Absolute Zero is also one of the teams that we talk about highs and lows, right? Nun, Rapidude, Bougie, Salus, as well as Vendetta. Within this entirety of today, we've seen them play 4 times already, and coming up to their 5th time. We have more than enough information to find out like how they play in general.
Yes.
And in fact, it's 2 wins and 2 losses so far.
Yes.
By the end of today, which is this fight against Flash, even up until now, normally when it comes down to other challenges going up against Flash, I'm just like, yeah, just give them 11 minutes. Just give them 11 minutes. Flash will take it. But I can't even confidently say that here anymore. This is like even for Sovereign SG. I know that for sure I'll put Sovereign SG below of Absolute Zero in terms of power rankings. But even for Sovereign SG, I would think that they will give Flash a really good fight. And with that one big play, one big difference, one big play, it could just turn the tides for both teams.
I can double down on that one, Abstract. I do absolutely believe that this is not going to be one-sided in this match. So Absolute Zero, we've seen how they play against top teams right now here at MPL SG. But with this lineup coming in from, the loss rather from Team Flash yesterday, I think it's also a reawakening, I can say, for the side of Team Flash. You won multiple titles. I mean, locally you have experience international as well. With that loss against KGV, right? King's Vanguard.
Yes,
that one, I think that was really surprising, to be honest.
Yes. So
their gameplay is there. I mean, the clutch coming in from Vanix is still there.
Yep. The individual skill can definitely still
I can
be...
see.
We can see that for sure. But it's just so that, I guess it's kind of like a wrong place, wrong time kind of situation. No one can see the future. You gotta have to make a gamble. You gotta have to make certain calls. Some calls would work. Some calls wouldn't work.
Okay.
But one of the most important thing that I would like to remind everyone that is out there watching, right, is that every team will have their ups and downs. Even for Team Flash, they had their downs yesterday. But that doesn't mean that they have fallen into the abyss and being cut out and all, right? We gotta have to admire whatever that they, whatever good things that they have done, whatever all the other teams, whatever good plays that they have done, and not just focus and solely look and condemn the bad things that they have done. You can do 99 things correct, but with that one mistake, you make people look at you. Correct. Right? Technically, I can understand to a certain extent, okay? Because this is another analogy. Although, technically, I don't know how applicable it is, right? I have a cup, okay?
Let me hold the cup.
Okay?
Okay.
Take a piss in it.
Okay.
Okay? There's piss in there, okay?
Yeah.
What are your favorite drinks?
Okay. Soft drinks. Okay.
Soft drinks. Any form of drink. Okay, soft drink. We put Coke in there. We put Sprite in there. We put Minute Maid in there. We put all forms of amazing things in there.
With the piss.
Are you an alcoholic? Yes, with the piss. Are you an alcoholic? No. Yes, whatever. We put alcohol in there.
Okay.
This is your favorite drink. Everything, a concoction of a favorite drink. You would drink it with in a heartbeat, would you?
No.
Why?
There's a piss.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the kind of analogy sometimes, I go forward and tell people, if you look at two sides of the story, sometimes it's easy to forgive about that one mistake. But to some people, that one is a deal breaker. Bye.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I think you explained it very well there. But for Team Flash right now, that one mistake yesterday, I think it's
gonna put eyes on them for sure.
Yes, but it's also a good sign, meaning at least
Singapore in whole, I suppose.
Yes.
Rising competitions.
Exactly.
We are catching up.
Exactly.
It's no longer that top heavy. It
Uh-huh.
has always been top heavy. Season 1, 2, all the way through 8. We look at the challenger teams on the underdogs going up against Team Flash, 9 minutes. Kind of thing, It's a very simple thing.
Even though with the cheesy picks as well.
9 minutes!
Yeah, cheesy plays, funny mid, they still managed to win that game.
Martis mid.
Martis mid.
Tell them to do that again, I don't think that they dare to.
Yeah.
This is not a situation, and this is probably not the season where experiment, like
bold experimentation that will lead to no impact would do for the team anymore.
And
every single one of these games are going to be part of their growth.
Sure, but that's actually Team Flash. That's one of their characteristics to do such things, to experiment. But I can say that the execution should be better. I mean, it should be better. It's not we are going to see like on that first game, but they managed, of course, to had a win on the last series as well. So all good, all's good.
Oh, good.
All is good. Team Flash still for me. I think I have my bias on Team Flash. To be honest.
I think the whole of Singapore would definitely have a form of bias for them.
Yeah.
On them, since they represented Singapore.
Yes.
They put us on the map. But you know, sometimes it's always nice to be fresh.
Yes.
There's always this discussion. Do we want, you know, comfort? Team Flash is already so experienced. They know how to play internationally. They have they have a great lineup, and they also have a great
never
admin
changed.
team. Yep, Z's joined in, KZP, Zarate on the back lines. We also have Lolzy. Everyone just kind of come in together to form this absolute unit, and we are all very comfortable with them just going overseas, smash the competition.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
Sometimes we look at them going up against very strong teams, Philippines, Indonesia.
Yeah.
We even have that thinking that, you know what, they can actually do it. You know, they can actually do it. Sometimes they can, sometimes they won't. It's okay. It's all about the experience. They learn something and come back. Come back with that, right? But if it's a new team, you know, they lost we lost that comfort. They have never competed internationally. You know, the jitters can happen. Those are all the things that can definitely happen due to the lack of experience. But this just means fresh new faces.
Yes.
Look at international. Philippines, Indonesia represents, they are always different and changing.
Yes.
At one point in time, Singapore, I want to see something like that. It's no longer top heavy, one team represents. It's multiple teams that can very potentially represent, that make the local scenes super good.
Yeah, and now I'm looking forward for Absolute Zero to do such maybe miracles later on. But this is, again, I've been highlighting time and time again, this is the ceiling of their challenge here, team against Team Flash. Now, Absolute Zero. We have seen the rise of Kalea on their pick, like especially Vendetta.
Yes.
Vendetta on that Kalea rather. So we've seen the priority bans of Rapidot's Matilda as well. So we've seen the pattern there is. Without these comfort picks, will they be able to execute still? So they managed to do so. They had a win against Team Evil there. So execution-wise, this team has the chemistry, has the mechanics, has the IQ gameplay as well. So what else can we expect for Absolute Zero here? So, yeah. So we have seen the comfort picks right now for this team. Strategy-wise, they love to brawl, actually.
They do. Constantly going for skirmishes after skirmishes.
Yes.
As long as they are able to take control of the river, they see anyone, they make a very, I guess, a very strategic move to either take it or don't. It also plays depending on what is the composition that they have, right? If whether they can realistically take that fight. Because the opponent's not going to take it like a sitting duck.
Yeah. We knew Vendetta way back, right? In Frontier Guns. Yeah, Frontier Guns. Yeah. Did he use a jaw hit?
He wasn't even that big of a star. I would say that he didn't, you know...
stand out?
He didn't really stand out. Yeah. Frontier Guns, it didn't really stand out. But here, he definitely stood out as the Kalea. The setups were just plain amazing, and most of the time we're just really keeping an eye out for specifically his Kalea. And I think in the past 2 games, he didn't play the Kalea.
Yeah, because
actually.
banned.
Yeah, so I think that, like you said, there is a pattern. Kalea and Matilda, we are not exactly seeing that from them anymore due to the respect bans coming in.
Yes.
So Flash, though, will they respect ban it? Matilda, Kalea. There's so many other heroes that is just available to be banned.
True.
But one thing's for sure is that Rapidut, we look at the Matilda, we look at the Kalea onto Vendetta, that could most potentially give them a very big edge going up against Team Flash.
Team Flash. Yeah, the last season, of course, before MPL SG Season 9, they have been in SPS as well, right? Team Flash, if I'm not mistaken.
they have
yeah,
been. But unfortunately, I think that for those games, Diablo didn't play.
Oh, okay. I
Yes.
see.
So there was definitely a little bit of
it wasn't. It
difference.
wasn't the
It wasn't the
original Raw.
OG.
Okay, it wasn't the OG.
team,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Ken
Okay.
definitely had a lot more difficulties trying to fill up the gap that Diablo left
Okay.
for him. And especially, internationally, everyone just looks out for Diablo. When they think of Flash, they think about Diablo.
Yes,
Or
actually-
potentially onto JPL even.
Yes,
right?
yes,
Being one
yes.
of the main veterans.
Yeah,
of the team.
they really respect JPL as well. So his sets are incredible. I told you, right? I miss JPL's Tigreal. It's the game changer implosions there.
You
But-
know,
yeah.
I actually see him with other heroes.
Cho.
Whenever, yes,
Yeah.
especially Cho.
Yep.
Like whenever, I like to go around and like when people ask me, so you think Flash is gonna win this? I look at JPL. Is he playing Grok, Cho, or Jawhead? No. Okay, they're probably gonna have a tough time all day.
Okay.
Because his Cho really dictates their entire game plan. Like the moment that they have the information of where the enemies is, and if JPL is able to tag the
Yeah,
opponents, constantly giving sides, moving in tandem with the opponents, those movements and even the small little changes in timing, it's gonna make such a big difference.
Yeah, the vision maker. JPL is one of the experts in the card field here. But I haven't
Very
seen
slippery.
very slippery. Speaking of slippery, the Kalea, I haven't seen him play. This
Yeah, you're right.
the
Not
roam-
exactly.
yeah.
I haven't seen him play the Kalia as well.
SPS, JPL played.
I
in the
didn't really quite have
But
that
no,
honor
but
to
if you
pass
haven't,
their
you
games.
have if you haven't that
Mm,
memory, so maybe
Probably not, yeah. But
probably
I don't. They're mostly played on the other streams, which I'm not in.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
that was a split stream.
Yeah, it's kind of a split stream. So
Yeah.
I would confidently say that he probably plays the Kalia, but maybe not to the professional level that he's very confident to pilot it yet. Maybe at the end of MPL or close to the end of MPL, maybe
Yeah.
he'll surprise us, right?
Sure.
Because it's very similar to Cho, being able to kind of
Exactly.
take people out.
Yes.
And I think that Kalia is also one of the heroes that have very good escape tool.
Yes.
Being able to scale through walls. So that will enable him to do those tagging business if he really wanted to. But it's kind of like a one-off thing. The moment you use the skill, you cannot tag them anymore.
Yeah.
Cho is different. You have 3 chances.
Ex-
Dash, 4 chances actually. Dash, stick around. Oh, you're coming? Dash. And then move forward again. You want to come to me? Oh, dash again.
Plus the shields are there. I mean,
Yes.
you can prolong your
CC immunity, let's not forget about that too.
Yes. Wow. Team Flash and Absolute Zero, best of 1.
Punishing.
We talk about this off stream. What if Absolute Zero managed to take down Team Flash here? Just imagine the impact it could give as early as this regular season. It's a big statement. If ever, it's a big
scary
statement.
thing.
Yeah,
Like,
it is somehow.
I think it will shake the community somehow.
For sure, man. For sure.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think that it's not to a good way, in a good way, right? People will be questioning a lot, what is exactly going on. And with the entrance of Z's as well, I've always respected Z's. I loved his work all the way in MPL ID, all his EVOS times as well. When he posted like meta heroes that he have like this chart, I always look at it because I respect and I really think that whatever his words are like wisdom, God's wisdom to me, right? So to see him going into Flash, I'm super excited. But with that performance from Flash and the outcome from Flash, it starts to give me that anxiousness that if this is the path that Flash is gonna take, is definitely gonna draw some flack over to Z's because he joined and this happened, kind of
Exactly.
thing. Very synonymous to Youngin's time, right? He joined, they lose.
Okay. Yes, same roster when it comes to the players, but the coaching staff here is a different thing.
Yes.
And okay, now we can see somehow a factor here.
A factor,
Yeah,
a
of
small
how-
potential factor.
yeah.
We only
Okay.
have a single sample size from Flash after
True.
all, so it's still very early for us. This is all just debates and just
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
like a little podcast coming from Dead Eye Abstract.
Yes.
Dead Eye Stracts. Abstract Eye.
Ice tracks.
Think of
But I think this is a great topic. We always highlighted lineups. We always highlighted the players, the roster, but the coaching staff, man, it's a hot commodity as well in other regions that the coaches been transferred here and there, affects the gameplay of the teams. It's one thing here. We're seeing Zays right now on the Team Flash in the coaching staff. So okay, I can say okay, they lost this game. Okay, let's do it. So let's see how they go for this progression in this game.
Coaching style definitely plays a very big part. In fact,
Exactly, man. I mean, it's not all the players. Players call during the game. But the draft, of course, it's big. We've seen how the draft affects the game, right? Remember last time from
I think SSG's game.
SSG's game.
Yeah, the sitting ducks, right?
Correct.
In fact, I just had this conversation with Jace. I think it was actually on broadcast even. Wait, was it on broadcast? I can't remember. But he mentioned about Onyx Indonesia, right? We've got Coach Yeb that returned to the roster, right? And he said that, ever since then, Onyx ID, they have been doing well. It's like, okay, so this is just the power and what a coaching staff can potentially do to a team.
Correct. And I do remember last time Team Evil, they're the one without a coach?
They are always the one with no coach. Then they brought in Carrot. And in fact, Carrot was like the roamer. And then they're like, okay, this is the same time where tank jungles have been changed.
Okay.
Right as tank jungle has been changed. So we are starting to see a lot more jungle assassins. Because Powerful was always the tank jungler. He's the shot caller. So now it's changed. He became the roam. And there needs to be someone to fill up the assassin seat.
Okay.
And Carrot, because he was the roam, Powerful took the roam, and Carrot now becomes the coaching staff.
Wow, man! And I do believe that the transfer of that roam of Powerful from the tank jungle to the roam is also the effect
seamless.
of. Yeah.
I think it's very, very seamless.
Nice.
He's already shot calling for the team.
Damn.
In fact, it's probably a lot more difficult because he was a jungler. So much things to do in terms of mechanics and micro, while you still need to coordinate your team. Technically, being in the roam position is much more suitable for him to look at the entire map and the entire team in a macro view, telling people what to do and play to the heart's content.
And I do believe the coaching staff is a factor of that change as well. And this is how the effect of a coaching staff is. So. Man, again, let's welcome Coach Zays here. On the
welcome back to Singapore.
Welcome back to Singapore. Is now coaching the Team Flash here. And we are now going to start here, Abstract, the battle between Team Flash and Absolute Zero. Okay, Matilda has been taken down here, as we have mentioned, but the clay is pretty much open. But first pick, though, is in the hands of Team Flash.
Yes, so Lucas is going to be taken out. So I would say that it is very good respect bans as well as very standard bans, in fact, coming from Team Flash. But one thing that is leaked out is actually going to be the Kalia, which in this case, we have talked about it before, that we don't really expect Team Flash to play Kalia onto the roam by JPL. But if you do, not too surprised as well, just that we don't expect it. We also saw Kalia in the EXP, which is exactly what Vendetta did, right?
Yes.
So there could be a possibility that Diablo himself could play it.
Yeah, he's one of the players who can really adjust very well, very flexible. So yeah, Claire is pretty much open here.
Yeah, if Flash don't pick it, that is easily for Absolute Zero. Easily.
Yep. For sure. Well, if Sujin is pretty much open here.
Harif though. Oh,
Kimmy!
We always forget about Kimmy.
Yeah.
We always forgot about Kimmy.
Twice in a row, man.
Twice in a row.
Oh, man.
So, okay, so with Kimmy being taken, I think that it's fair to say that Kalia and the Harif very likely might be the next hot pick coming in from Alpha Zero, Absolute Zero.
Then Phobius on the other side, or got a Kacha as well. So
we
have seen the
we more or less have known what is coming up next. But unless AZ gives us something completely different.
I don't think so. I think Kalea, yes.
We gotta respect Vendetta for his pick.
Yes.
But there is also this saying whereby, I wouldn't say call it this saying, but this another way of seeing things whereby he's not stuck on playing Kalea only. There's many other heroes that can play. He's not locked in. If you're locked in, you fixate yourself to a very certain composition.
Correct. If it's okay,
but they are still gonna go for that.
Okay.
With Sicilian.
Sicilian.
Okay. Not the Harif.
Sicilian. Okay, we've seen that combo last time. Previous series here that the Sicilian Deadly Grasp can also be used as an
Oh,
initiation.
it was from Buji himself. Flick
Yep.
of...
Boom! That initiation with a follow-up of Badang's fist crack.
So stupid. So stupid. Buji shouldn't be doing that. But it was so amazing.
It is!
So
With the fist
stupid.
crack. With a fist crack.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. But on hindsight, that is a very good decision made by Buji. In most cases, I will say that it is a very reckless move. But he saw the opportunity. He said, trust me.
And
Trust me.
there you go. And
He
he
went.
did.
He did.
Did pretty good.
Made one of the biggest play.
Yes. I think one of the best highlights we can see so
Yeah.
far here in this day 2. And now AZ. Okay, no Phoveus been okay, Phoveus is pretty much open here on the other side. But again,
Harith is still-
yeah, Harith also.
Ah.
But if they pick Harith, then they can ban Phoveus.
Okay, which one is more important now? Potentially, okay. So I think Harith might actually be a pretty bad pick for AZ. Solely
think so?
based on the fact that they
Okay.
have got a Sicilian. So hard scaling mage in the late game.
Ah.
If you pick up a Harith, two of your late gamers more or less
True.
taken down.
Okay, understandable. And that's why they picked
have
the
to ban.
Granger.
I think they have to
instead.
ban the Harith. They wouldn't want to give the Harith over to Flash.
Yeah, Vanix will surely own that game.
Yeah.
But of course,
I think respect Vanix. Moskov, Harith.
Moskov.
Both should be banned out.
This is going to be the power bans here over the side of AZ for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Moskov, Harith will be taken out of the picture. You don't want to give Vanix this hero to the side of Team Flash, but
Yeah.
they still lacking here.
Ooh.
Badang. Okay, they banned the Badang
Okay.
instead.
They're respecting Diablo instead.
So, okay then. So because of course on the other side, Team Flash also lacks the crowd control. Yeah,
think
they
that's
do have
fair.
a chase.
That's fair.
But again, we mentioned, of course, that traction pulse coming in from Kimi is not really the ideal initiation skill that you can have.
It can be, but it also really depends on what team composition that you have on your
Okay.
side, really. But I am very inclined to want to have
Got a
a
puncher.
vitality user on the side of AZ solely because of the Hayabusa. This is a composition I feel that for AZ, if they're able, if they won't be punished by big team fights kind of thing, then I think it will make very good sense, right? So Badang as well as Harith both I think fits the bill right. Technically Moskov can
Moskov.
still be a problem, but I think that you kind of take what you get.
Yeah, I think this is pretty standard for Team Flash. They're going to take the Moskov here because
They will take Moskov.
the double split push always we've seen here. Well, with the Hades on the Hayabusa
Hades,
going on the other side, Moskov also Vanix on the other side of the map as well. So we are expecting a trio here that's very aggressive for the side of Team Flash. You have already the Kimi, you have already the Hylos. Then you need to double down that trio. So EXP who can rotate pretty much very well. Blue is pretty much open, but I'm not sure Blue because they lack again.
Yeah.
They lack
I think
crowd
mobility.
control.
Crowd
Mobility,
control,
crowd
mobility,
control.
yeah.
Yeah. Crowd control and mobility.
So Gato cut. Oi!
Ah?
Team is picking.
They locked it in. Baksha. They Baksha
Baxia
jungle.
Roam?
Baksha jungle.
Eh? No, I think this is a Baxia roam.
Can also Baksha jungle. But
This is a very interesting. Okay, so Baxia is generally used in tandem or rather to use against heroes that have very good healing. So this is kind of like an anti-healing thing.
Okay, but
At this point in time, is also wanting to go for mobility. So so the problem is he doesn't have very good wave clear. So even if you have very good
Yeah.
mobility, this mobility is used for skirmishes and team fights. It's not exactly to catch on to split pushing lanes, which is something that
team is
this
picking.
Claude and the Hayabusa is capable of doing.
Bro, jungle Baksha. Jungle Baksha with an Estes. Now this is the blue cheese. What cheese did you want?
You know what does this mean?
What is it?
Sit down.
And we thought that lineup should be Team Flash's picks, right? I mean,
Dude, Ube. When was the last time?
it is. Yeah.
Estes. Baxia.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a while.
Where's the damage output? After plucking the people.
It's been a while.
After plucking with the tsunami slam,
Could you finish?
Granger and Sicilian. Wow.
Could you finish?
Cannot lah.
Yeah, I'm expecting well, Suyo hasn't been banned.
Yeah. Are they trying something different? I think
Wow.
Against Flash, a lineup
Wow.
like this. Okay, you know what? I am ready. I really just want to be amazed and surprised. But how the hell are they supposed to wave clear?
I believe they want to go for the team fight here. It's the Ubi strat. So Ubi strat, you need to clump up together, make most of that skill set, and the Rapido is the target.
Oh my god, Rapido, goodbye to him almost immediately. This is Nar. Okay, so remember, so this Ube is great if your opponent doesn't have a way to punish you, right? Previously, many times before, we have seen a couple of times whereby heroes such as Granger, a Hayabusa, all the single targets are just out there, even the Kimi on the opponent's side. So you are pretty happy and you're not too afraid of being dealt with if you are all together. The ultimate bonding experience.
Yeah.
But this one, you should jolly well be afraid. You have a Claude, for Pete's sake, on the opponent's side.
Yeah,
You have a Claude, and you have a Gatokacha.
Oh
man, the immobilized taunt, Rapido for the second time. Buji, next one on the chopping block. Katizi picks up a double, and that is Flash SG with a total of 3 kills to their name.
under 2 minutes with this momentum we are seeing here for Flash SG. Doesn't look pretty good for Absolute Zero. Well, of course, they need those levels. They need those ultimates first in order for them to go online here. Yeah, you do have the deep-ish damage with that Tortoise Poisons coming in from Nan. Counters the heals as well from Flash SG. But I don't think it will be enough to burst down. Especially you have to revitalize as well for Flash SG. I couldn't see... Yeah. Okay, in paper, you counter because of this Turtle's Poisons, but will it be really enough here? Rapido is healing, Vendetta for this utility, not necessarily to be a damage dealer here, but they're going to rely for Buji here. And Salas in the late game. Late game.
Okay, so at least when it comes down to Estes does have a power spike in terms of keeping the team alive at level 4.
There you go.
There is no answer to that blessings of the moon goddess.
Wow!
Such it could help. And so they got Hades.
Okay.
They got JPL. 2-person taken down, and they are potentially going for Diablo next. So that is 2 kills that's credited over to Absolute Zero. I question that they have got power spike for sustainability, but do they even have the damage? The answer is yes. They managed to.
And then there's going to be a stun here, trying to go back away, but Vanix will fall. Oh, MG. I like it. I like to be wrong. Absolute Zero here, just turning. The moment we just mentioned that one abstract, they actually pulled it off. This team fight, this skirmishes.
But okay, so early game we can expect great survival. But hold on a second, Hades is gonna be the first one to go down in this upcoming fight. Take a look at the backlines. Katizi!
No way!
The next one, we got the 2 main damage dealers taken out. Diablo! What?
Flash SG just been punished. Oh, another one!
Is next?
Happy dude. Okay, his dude
Okay.
went down. His dude went down.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow. But look at this one. None. Still not done.
Okay, as surprising as this is, we want this to happen for Absolute Zero.
Yeah.
This is the best case scenario for them.
Wow.
They need to make full use of this amount of healing that they can get. Because the moment that we have reached mid-game, early mid-game, that is the point in time we start to see the pickup of Dominance Eyes.
Correct.
And once the Dom Eyes appears, you do not expect too much out of the Blessing of the Moonlight Goddess. It's great. You can still heal a lot. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But it is understandably a counter right now. The main counter that Absolute Zero have also is a Tortoise Sans onto both Diablo and JPL
Yes.
Revitalize. So the double Revitalize tech is countered by a single player. So early game, while there is no answer, Absolute Zero can do it.
Oh man. And yes, Buji and Salas is enough for the damage. We questioned this one, and okay, they
This one
answered
I'm
back.
surprised.
Yeah.
This one I'm surprised.
Damn.
But mid-game they die.
Mm.
Mid-game they die. If Absolute Zero don't extend the lead to 10 minutes, 10k.
Okay.
10
Flash
minutes,
SG.
10k. They can win. 10 minutes, 10k, they can win. But anything
Oh.
under that, they can't. As now, we are just going to be looking at a beautiful slam down right on top of JPL. He
Another.
can't do anything. None connects down to the next person. Once he get a kill on the Curtizi, he's very tanky. Very, very tanky. And Flash SG, they have no way to be wheeling down this big shield tortoise.
Yeah, man.
Black tortoise.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this is really an Ubi strat we're seeing here. 5-man. Diablo is left alone. Been picked. So what can you do there? Abstract is, of course, to go split push. This is what Hades is doing right now.
Yep. This is the way to counter against Ube.
Wow.
Split push. Constantly apply pressure. And I really commend the fact that Absolute Zero is doing this, whatever that they're doing right now, to Flash SG. But unfortunately, Flash SG is one of the most splittiest teams that
Yes.
we have in MPL SG. So this would not even exactly thwart them
Yeah.
or surprise them to any bit at all. They take this with a stride. They play this slowly, go to the mid stages of the game, and find their opportunity there.
Yes.
Dying so many times for Diablo twice, Hades twice, JPL
It's okay.
twice, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's all part and parcel of the game.
The thing is, they just need to evade or avoid any unnecessary team fight here, especially when they see Absolute Zero clumped together in this situation. This is the sacrifice they are going to make. Give away those turtle takedowns to Absolute Zero. Just make some space. Make some pressure on the other lanes here. Trying to, of course, take opportunity little at a time. While Absolute Zero, on their end, they need to put pressure much. So they won't give any breathing space here for Flash SG. And look at this one. Overextending for none, but he doesn't care.
Yep, he's got that mobility. He's got ways to traverse around the map like crazy. But look out for 12 to 13 minutes later. 5 minutes until we enter the mid stages of the game, where Team Flash SG will slowly bring themselves back up.
Yeah.
And Absolute Zero was unfortunately very gradually start to lose out and pale themselves in comparison to Flash SG until we hit like what 18 minutes.
Yeah.
That is probably when the power spike will return back to Absolute Zero.
Wow. Actually, that's gonna take a long time there, but yeah. The timings is really crucial as well. Oh, there you go!
There we go, the traction pulse did manage to connect down
Bam!
to the last. Not quite enough to bring him down just yet. JPL joins in with the AOG, but it was not coming, did not manage to come in time to save anyone.
Yeah, that's a great kill for the side of Absolute Zero, but we're seeing a two-side split push that we are expecting for Flash SG to execute, and they did. Look at this one on the top side, going to clear as early as fast as possible. Same thing coming in from Vanix on the bot side. Okay, this is a Claude. We mentioned Claude as a hero can dish out incredible damage, especially when the itemizations are full or full item Claude. So they can burn the damage against an Estes, against a Baksha as well. But will they be able to reach at that point though? So because Absolute Zero, we are now in the Lord stage, they can control this team fight. Now, the question is, will Flash SG commit?
Okay, Flash definitely don't have the capability
to take this yet. They don't have the bandwidth. For Hades is at level 12, Nan is at level 12. Technically, they can try to contest for this, but they shouldn't expect too much out of this. As such, we do have the Glorious Pathway coming from Diablo, creates a path right into the back.
AOG!
3-man AOG! Vanix, even with the Blazing Duet, he's just gonna be shredding auto everyone in the back lines. Force Bougie with a quick little flicker as well. We do have the Sanguine Claws that connect down on the Vanix. Vanix, he's gonna go down.
Oh, man!
Only bring one person down with him first. JPL quickly evades
Stun!
from that, and now he will go down, allowing Vendetta to pick up a triple kill. Hades is still around the vicinity, and I don't think that there is too much that he can do unless he tries to go for some form of steal.
I think he can. He has the advantage when it comes to level here. 13 Hades, 12 Nan. Retribution
Nan
is
doesn't
up.
have
Oh!
Ogi Shadow Kill? Does he have it yet?
Oh!
He does have the Ogi Shadow Kill if he really wants to go for, but he wants to save the Ogi Shadow Kill for
Oh
later.
no!
Wait! Bougie! He brought him down! Lord get the kill down onto Nan, but Salas takes the final hit onto the Lord.
Oh no, what just happened? I think Hades went in early, and that's a game.
I think, yes, he went in early.
Yeah.
But I think that he's also looking for the
Opportunity, yes.
to get a kill on the Nun because his
They don't
HP
have the
so
vision.
low.
I think they don't have the vision really on the tight spot. Oh man. And if only Diablo was there much earlier compared to Hades' presence,
Yep.
I think they can manage to take the Lord Steel. Again, we mentioned it was Hades one level ahead with Nan, so he has the retribution skill advantage in that situation. But then again, Absolute Zero making this happen, now going to push here in the middle lane.
Yep. This is probably one of the few timings that Absolute Zero gonna have to do. Unfortunately, they are only 5,000 gold ahead of Flash SG. Not quite enough. They can definitely drag this on for another 2 to 3 minutes, but but I think the best that we can give is 4 to 5 minutes until Flash SG starts to get equal in terms of economy. And the moment that the equalizer comes in, Flash SG should be able to take that game until Bougie goes on.
Oh!
Not again! You can't just do that multiple times in the freaking series, man! So now he's gonna go down. Unfortunately for Absolute Zero, but this is also going to be how we are going to be expecting to see Absolute Zero come together as a unit and stay alive because of the Blessing of the Moonlight Goddess.
Oh man, that was really an insane exchange of skills there, but Nan has been picked here. Oh no, Nan, he needs to go back away. Oh man, that's a pick. That's a kill.
That's a pick.
I don't think it's necessary for the side of Absolute Zero there. They can manage to retreat, but I do love, though, that exchange of a team fight, the brawl between Flash SG and Absolute Zero. It was first Vendetta trying to initiate on the bottom, trying to dive heavy, but the counterplay coming in from JPL, just cutting off that follow-up combo from Absolute Zero.
Oh, well, what's going on down the bottom lane? Kalia was hoping they would be able to catch out on Hades, only for him to be caught out instead.
Wow.
This, remember 12 minutes? Yeah. So they're
timing.
slowly trying to get themselves back on to equalize the economy. The moment that the economy is equalized, Absolute Zero will be on the rear end already.
Wow.
They've got their back against the wall. Until then, they need to wait for Bougie.
Wow, as predicted by Ice Tract. Okay, that was lame. Okay, as predicted, of course, this is the timing right now that Flash SG managed to bounce back here in this game. Wow, again, not a one-sided game.
Not one-sided?
Yeah, Abstract.
Not one-sided.
Not a one-sided game. Oh, speaking of which, there's going to be a team fight.
On their timing, Salas. They managed to force the Blessing of the Moonlight.
Bam!
Hades! Oh! Hey! Hades! Goodbye! Katizi! Not a lot of HP to work with.
AOG!
And now AOG to get JPL out of there.
Oh.
Absolute Zero can still hold on and they can still fight for this Lord.
OMG for AZ with Salas. That's Sonata on point here. Hades been picked off. But then again, Vanix trying to go for the split push. It's easy going for Absolute Zero as well to defend. Now Lord, advantage. AZ's in now, having the upper hand against Flash SG. to revitalize, purify battle spell as well. But this picks, man, last 2 picks from Absolute Zero, we kind of doubted that this Ube wouldn't work, but it did. With non-Tortoise Poissons just giving so much HP degen here, debuff rather, for the side of Flash SG, and it works!
Yeah.
It works!
Man, Hylos is in such a tough point, a tough spot. In order for you to really get all that big HP back, you need those regeneration. But Immobilize is going on. Hades up to the top lane is going for a split push as well. This
AOG!
is going to be the absolute nightmare for Absolute Zero. As now we coming from the side of Vanix, we're going to be whittling down the amount of HP coming from the side of Absolute Zero. Vendetta went back home and will be pushing Hades right back home.
Oh, Bucci is down against Diablo and JPL. Oh, it is a great win there for Absolute Zero. So this is great also for Absolute Zero to have this map awareness that actually Hades is split pushing the top side. So yeah, let us see this replay here. As you can see, it was a recall coming in from Vendetta. They know, but the AOG unfortunately didn't catch Vendetta. Imagine the AOG coming in from JBL managed to catch Vendetta. Oh, it's gonna be a game there for the split push to the top side.
Oh man. Vanek spent so much in trying to bring down Bougie. His items though is more or less maxed out. So the last thing that he needs is probably just selling away his boots if he really want to, and go for one final item.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I agree.
Corrosion Scythe, DHS, Golden Staff, the Wind of Nature, as well as the Malefic Gun.
Yeah, I think. Okay. Will going for the sea. I mean, they have the Sea Halberd also. If we want for the side for Vanix. But
yeah,
damage is marked.
Is okay. Yeah.
Or BOD if you want damage more.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
At this point in time, I think literally any items will be okay. I think Sea Halberd might be better because of the attack speed.
True.
So, I mean, Claude really does love attack speed. And at one point in time, Claude just becomes an auto-attack nightmare. And your main damage dealer is not exactly going to be the Blazing Duet anymore.
Oh, okay. Glorious Pathway is being
No
used.
way.
Oh! AOG, no catch! No catch!
He's even trying to go for it, but unfortunately, Sanguine Claws connect. As such, Cortese is going to be the one that goes down. Hades, he doesn't have HP left as well. He doesn't even have the ultimate as well. Immortality, pot, Sanguine Claws. Oh, he's going to be okay. Went back home. Wait, he went back. And he does have his Ogi Shadow Kill again. Vendetta lost his immortality. He's now currently going to be under tracked by, tracked down by Diablo. Flash now. They killed the Vendetta.
What?
Leaving none all alone.
What just happened there? What? Okay, I thought that was Flash SG team fight to actually gave away. Absolute Zero, remember, okay, this is the replay. No catch on the Glorious Pathway, no catch on the AOG, but they managed still to pin them down. Oh, this is just incredible here, and Vanix just free hitting on the side lane. No one's targeting Vanix. This is insane. Bucci as well, but then again, look at Vanix. He knows who to pick off right there and then. No damage dealer for Absolute Zero, while Vanix still alive.
Yeah, I'd like to see something.
It was just a very spread out battle.
It is.
For Absolute Zero. They tried to full send themselves back home, but Cortese went on a sacrificial play.
Yeah.
Went super deep in, and they realized that, okay, this is probably the best timing that we can go, and this is the best timing that we can do, since everyone is so close to one another. Yes, they can heal back up with the Blessed Moon Knight Goddess, but we gotta try. Which they did.
They did, and they accomplished this. That was insane. It's just mind-blowing to me to see that two ultimates not really hitting its mark, but then again, Flash SG managed to turn the battles around, and now Nan's been caught!
Distraction balls! It pulls Nan, but he's okay still. He's gonna be alive. But unfortunately not the middle lane T3. The Lord is pushing in, top lane T3 is down. Absolute Zero defends this with all their might, and Flash SG slowly moves back and possibly looking for another angle of attack.
Okay, Hades is still in the vicinity here, trying to go for it. Cheeky play. Glorious Pathway cut off the reinforcements here. Tried to target, of course, the inhibitor turret as well in the bot. Mission accomplished there.
Oh man, so
Wow.
we're 19 minutes in. Flash SG found themselves that opportunity to break clear of Absolute Zero's base. At this point in time, I think it's relatively fair to say that Buji should be stacked up already, right?
Yep.
19 minutes by now.
Yes.
It's just start to hurt.
Yes, I agree, but Vanix is now somehow the threat for Buji. He knows he's the target. And now, as a support Rapidot, who will you prioritize to heal there? Because, of course, Buji, you want some distance. And Nan wants to move forward. You cannot heal everyone at this moment in time. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. It's a tricky at this moment in time here. It's very tricky at this moment in time.
Yeah. Like you lose the front lines, your back lines eventually die.
Exactly.
You lose the back lines, the front line has got no damage.
That's why we had some skirmish there before the split skirmish per se.
I think the hidden. I feel that the hidden weapon is actually gonna be Salus. Flash SG will be looking at Buji so much because of his never-ending skilling mechanic that they might just focus on Buji and just be like, Salus is okay. So Salus needs to play out of this world. He needs to be so well positioned and possibly just look at the right target. Even at this point in time, I am unclear what would be the best target for Salus. I can always suggest and say that, okay, you know what, Vanix is great, Curtis is great, but there is always going to be some other forms of damage that will come up from Flash SG.
Wow. Intense game. Very intense game. Now the Lord is up. This is going to be the game changer here, Abstract. I'm sure whoever wins this team fight shall win this series for sure. Now we have talked about the positioning, right? Nan wants to go forward and Buji and Salus on the back lines. Will this be the time that Nan shouldn't overshoot his positioning here? Just defend the back lines here, trying to hold or to be together as much as possible because they want to take advantage of the blessing of the Moon Goddess here. In this situation, the problem as well is there's JPL. If they're going to go for a clump up position, that AOG gonna hurt them.
Is Absolute Zero waiting for that split happening from Flash? There could be a chance. They're waiting to see where Hades would eventually appear. Because the bottom lane can always happen.
Speaking of which, Hades is trying to split push now on the bottom side. I don't think the Absolute Zero still have the vision. Yes, they do have now. And they are targeting here Hades on the bots.
Oh no, and now we do have...
Yeah! Vanix! Vanix! Oh! Almost! Oh, this is gonna be the chase!
What is going on here? As now Absolute Zero with all 5 men combined. We got no Hades. Vanix had returned home. Absolute Zero in. Sweet claws and connect down on the
BAM!
The bad impacts connects down on the contingency. JPL forced to return. And Diablo, he can't do anything without his team.
Okay. This is gonna be defense coming in from Vendetta. Now great advantage here for Absolute Zero. No Hades in the vicinity. They do have the retribution coming in from Nan. Diablo holding his ground. And will be able to go.
He goes down. JBL is probably gonna be the next one on the chopping block. The amount of damage from so close. So close.
And now Lord Evolve. Absolute Zero taking this objective once again. Oh, crazy game.
Oh, but would it be enough for them to end this game though? Would it be enough? There is still a single inhibitor turret in the middle and the top lane. We always need to keep an eye out for where Hades may potentially be.
True.
You can't, as an Ube, you will be so fixated onto that one team fight.
Look at the position coming in from Absolute Zero. They're not giving any inch here. 3-lane push. But here the middle lane, Nan is going to find some vision here for Absolute Zero. No split push can happen here.
No way. There's nowhere else that Kakashi could go. And Salas almost taken down, but he did pop the Wind of Nature, I think. It seems like the damage didn't fully go through, but now it is going to be Diablo popping up the Glorious Pathway. JPL doesn't have to finds 2! JPL caught! Immortality popped! And now, Absolute Zero, they're knocking onto the core as the Lord swings his trident one after another. There's no more creeps. Absolute Zero fully making their way. The Ube is working. The blessing of alive.
What?
Ube worked.
Ube worked! Wow!
Ube worked.
First one, fluke. Second one, pattern.
I'm concerned.
I am as well, but... Wow. I'm actually 50 sad, 50% sad, 50% happy. Sad for Team Flash to see them, taken down by a challenger team. 50% happy because I've seen now competition rising in this region.
Something's not right. Something's not right.
Wow.
Something's so not right. Something's very, very wrong.
What?
Okay. Technically speaking, if we were to talk about things in theoretically and on paper, with a Sicilian for a 24 minutes game, it makes sense.
Of course.
It makes sense. The way that the game, like the graphs go, with AZ having the initial lead, and then Flash fights back, and then AZ comes back again because of the power surge of Bougie, it absolutely makes sense. But I did not expect that Flash, during the time of their power spike and during their time of winning, I thought that they would be able to capitalize that small little, I guess, margin to try to end the game. Technically speaking, they did manage to create a barren wasteland on the opponent's side.
Yeah.
But yes.
No inhibitors at that moment in time, and that was the counterplay wherein Hades was solo killed.
Yes,
I think the Lord was.
I think that that spun things up because this has always been their MO, right? And it makes sense in a macro context. Just go for split pushes. Try to get one lane heavy, especially on the opposite side of the Lord.
True.
This one is not on Flash. This one is fully on AZ, being fully prepared. Yeah. They have a Baxia that is super ready, fast moving, and he needed to crash it right onto the Hayabusa. He made it, solo killed it, and the rest is history.
Yeah, I really like that statement there. So basically, AZ just executed properly. Their decision making is on point there. It's a risk though. I mean, 2 players went down to go for a Hades because we know Hades is very flashy and he can't escape. Even though that's a backshot with that movement speed, that stun, I'm confident that he can escape. But with that help, maybe the Sanguine Claws was there coming in from Bougie. The combination of the stun, he didn't manage to escape.
Although having Bougie down in bottom lane is actually a massive, massive gamble.
Exactly! That decision making, I'm highlighting here, that decision making coming in from AZ was really on point. That's a gamble.
That's such a massive gamble.
And that call was, wow. Wow, against Team Flash. To have that kind of decision making, that is incredible.
That is
crazy. That is incredible.
That is just plain crazy.
Yeah, man. And I really thought Team Flash would manage to take this one into the books with this inhibitor tarts gone, but just like that, man. Just one play, one massive decision changes everything. Wow,
they
I
gotta
like it.
reset.
I'm
Yeah,
happy.
they gotta reset.
Yeah.
Such a crazy reset that they gotta have to do.
Yes, yes,
They gotta
yes,
have to go
yes,
for
yes.
this, right?
But Team Flash lost
2 times in a row.
2 times in a row
2 times.
with the teams were unexpected to really take them down. Like
What
in
do
the
I
seeded
feel?
team, I thought a team seeded team. If Team Evil managed to take down Team Flash, okay. I mean that's the runner-up season 8, MPL SG. Here in second day, Absolute Zero. Okay, they're pros, but still a challenger team.
I honestly have no idea how to feel like inside.
Yeah,
like,
especially you, Abstract. I mean, yeah. But for me, I'm happy in a way, wherein I can see now the competition rising up.
Yeah. The other MPLs you watch out.
Yeah, I think this is no doubt. This is gonna make noise there. This is gonna be making noise. That's because so many seasons, three-peats. Three-peats is insane. There are only few regions having a three-peats when it comes to the title.
Right.
Yeah. So season 9 in the regular season. Regular season. Okay,
Regular
okay.
season.
But still, it shows a difference because even though previous seasons, regular seasons, it's still one-sided. Always Team Flash.
Always,
no
yeah,
brainer
always
there.
has
But
been one-sided. But now we have seen the 2 losses just from the side of Flash. They haven't won a single game yet. Series, as a matter of fact. They haven't won a single series.
yeah.
Actually, they haven't won a single game as well.
And that's Sakimi again. Second loss.
Second loss with the Kimi.
Kimi. First pick Kimi. Yeah.
I
So-
thought that the amount of damage from the Traction Pulse plus the
AOG.
Blazing Duet,
okay.
perhaps even the AOG as well, right? Long enough of a crowd control, good enough of damage from the Blazing Duet to ultimately really wipe out everyone. But doesn't seem like that is the case. Like,
Yeah.
damn.
Sorry, I haven't checked if anyone did manage to pick up Sea Halberd there. Dom Ice, I've seen one, but no, I didn't think that was the priority item. I think because the heals are really a nuisance there for from the side of Absolute Zero.
Yeah, technically speaking, if you do have Glowing Wand onto Kibi,
Yeah. Okay.
it's fair enough, right?
Yes.
Glowing Wand,
Yes.
but if the Cloud really wants to go solo and try to go and kill that one person, especially
Then
at the
okay.
back lines, right?
Mm.
Because we're talking about what was that again? Buji, right? Buji back lines. Technically speaking, you gotta get yourself Sea Halberd because technically speaking, you know, okay,
Yeah.
it doesn't even have to be Buji. It can also just be Rapido.
Anyway, yeah, wrap it up as well. Ah, man.
Okay, we move on.
We move on.
We move on.
We move on,
We
man.
move on.
Don't get me wrong, Abstract. I love this team. I have the bias still, but Hades, JPL, Cortese, Vanix, and Diablo, this is an eye opener once again. So yeah, Challenger team just toppled you off.
Okay.
Now, but this time around, it's gonna be Sovereign SG.
Sovereign SG. These boys.
Yeah.
Bogi Ako.
Bogi ako.
1 to 3.
Yeah.
Correct. Creo Meow, Light Shiki, and Cog. Now, they have a very big shoe to fill, right? Because the fellow challenger team took a game away
Yes.
from Team Flash.
True.
It would definitely put them in a certain power rankings if they are unable to win Flash. Which technically speaking, it kind of would make sense because
yes.
as much as the current the current track record of Team Flash is, yes, they are one of the last ones because they don't have any wins at all. But it doesn't mean that they didn't have their three-peats.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Let's not forget about that. Okay.
That's the thing, guys. That's the thing. And I can say that this pressure is not on the challenger teams.
It's actually more on
The
Team Flash at this point
right
in time.
now. Yes.
What if this is all just a strategy?
Ah.
What if this is all
Or
just a strategy? Just
I
for
cannot
them?
say experimentation because the draft they pick is actually pretty standard. I haven't seen Cyclops jungle there.
Bleh.
Abstract loves Cyclops, guys. So yeah. Yeah. Well, when I mean Team
Cyclops
Flash.
gummy. So no, Cyclops chewing gum. You unwrap the chewing gum. You put it in your. I have a lot of people actually tagging me on like Cyclops content on.
Oh, really?
TikTok for some reason.
More content,
No.
guys. More content, guys. Cyclops main.
People are doing their hardest to
Oh, really?
convince me to say that
Cyclops
is
is
good.
viable here.
Yeah, viable and good.
I did attempt it once before. I told you, it's just if there's a Fanny in the enemy team, you can go with Cyclops. And your reaction is just like that. But anyway, yeah, Sovereign SG, ladies and
I am broken.
wow. Yeah, I can say Team Flash did not experiment in a way when it comes to their drafts.
Yeah, it's not exactly those. How can I say that? It's not exactly those very big experiments.
Exactly.
whereby
It
we-
was
we look at-
actually.
It was actually the opponent side that is
Yeah.
experimenting.
Ube is back? No, I don't think so.
No,
I don't
no,
think so.
no,
I don't
no,
think
no.
so.
This
I don't
is-
think so as well.
This
I mean,
is just like a one-time
fluke.
thing. This
Okay.
Is no, this one is actually cheese.
it's a
this is
cheese.
actually
yeah.
cheese,
Okay, okay,
right?
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
It's out of meta.
True.
No one would have expected it. But technically speaking,
It worked.
It
yeah,
worked.
it really, really worked. Damage.
Disgustingly so.
Yeah. Wow. You mentioned, of course, the power spike, right? 14 minutes with Vanix pretty much online there, but wow, I just can't fathom how they couldn't even seal the game. I know we're moving on, guys, on the next series, but sorry for this one, but we cannot really get over on the loss.
I can't.
On the loss of Team Flash, because it's just really rare to see Team Flash having a loss, especially during the early regular season stages. Always one-sided here. And what's interesting about this one is it's a challenger team.
Yeah. Like if we are talking about evil, like
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
okay,
Wow.
evil
Yes.
is strong.
Evil.
Yes,
Yeah. There you go.
Congratulations.
Challenger team with a cheese pick of Estes and Baksha. Me myself, I didn't expect that pick.
Who the hell is King's Vanguard?
Kings.
Kings.
Yeah.
Who the hell are they?
Yeah, exactly. They toppled off as well.
Yeah.
Team Flash now Absolute Zero.
Who the hell is Absolute Zero?
Yeah, now they're absolutely kings.
I still have one more question though.
Yeah. Who is
Ricky?
Ricky Red?
Who's Ricky? Do you actually know about the Ricky thing?
No.
No?
It's actually just Churros just
Yeah.
brought it all
but
up.
do you know about that Ricky thing before Churros said that?
No.
No, right?
No.
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 No. Who's Ricky?
Who's Ricky?
Who's Ricky?
Yeah, he's just mentioning that red bear creep, right?
Yeah, he mentioned that is his name,
Ricky.
Ricky. And here I am thinking like, out of all names, why Ricky?
Why Pogi ako 1, 2, 3? Of all the names, right? You're a pro player, aspiring pro player. Okay, our MVP for the week 1, Pogi ako 1, 2, 3. Wow, this is community-est, Pinoy-est IGN you can make up.
Yeah. If you want to go pro, think of get a good name.
Yeah, I suggest that one as well. Highly advised that kind of
Yeah. Actually,
yeah.
now that we're on this topic, you know where this is going to, huh?
No, not yet.
Why did I?
Oh, okay. Literally, guys, my eyes are dead. I mean, this without my glasses, I cannot see.
So I also lah.
But this is worse. Mine is 700 over 700, man.
Usually I win people, but this time I lose him.
See?
That means my sister's eye even more dead. Her side is like 1K and 1.2 or something.
OMG,
Yeah,
much higher than me.
Yeah, I am actually not kidding. Like the last thing I remember, I know that it breached like 1,000.
Ay.
At first I thought, I'm like, wait, is that even possible? Aren't you like legally blind?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
I'm
like-
I'm actually legally blind. I could register for a PWD. Yeah, no kidding.
Wait, for real?
For real. FR. Yeah. I'm actually
700 gets you the PWD
Yeah, I cannot
card.
see here. See, without
mean,
glasses,
I
I'm gonna. Yeah, from there I cannot see. I mean, it's blurry as
It's blurry.
hell.
Yeah, it's blurry. It's blurry.
Yeah.
Can you look at the camera like that? Yeah.
No.
Like, are you able to see
I
the camera?
cannot. No, I can see there's a black
Yeah.
something, but no, no.
That was actually the perfect time for people to clip because it looks like two old men looking at the camera.
That is why you're my Lodi.
Two old men looking at the camera. It's just like.
Yeah.
And just
Oh.
like, if you want to use your phone, it's just like. I am so ready.
Ah.
I'm so ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, this is what makes us. I mean, that game makes us like this crazy. You know, I mean, I cannot.
Jokes on you. I've been crazy since game one. No, since yesterday actually.
Ah, yeah, yeah,
since
yeah,
yesterday,
yeah,
I've been
yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
Since
Yeah, well,
yesterday.
the kind of stupid things that I say.
Wow.
I sincerely apologize
Yeah.
to all the viewers out there. You guys might be wondering what the hell happened to Abstract. That happened.
That happened. I can feel you. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Last game of the day.
Last game.
Last game of the day.
What if? What if? Team Flash. Nah. It's gonna be
That's what we said just now, right?
man.
That's what we said just now, right?
Actually, yes.
Nah.
Oh,
Nah.
let's see.
Your
I,
team is
but
banning.
I can feel now the Team Flash will win this game. I mean, there's the
How about you shut
fervor
up?
there. What?
No. Don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jinx.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Your
Okay.
team is banning.
Have you ever had a cast where both the commentators don't talk?
Are there cold commentators then?
Cold mentators.
Commentators.
I'm so sorry. This is just dad jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're learning.
Yeah.
Very good.
Oh man.
Okay.
This is what life is like, huh?
Yes. Happy Mother's Day
Happy
again.
Mother's Day.
Yeah, Happy Mother's Day to
Mother's
all
Day.
mothers there. And now there you go. Back into the game. Okay, that's a Kimi. That's a Moskov. So out of the picture, that's a
Your
respect
team
band
is
there.
banning.
Okay.
Well, against
Fanny's out
Team
of the
Flash.
picture to how about the Lucas?
Ah.
Lucas is also another hero that we gotta have to talk
Yeah.
about. If the Lucas is just gonna be leaked out, then
You think so that Team Flash will just give it away?
yeah, actually.
Really? We haven't seen.
Yeah.
Did we see Sovereign go for Lucas? No. It was
No.
Absolute Zero.
No. However, Hades does play a mean Lucas.
Who? Sorry.
Hades.
Ah.
Hades does play a mean Lucas.
If Lucas is open and not gonna be picked by Sovereign SG, Team Flash
Yep.
most likely.
Lucas
Is
Harith.
Yeah.
currently available.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
Ventus
Position
in.
is out.
Your
They
team
were
is
meant to
picking.
open it.
Lucas is open.
Yeah, Lucas.
Kalea.
Oh,
Your team
is
okay.
picking.
Lucas actually went over to the opposite side.
Ah.
Okay, so now
Kalea.
Flash is on that point whereby they are thinking, okay, do we actually pick Kalea
Now I
and
can see Kalea. Yeah.
Now, would they though?
Harith.
Would they though? Okay, Harith, I think that is very likely for Vanix to pick up. I think that this is a pretty okay pick for him.
Yep.
But Kalea, would they?
We haven't seen yet, right?
No, not from them.
Okay.
Not from them.
I want to see. This is something that I could want Team Flash to execute, no question. I mean, JPL. I mentioned, of course, the Cho, right? Oh, there you go. Okay, very good. So, will it be JPL though, or Hades? That's the question. Very flexible.
Your team is picking.
Explorer.
Xbox.
Let's see, Curtis.
Xbox.
Okay.
Shuttle?
Phobius is open, right? Oh, yeah.
Your team
Oh,
is
shields. Shields again, but
Shields for days. But Esmeralda will be in a kind of weird
yeah, yeah.
spot
I,
here.
I think so because just because they do have the X-Borg. Oh wait.
Xbox jungle. If they want Esmeralda in the EXP, technically speaking, that can happen. And Diablo used to play Esmeralda pretty well too.
Before. Oh, okay, really?
You can play Esmeralda too. It's
Okay.
quite a long time ago. A few seasons back.
Your team is
But
banning.
do you think they picked Esmeralda though? No,
I-
that's the question.
I don't think that they will pick the
Yes,
Esmeralda.
yes, yes,
It doesn't
yes.
feel very Coach Z
And
style.
I don't feel like Flashy Z also. But picking Esmeralda though, it can counter this shield heroes. But they don't have the. Okay, they have the Clea. Sorry for this one. They have the Clea to go for the pick off.
Yep, they
crowd
can do
control.
pick off, crowd control. They can
Follow up is there.
also allow. It's also gonna be a proxy
Your
for
team is
the
banning.
1-1 to bust
Uh-huh,
some
uh-huh.
of those weaknesses
Yes.
easier.
Your
Right,
team
ban.
is banning.
Okay.
Doi, Fasa, we are primarily looking at mages that will be gone and taken out of the equation.
Who's gonna be your Suyo? No one's banning Suyo anymore. I think day
No
one
one
was.
gives a crap about it,
yeah,
man.
yeah. I think Soyo's at this moment in time we're seeing the fall of Suyo here because, but on the day one it was respected. It was respected ban. Suyo's also been picked.
Yes.
But here the day two,
Not much at all.
not
much at all.
Yeah, not
You know
much.
why? People don't like Sasuke.
So your Naruto, really, Naruto fan. Of course, Lucas.
I mean,
Yeah.
talk no jutsu is
Your team is banning.
the talk technique
Talk technique. Oh,
wins every fight.
Okay then. So ban. Okay, they banning the
All the
Novaria,
mages.
Farsa. Yeah.
All the mages.
Well, actually, this
Oh my
is going to be
God.
the priority.
Your team is
Oh yeah,
banning.
Palatina.
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Correct.
Well,
Great.
One of the important
I love it.
picks against the Lucas.
I love it. Garukacha is open also, right?
But
But they have
the problem is that the amount of mages are actually dwindling down to an all-time low. That will be a little bit of a question.
Your team is picking.
Ube is back. But okay, prolonged team fights. Prolonged team fight. Just because Lucas loves long engagements, same as a Harith. Okay, Faramis will be the saving grace.
Yes.
Actually, could also be Estes if. But Faramis has been picked. I think okay.
Okay.
Sicilian again.
Oh man, why do people like to play Sicilians against Flash? Oh, no.
Oh, okay, I was concerned with the Selena though.
Oh, if that guy picks Selena, then
Your
Yeah.
team
it's
is
over.
picking.
Yeah. Either he must be very good in the Selena, or he will topple this drop. This draft from Sovereign SG. But anyway, okay, Sicilian again.
Okay, so the final pick, Jungle. I think that this is definitely going to be a Xbox EXP because of the fact that the highlights are going to go EXP. So EXP for EXP, Xbox would be way better in that lineup. So now it's all up to Hades how they want to play the jungle. Technically speaking, the studio last pick is still very viable. They can still go for that. I don't think that they will go for anything too tanky per se. Jungle
X-Borg.
Jungle
X-Borg.
EXP
Yeah.
Benedetta. Oh.
Diablo Benedetta. The return of the comeback. It has been a while.
It's been a while.
It has been a while. And
Oh,
this
would
is
it work?
remember when we discussed about how we discovered Diablo of his hero pools, right?
Uh-huh.
Benedetta was one.
Yes.
Benedetta revitalized. He managed to make that meta.
That's so weird. It's
Exactly.
Still weird. It
It's
is
so weird.
still
Way back, right? But it didn't work. And now we see a Benedetta. But will this be a damaged Benedetta though? I haven't seen the battle spell being locked in.
Did you know that this Diablo used to be a one-trick Paquito player?
No, no
It's
way.
Like one trick.
One trick. Always.
One trick. The moment
Ah.
people ban his Paquito, he suck. This is like season 1 or 2 or something.
And
Yeah.
look at how this player grown.
5
Has
seconds
grown
till the enemy
throughout
reaches
the
the
That was
round.
kind of a
battlefield.
meme. To a
Smash
certain
them.
extent. Yeah, just one player can
All
already
troops
ban
deployed.
Wow.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Wow, that was an interesting fun fact.
Yeah.
And here we go. The last series here in our Challenger stage, day 2 of MPL SG Season 9. Team Flash against Sovereign SG this time around again. The Sovereign SG Challenger Team 2 against the reigning champions, Flash SG.
I'm just very. I just want to know if the Diablo is gonna be playing tank.
No, I
or
don't think
damage.
so. That's a damage. With a Petrify battle spell, you know he wants to lock down and goes for the kill.
Technically speaking, he can play utility as well, even with the lockdown, right?
With with
the Petrify. It's still possible. It's just you won't be able to make full use of your damage during the Electro Final Blow. But you will be tanky. Yeah. But looking at his amount of HP, I think he's going for damage.
Yeah.
He should be going for damage.
Should be. I think this is also a great follow through with Hades on that X-Borg. X-Borg has been known to be an early aggressor as well, especially with this level 4 right now. Pretty much online, this is the time where Hades and the rest here of Flash SG could make some plays. Look at the rotations coming in from Diablo. Man, I miss this rotations coming in from this EXP laner.
Yep, as you can see, a quick little Petrify, plus JPL just jumping right in.
There you go.
Idle Strike takes one death, or rather takes one kill away from Karax, and that is one good kill.
And look at this transition here from Flash SG. They are not stopping. They want some blood on the bot side as well.
As it does seem like Sakura
Okay.
is not gonna stay around for long with half HP already taken away. Rio Meow for some reason is gonna be down in the bottom lane as well. It's not for some reason, but to get himself at level 4 as well. So just kind of sharing EXP, sharing this carrying kind of thing going on. Hades picks up the turtle. That's level 5.
Well, plus Vanix has just got a solo kill rather against Daichiki. So everything's going into the favor of Flash SG here in our last series. Oh, top side.
It doesn't seem like Daichiki is gonna be be comfortable up in here. But he does have the Zaman Force though. He continues on. The Bijudama lands, and that is going down for now as Pokiako continues on forward. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get a kill down on Katizi.
Wow, the power of Pogiako on his Lucas. Early game aggression gets the double, and now on the bot side though, Diablo actually his rotations is really pretty good. It makes Kong stuck into the lane because of this heavy rotations coming in from Diablo, clearing the waves easily there on the bot side, leaving Kong alone there in the lane. So you need Kong also during the team fight, but without this glorious pathway, they are cut off one utility here for Sovereign SG.
A lot of mobility, definitely for sure. Flash SG, this way they can find out a lot about where Sovereign SG is. And so now Nightshiki forced to use the Zaman Force to play it defensively in the event that he gotta have to go and attack or dash a little bit more underneath the turrets even. But Flash SG, at this point in time, they have a small little advantage over for Sovereign SG, but it's still too early for us to be able to say anything at this point.
True. We haven't really seen the combo potential, but before the thought.
So now the slam right down to the Kong, melted down almost instantaneously. The player that have to see has been bought by Diablo, and that is the damage Benedetta indeed.
Yeah, 2 lanes win. Top side, bot side for Flash SG, plus the turtle is up right now, but they want to go for the pick first before this turtle objective, I guess. But no, I think Hades is going to go for the turtle here, trying to go for the support instead here at the top side. They know the rotation's coming into the Sovereign SG here, but will they be able to pick up though? 4-man commitment there for Sovereign SG. no contest on the turtle.
Yep, there's a lot of money that's credited over to Diablo as well, as he managed to take down the entire energy shield out of the turret in the bottom lane. So Flash SG definitely happy, and because of all of that, they have managed to amass a total of about 2.2 thousand gold lead. So the 2200 is definitely happy. They will work with this. And unfortunately, we also gotta have to remember that Creole Meow is playing as a Sicilian. So the pop-off is definitely gonna take some time, and this high ground would not do anything for them.
True, but the timers also is there for Flash SG to end this game as early as possible. They cannot wait for that scaling potential coming in from Creole Meow. And meanwhile, Kong, Poppy's Glorious Pathway, and that is one big utility out, will now transition in the mid to go for the takedown, and Diablo as well. Wow, split push as its finest here for the side of Flash SG.
Yep, nothing out of the ordinary. The power of the Benedetta is being shown by Diablo himself here. Parax doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, so a quick little recall ought to get him out of there. While top lane, we've got Vanix as well as JPL. You know, really putting Night Shiki in such a difficult spot. This guy have got nowhere else to go and nowhere else to call for.
Oh man, no turret takedowns yet for Sovereign SG. Meanwhile, Flash SG is everywhere across the map. Oh, 1-on-1!
Hey! Unfortunately, that is the winner. Goes over to the side of the Lucas. We do have the Nether Realm that's also going to be popped from the side of Cartesian. I think that's one of the first few Nether Realm that we caught it on camera as well. So we haven't really quite seen the full extent of what this entire party from Flash SG could potentially do to Sovereign SG yet.
Okay, that sacrifice there on the bot side by Diablo. At least Lucas wasn't in the team fight in the middle lane. If only Lucas was there, I think it should be on Sovereign SG's favor for sure. Now, this is going to be the last turtle in the game. And as for in the vicinity here, it's actually Sovereign SG now controlling the game. Hades and the rest of Flash SG trying to contest this one. Lucas, look at Lucas' positioning here. Pokemon really go for the flank here. I think he will.
Diablo thinks he's currently at 2 at the top lane, but going back
there you go.
in, and now the turtle taken down by Hades. But now we still have a fight coming from Pogiako. He quickly runs himself right towards Karak, but wasn't able to use a guiding wind to get far enough. As a triple kill, credited over, and to potentially be able to get a little bit more as Kong, he tanks up everything. Diablo takes a kill down onto the Hylos, and Night Shiki, last member remaining. No farm, nothing that can potentially work for him.
OMG, that was a 4-man massacre there, just executed from the side of Flash SG. Night Shiki cannot do anything about this one, and now Outer Charge also been taken down. And let us see here, Pogiako tried to go for the flanks here, but it's not enough. The chase wasn't there, and
it's a
man, the
crossbow
cleanup.
Tang.
Yeah, the cleanup from Vanix. Crossbow of Tang on point, plus Kong couldn't even escape with his Hylos there. This is going to be a game changer right now. Flash SG totally controlling this game.
Okay, so 7,000 gold lead. This is a very, very good amount of lead, right?
Oh!
10 minutes, 10k gold lead is the perfect recipe for getting yourself the win against a Sicilian, and in a draft like this, right?
Yeah.
So as long as they're able to continue on like this, 10 minutes, 10,000 gold. It shouldn't be too difficult for Flash SG to just dive in to turrets. Just disrespect them.
Yeah, I think there you go. He dives in actually here, but
actually disrespect them.
I agree with the dive, but I mean, Cortese is way far back. So yeah, the Nether Realm did not connect at that moment though. So unfortunately, Diablo was been picked off. But still, Flash SG controlling this game here. Split pushes we've seen coming from Vanix on the top side as well. Heptaseas indeed and Hunter Strike here for the Diablo on the Benedetta. On the other side, we've seen only the glowing one yet for the Sicilian. So scaling, we still need to see scaling here from the Sicilian if they're able to want to dish out that damage output they needed.
Oh, but that, yeah, no one's around the place. Can't find any
one for now.
Yeah.
As all of the members of Sovereign SG is still going to be hunkering down in middle lane, trying to get as much defenses as they can to make sure that they don't lose their holy defense.
Actually, Abstract, we have just mentioned if they see how they're with the priority to this game, but now they are actually using this item now. We have see how they're for Diablo, see how they're for Vanix as well. So this sustain, the shields coming in from Paris as well as Kong wouldn't be much as effective here that we are able to see the team fight.
Yeah, Oracle from Kong as well. So unfortunately, that is the holy defense that has actually been popped. This is actually the most important holy defense that they needed because the Lord is actually marching into the top lane with his own specific tweaks as well. Kong opens up the glorious pathway and just going to be making himself comfy in front of the opponent, but unfortunately wasn't able to do too much. It's a 1-for-1 trade right now. Diablo as well as Creo Meow. Top lane, third tier turret destroyed. And now the Lord lands with the Trident all the way in the back line. JPL brings Kong down. And now Vanix gets himself a kill. Naishiki down. And unfortunately, Poki Upgo can't do anything here. We have got Team Flash that won their one game in this Challenger series.
And if I'm not mistaken, that was the first loss of Lucas. First loss?
For today, probably.
For today, I think so. Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's the Flash SG. Actually, we are actually expecting. I mean, that kind of games.
Yes.
Against the Challenger. Yeah.
It kind of feels like Flash is like the master of non-meta heroes. Non-meta compositions. Whatever that is meta, they might not do well. And I think evidently so for the past few games. There is this one series though that they managed to do too well. It feels as though Zeus is just like, you know what guys, just play whatever you guys want.
Comfort picks?
Comfort picks, yeah. And they're just like, oh, okay. They picked whatever that they want.
Yeah, I think Diablo here with his Benedetta is doing pretty much good, especially during the early game, that cutting of the waves and then transitioning there for that aggressive rotations in the mid made possible for this early picks coming in from Flash SG against SSG at this moment. And now the Sicilian, the pick coming in from SSG did not manage to really scale up, especially during the later stages of the game. So it is one of the insufficient time. And the Lucas, don't get me wrong, the Lucas damage was there. But unfortunately, the rotations overall coming in from Flash SG, it's just difficult for SSG to respond on or to react on this kind of situations. We've seen Kong staying on that lane for almost 2 minutes, 3 minutes because of this lane cutoffs here. So yeah, when it comes to the team fights though, this team Flash SG, they had the capability just scaling from the early to mid and then ending the game.
Okay, so it's unfortunate SSG can't take that win against Team Flash, but this is indeed what Team Flash is. I guess this is kind of their game.
Yes.
Okay,
no doubt.
Maybe it's just the Benedetta. You know, maybe it's just the Benedetta. We're so used to seeing the Benedetta coming from Diablo that we know that this is his comfort. That whenever we see a Benedetta onto Diablo, expect him to be all over the map. Very high amount of team participation, except for the fact that his team participation is actually the lowest.
Wow, didn't expect that one.
Didn't expect that one. I guess it's also because he's mostly on the split push duty. Right? So amount of damage to turret is 13%. Never mind. I guess we're just biased to Diablo, okay?
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot more that's going on behind the scenes that we failed to observe, I suppose. But I gotta have to say though, Naishiki had got no game up top.
Yeah, actually he's been picked off time and time again. Actually, Vanix under 1-1 managed to control the lane there, having a solo kill as well. And look at this one. The rotations from the side of Flash SG is just on point. The pickup as well. So Kong having a hard time. Also on the bot, not only Naishiki. So lane wins here for Flash SG.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, this
is the attempt.
Yeah, all these what was this called? Instant replay really gives us a very good understanding as to how the game felt like within a short few moments. He has been very heavy in the front line. Flash SG is just pretty much just jumping at almost any opportunity and just raw dogging it. Right? They just want to go for it.
I think Cartesi also with the Nether Realm, they don't care for the dives there. It's actually a great synergy with Hades with Last Insanity. If ever they go for the dive or for this initiation here, there's a saving grace always ready to have that backup. And yeah, I think Pogiako, he did manage to have a double in the early game, but it did not manage to carry freely all throughout this game because of this 5-man team fight coming in from Flash SG every time.
So this would kind of mean that throughout all of the MPL teams, correct me if I'm wrong, throughout all of the MPL teams, there is only two teams?
Which?
That is there only 2 teams that won both of their games? Or is it one?
I won both of the Kingdom Esports.
Kingdom Esports.
Correct.
Is Kingdom Esports
Yes.
the only one
Yes.
that won both their games?
Yes.
Shit.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Kingdom Esports.
Nice.
Yeah. Actually, yes. Nice. So the
So
competition is there. I mean, also in the day one, we've seen how the games transpired as well. Also, you reach best of 3 series. I think that was 2 games we had yesterday with reach into a game 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So that's how the competition now shakes up in the early regular season. But let's see on the second half, if it's gonna be changing, or if the change we'll see is gonna be massive, or still gonna be the same competition we are expecting here on the first half.
Okay,
Wow.
okay. So yesterday's game, I think that we have MVP. I guess when it comes down to team MVP, I think I gotta have to give it to Kings Vanguard, right?
Nandez.
Yeah, Nandez. Yes, I gotta have to give it to them, right?
Yeah.
Because they are the one that first toppled over the Kings and made them feel insignificant. And today, actually,
Absolute Zero.
I would like to say, yeah, today
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Absolute Zero. Is Absolute Zero being the MVP. But on the other side, if we want to look at the boring MVP, that would be Kingdom Esports, because they didn't lose a single game.
True.
Right?
Correct.
Technically, they are the only one that is like off the tangent and didn't lose a single game. So it's like kind of okay, great. This seeded MPL team is the consistent one per se.
Okay. Fair enough. And Kingdom Esports right now, I think I'm curious of our rankings here, because yesterday it was still Team Flash on the top. They played
The seeded stage.
twice, right?
Yeah, they Team Flash played twice.
Yeah, twice.
2 series, yes.
KGV and Team Evil. And
However, though, the seeded stage leaderboards and the brackets, or rather, the seeded stage leaderboards is actually different from
correct.
today's leaderboards.
Okay, this is
So
separate.
yeah, so we will be showing you guys how that leaderboards is gonna look like. So we will have the 2 challenger teams, which is Absolute Zero, as well. We also will be looking at what's the
Seeded. Challenger.
Absolute Zero and Sovereign SG, right?
Okay.
So we will tally out and look at the amount of points. How much points do they have? And then we will also kind of like bring in the seeded team that is 5th place, and then we'll see how they fared against everyone else, even from the seeded stage point, right? So technically they are combinable. It's just that if you want to combine them, it's only because you want to take a look at the 5th place team.
Okay.
How do they fare as you bring it over to the challenger stage?
So speaking of which, the 5th team. So I think seeded stage also that we have witnessed yesterday is having a great impact, because you, as an MPL PH team there, you don't want to be put into the challenger stage and fight for that qualifier spot. So as much as possible, of course, the top 4, you need to secure that one. But here in the challenger stage, it's not gonna be easy. I think so. Right now, we are going to see here.
You need to be the best of the best.
Exactly. So if you're on the 5th on the seeded stage, going into the challenger, you're going to face Absolute Zero.
You're gonna
Sovereign
compare your
SG.
points.
Yeah.
Basically. You have to compare your points with these other 2
Yeah.
teams in the challenger stage.
So hoping that you'll having this points way ahead against them. So if not, you're going to face again the challenger teams once again. So imagine the grueling journey you have to go through to get that qualifier spot in the playoffs.
Let's not forget about the last chance qualifier.
There's the last chance
There's
as well.
the last
So
chance
you
as
don't
well.
want also to be put out. Imagine you're in the seeded stage already, you know,
And then
going
go
into
down
the
to Challenger
challenger,
stage,
then
and
going
then going down to the
last chance
LCQ.
qualifier. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the thing.
and then at that point in time, if you still did not make it, you maybe question your identity. You know, a little bit of a existential crisis. Like, what am I doing with my life? You know,
That's the thing.
so
So
this is the only season where there is like 1 token 3 tries, but yet I didn't win a single prize.
that's it.
That's it. Yeah,
That's it.
that's it.
So that's the thing. Remember, guys, on the playoffs, we only have 6 spots. So top 4 in the seeded teams will directly be invited into the playoffs. So 1 for challenger,
Yes,
1 for last chance qualifier.
that is right.
Very grueling, indeed. But for this day, Abstract, the challenger teams, actually I'm surprised. I'm happy as well with the outcome there. Future is bright, so I'm looking forward for the community teams 3 and 4. Who are they though? So I'm not sure yet. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. So we've seen Absolute Zero already. We've seen Sovereign SG. There are 2 more community teams upcoming, guys, on the second half of our challenger stage. So that's pretty exciting.
So at least when it comes down to next week, which is 17th of May,
yeah.
that is going to be the second round of the Challenger Qualifiers, right?
Yes.
So that qualifiers, we will then bring in the next 2 to
Exactly.
kind of see how they will fare in the Challenger stage. So that is the fun part. Okay?
Yes.
So let's not forget about 17 May that's going on concurrently, which is going to be the seeded stage. We will still be continuing on
Yes.
with how we saw yesterday. So at least that part is going to be fun. We continue on with what we have stopped from yesterday's games.
Yes, of course. Like Team Flash only played. Kingdom, Evil,
and RSG.
RG played only once.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Only the 2 of them have only played once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, we still have a round robin. Everyone's gonna play against everyone here. So yes. So seeded stage will still continue. So next week. Oh, excited.
Yay.
But Team Flash again, the pressure is them. To be honest, because of this day 1, day 2. All eyes on Team Flash. What just happened? I mean, that's the main headline there. What just happened? Wow, yeah, very spicy as well. Team Flash, SG. I cannot take away the outcome of what just happened there. I mean, Absolute Zero absolutely outplaying them at that game.
They zeroed them. Let's just put
They
it that way.
zeroed them.
Zeroed them. They had so much combat power, and then at one point in time, goes to 0.
Wow, let's see. With
Okay.
regards to the schedule, though.
Let's talk about the schedule.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we just pull up the schedule? There we
There you
go.
go.
Next week. There we go. KGV. Kings. Kings. Good. Vanguard.
Okay. Now up against RSG there on the next week's
You wanna say
match.
tomorrow, didn't you?
Yeah, it's holiday tomorrow, right? Holiday tomorrow, so it's gonna be next weekend. KGV versus RSG, our first match. Then following, it's gonna be Kingdom Esports against Flash SG. Then follow up with the last series, Team Evil against RSG. So this time around, RSG has 2 matches at this moment. Okay.
Okay.
Kingdom, Flash SG. Looking forward to this. Actually, what series are you looking out for this one?
Honestly, I'm looking out for all of them now. I actually can no longer tell you that one side is gonna win, and that's all.
Yeah.
It's impossible now. It's impossible now. Like, yeah, I'm not putting anything on the line anymore. Let's just put it that way. I'm putting nothing on the line.
Oh. It's not. Usually before the MPL SG
Really,
season 9 starts, it was it was
full out predictions. All of our casters will be like, yeah, okay, we copy each other's homework. Okay,
correct.
This one correct. This one correct. Yeah, makes sense. And then now the both of us is just kind of like, I don't think that you are right. I don't think that I'm right. None of us are right. You know why? Because all of these teams, they are all first place. They're all the best, top of the best at the power ranking. First place, all of the team. Second place, all of the team. Third place, all of the team. Done. Settle.
Regular season's done. Everyone's first place.
Everyone's happy.
Everyone's happy.
Send all Singaporeans to internationals. MSC series. Send us all.
Then first on the goal lane, Pogi
Everyone.
Everyone. I was about to say Pogi ako 1, 2, 3. Everyone. Who's your representative? Everyone.
You know what? I kind of want to hear that. A host calling for Pogi 1, 2, 3.
Exactly.
Pogi Ako 1, 2, 3.
Exactly, Abstract. Imagine Cheryl.
Oh my goodness. At this point in time, I think if Pogi Ako is kind of like listening to us from from the stage or from anywhere, it's him. He's the one laughing.
Why? I know.
Not me. It's him. I don't even understand what does Pogi Ako means. Okay.
Hey!
I don't even understand. It's all him.
It's not a curse word.
Exactly. That's what I don't know.
Anyway, yeah. I haven't seen the venue though. I haven't been there yet. But
me neither.
did they call out the names? I mean,
think so.
Farlachos is our host, right?
Yes.
So
Yes. I think
introduce the players.
I think he's more of like he's doing more of the interim stuff. So usually when there's the stream goes down, then he will be like entertaining the audience, doing lucky draws and all, and that's one of the reasons why you want to head down over to take a look at the venue itself. That's why that place is great.
Yeah, I want to see maybe next week. Of course, there's the venue there. I want to go there. Do I have a different venue next week?
Yes, actually. Next week's venue is actually going to be changed. Let me just double confirm that because I actually can't remember what is the next location
but
again.
Currently, they are in Bukit Panjang Plaza right now. Yes,
that is right.
Yeah,
so it's Bukit Panjang Plaza. Maybe second week is not released yet.
Yeah, maybe not yet.
It's at Westgate.
I see.
Okay. So it's at Westgate for second week. So if you guys would like to take a look at the entire MPL SG Season 9 live with some of the lucky draws going on, with a lot of fringe activities going on as well, make sure you guys head on over to Westgate. That is going to be the next spot. Okay. But before we even sign off,
Yes.
Mr. Pogi.
What? Pogi Abstract? 1, 2, 3.
Anything that you want to say before we kind of sign off today?
I would like to actually again to wrap this one up. I'm looking forward for how we expect MPL SG. Yeah, okay, that's the thing.
Wait, that's all?
That's all.
Huh? Oh.
I'm looking forward for the next week.
Okay.
Looking forward for the next week
Yeah.
Another community teams also is
in
going
fact,
to be,
you'll be casting next week.
Yes.
For
Together
both
with
Saturday and Sunday.
I cannot come to the venue.
With Jace.
Jace.
Yeah, you can't go to the venue. Haha.
I can't.
It's okay. You'll be here.
Yeah, I'll be here.
You'll be here
Still with you
entertaining
guys.
every single one of you guys. Okay? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. I'd like to give a huge shout out over to every single one of you guys that's tuning on online or even offline. Just gotta have to say that MPL SG Season 9 is of course powered by Moonton as well as Pulse Nova Entertainment, and not to forget our partners in esports, Head and Shoulders, as well as SGEA, which is the Singapore Esports Association, and of course, let's not forget our official venue partner, CapitaLand Malls. My name is Abstract. With me here is Deadeye. We'll see you guys next week, and I'll see you sometime soon. Okay? Take care.
Bye.
See ya.